Socialist Planning. 3rd edition. Michael Ellman. Emeritus Professor of Economic Systems, with special reference to Transition Economics, University of Amsterdam. Preface to the 3rd edition. The first edition of this book appeared in 1979. It reflected the world of Brezhnev and Mao. It attempted to sum up what was known at that time. It was widely used throughout the world. It was reprinted several times and there were translations into Dutch, Portuguese, in Brazil, Italian, Japanese, Spanish, in Mexico, and Chinese. The 2nd edition appeared in 1989 and reflected the era of economic reform. This 3rd edition appears at a time when socialist planning has become a historical phenomenon, about which we know much more, and about which we can draw better informed conclusions. I have attempted to sum up the relevant literature of which I am aware, and provide a broad overview of the subject. For reasons of space, it has not been possible to provide an extensive discussion of a number of important issues, such as planning, education, medical care, urban development, and the environment. However, these subjects are mentioned in the text, and some information about them is provided. Each chapter concludes with a list of suggestions for further reading, which is intended as a guide for those who wish to delve deeper into the subject of that chapter. This new edition reflects a lifetime of thinking and writing about the topic. I hope it will be useful for a wide circle of readers. I am grateful for helpful comments on one or more draft chapters from Vladimir Kontorovich, Mark Harrison, Max Spohr, Grigory Kinin, Peter Nolan, Julian Cooper, Donald Filtzer, Stephen Rosefielde, Leonard Samuelson, David Stone, David Glantz, Joshua Andy, Eric Van Ree and Patricia Ellman. I alone am responsible for any errors remaining. I am also very grateful to Alexei Ionov for research assistance, to Sila Tokbay for secretarial help, and to the University of Amsterdam for providing me with the facilities to write the book. This book is dedicated to my wife Patricia, who has been my companion and helpmate for half a century. Michael Ellman. Amsterdam. Important dates. 1921 Gosplan established in Russia. 1922 USSR formed. 1926-30 Turksob Railway built. 1927-32 Dneprostroi Dam built. 1928-32 First Five-Year Plan in USSR. 1929 The Breakthrough. 1929-34 Magnitogorsk Steel Plant built. 1930-4 Collectivization of Agriculture in USSR. 1931 USSR produces its first tanks. 1931-3 White Sea, Baltic Canal built. 1931-4 Famine in USSR, peak in 1933. 1933 USA establishes National Planning Board. 1933 Mexico's ruling party adopts Six-Year Plan. 1936-44 Year Plan in Poland. 1936-44 Year Plan in Germany. 1937-8 Mass State Terror in USSR. 1939 USA establishes National Resources Planning Board. 1941-5 Soviet, German War. 1943 U.S. National Resources Planning Board abolished. 1945 Netherlands creates Central Planning Office, with Tinbergen as first director. 1945-9 Soviet control established over Eastern Europe. 1946 French Planning Agency, Commissariat General du Plan, established. 1947 Last famine in USSR. 1947-51 Five-Year Plan in Argentina. 1949 CMEA established. 1949 First USSR atomic bomb test. 1949 People's Republic of China, PRC, established. 1950-3 Korean War. 1950-2 Mass State Terror in China. 1951-6 First Five-Year Plan in India. 1952 State Planning Commission established in China. 1953 Death of Stalin. 1953 uprising in GDR suppressed by Soviet troops and GDR police. 1953 China introduces state monopoly of grain purchases. 1953 to force strikes, demonstrations, and uprisings in the Gulag. 1953 First Soviet hydrogen bomb test. 1953 to 7 First Five-Year Plan in China. 1955 to 7 Collectivization of agriculture in China. 1955 to 60 First Five-Year Plan in Pakistan. 1956 Stalin criticized at 20th Congress of CPSU. 1956 Unrest in Poland leads to replacement of previous leadership by Gomulka. Decollectivization of collectivist part of Polish agriculture, and recognition of role of Catholic Church. 1956 Uprising in Hungary. New Hungarian government overthrown by Soviet troops. 1958 Great Leap Forward in China. 1958 to 62 Famine in China, peak in 1960. 1959 Lushan Conference. Peng Dehuai criticizes Great Leap Forward. 1960 USSR withdraws economic experts from China. 1961 Economic Planning Board established in South Korea. 1962 Strikes and demonstrations in Novokirksk, USSR, suppressed by Army. 1962 to 6 First Five-Year Plan in South Korea. 1964 First Chinese atom bomb test. 1965 UK adopts indicative national plan for economic development. 1966 to 8 Cultural Revolution in China. 1967 First Chinese hydrogen bomb test. 1968 Czechoslovak socialism with a human face ended by Soviet military intervention. 1969 Sino-Soviet border clashes. 1976 Death of Mao Zedong. 1978 Vietnam joins CMEA. 1978 Chinese economic reform initiated. 1979 to 93 China grows out of the plan. 1979 Sino-Vietnamese border war. 1979 to 84 Decollectivization of agriculture in China. 1980 The PRC replaces Taiwan as the Chinese member of the IMF and World Bank. 1980 Emergence in Poland of independent trade union solidarity. 1981 Jaruzelski declares martial law in Poland. 1981 to 9 Deng Xiaoping chairman of the Central Military Commission. 1985 Gorbachev comes to power in USSR. 1988 to 9 Upsurge of inflation in China. 1989 Vietnam implements radical financial stabilization and price liberalization policies. 1989 Turning point in Eastern Europe. 1989 to 90 End of Berlin Wall and of communist rule in East Germany, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Romania. 1990 German reunification. 1990 Shock therapy in Poland. 1991 April USSR Gosplan transformed into Ministry of Economics and Forecasting. 1991 CMEA dissolved. 1991 December USSR dissolved. 1992 abortive attempt at shock therapy in Russia. 1992 Deng Xiaoping's Southern Tour. 1992 14th Congress of Chinese Communist Party states that the goal of China's economic reforms is a socialist market economy. 1992 to 6 Last Five-Year Plan in South Korea 1. 1994 South Korean Economic Planning Board merged with Ministry of Finance. 1995 Vietnam joins ASEAN. 1998 Financial crisis in Russia. Debt default, currency depreciation, increased inflation, and bank collapses. 2001 China joins the WTO. 2001 Japanese Economic Planning Agency merged into Ministry of Trade, Economy, and Industry. 2001 to 5 Last Five-Year Plan in China. 2003 China State Development Planning Commission replaced by State Development and Reform Commission. 2004 Estonia, Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Slovakia, and Slovenia join EU. 2006 French Planning Agency, Commissariat Général du Plan, abolished. 2007 Bulgaria and Romania join EU. 2012 Russia joins the WTO. A new president, who came to power in 1992, discarded the seventh five-year plan, 1992-6, and replaced it by the new economy five-year plan for 1993-7. 1. The rise and fall of socialist planning. Introduction. In February 1921 Russia established a State General Planning Commission to work out and implement a unified economic plan for the national economy. For 70 years this commission, known as Gosplan for short, played a significant, but varying, role in Russian and Soviet economic life. Under the influence of the Soviet example, planning organizations spread throughout the world, to state socialist countries, to OECD countries such as the USA, France, the Netherlands, and Japan, and also to developing countries such as India. In April 1991, deeply discredited by the poor performance of the Soviet economy and the ideological developments of 1985-90, Gosplan was transformed into a Ministry of Economics and Forecasting with substantially different tasks. Hence, socialist planning came to an end in the USSR, even prior to the end of the USSR itself. This radical transformation was not confined to the USSR or Eastern Europe. 2 years later, in March 1993, China amended Article 15 of its constitution to replace the description of its economic system as a planned economy with the term socialist market economy. The term planned economy was seen as discredited and inappropriate and was replaced by a term which incorporated the once rejected market economy. This chapter gives an overview of these dramatic developments and their causes. The classics. Marx devoted most of his life to the analysis of capitalism and was notoriously opposed to attempts to design utopias. Nevertheless, from his scattered observations about socialism, and from those of his close comrade Engels, for example, in Anti-Düring and Karl Marx, his followers drew the idea that in a socialist economy the market mechanism would be replaced by economic planning. That the market economy was inherently inefficient, and fundamentally unsuited to coordinate large-scale industrial production, came to be widely believed. Similarly, the notion of the superiority of planning, which would enable society as a whole to coordinate production ex ante, became widespread in the international Marxist movement. These ideas became an integral part of the Marxist critique of capitalism and the Marxist conception of socialism. They were elaborated in the works of the late 19th century German Social Democrats and were regarded as axiomatic by the Russian Bolsheviks. Russian discussion during the Civil and National Wars, 1918-20. Having come to power committed to replacing the market by planning, the Bolsheviks rapidly realized that they had no concrete ideas of how to do this. As Lenin, 1965, 296-7, observed in his report at a session of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee of April 29, 1918. We know about socialism, but knowledge of organization on a scale of millions, knowledge of the organization and distribution of goods, etc., this we do not have. The old Bolshevik leaders did not teach us this, there has not been anything about it yet in Bolshevik pamphlets, and nothing is said about it in Menshevik pamphlets either. In December 1918 the Second All-Russian Congress of Councils of the National Economy advocated the construction and implementation of a single economic plan for 1919, but this remained a purely paper aspiration. Similarly, the Second Party Program, adopted at its 8th Congress in March 1919, aimed at the maximum centralization of production, simultaneously striving to establish a unified economic plan. In their famous commentary on this program, the ABC of Communism, first published in Petersburg in 1920, Bukharin and Preobrazhensky, 1969, 114-15, 118, two leading Bolshevik intellectuals and politicians, explained what lay behind this formulation. They explained that under communism, society will be transformed into a huge working organization for cooperative production. There will then be neither disintegration of production nor anarchy of production. In such a social order, production will be organized. No longer will one enterprise compete with another. The factories, workshops, mines, and other productive institutions will all be subdivisions, as it were, of one vast people's workshop, which will embrace the entire national economy of production. It is obvious that so comprehensive an organization presupposes a general plan of production. If all the factories and workshops together with the whole of agricultural production are combined to form an immense cooperative enterprise, it is obvious that everything must be precisely calculated. We must know in advance how much labor to assign to the various branches of industry, what products are required and how much of each it is necessary to produce, how and where machines must be provided. These and similar details must be thought out beforehand, with approximate accuracy at least, and the work must be guided in uniformity with our calculations. This is how the organization of communist production will be effected. Without a general plan, without a general directive system, and without careful calculation and bookkeeping, there can be no organization. But in the communist social order, there is such a plan. In response to the question of how it would be possible to combine planning with the withering away of the state, they explained that the main direction will be entrusted to various kinds of bookkeeping offices or statistical bureaus. There, from day to day, account will be kept of production and all its needs. There also it will be decided whither workers must be sent, whence they must be taken, and how much work there is to be done. And inasmuch as, from childhood onwards, all will have been accustomed to social labor, and since all will understand that this work is necessary and that life goes easier when everything is done according to a prearranged plan and when the social order is like a well-oiled machine, all will work in accordance with the indications of these statistical bureaus. There will be no need for special ministers of state, for police and prisons, for laws and decrees, nothing of the sort. Just as in an orchestra all the performers watch the conductor's baton and act accordingly, so here all will consult the statistical reports and will direct their work accordingly. How to combine these long-term aims with the concrete reality of short-term economic policy gave rise to a lively discussion in Bolshevik circles in 1920-1. The global economy. The division between advanced and backward countries has been a major feature of the world economy since West European military technology overtook and surpassed that of all other parts of the world in the 16th century, Chipala 1965. This division widened still more after the Industrial Revolution. The advanced countries were in Western Europe and subsequently in certain overseas territories which they colonized. The backward countries comprised the rest of the world. Historically speaking, this division is very recent. When Marco Polo visited China, he was most impressed by Chinese civilization, which manifestly compared extremely favorably with that of Western Europe. It seems that in the 5th to 15th centuries per capita incomes were higher in China than in Europe, Madison 1998. Europe then was a backward part of the world and China the advanced part. However, within a historically very short period the Europeans used their newly acquired military superiority to conquer the whole American continent, Australia, New Zealand, most of Africa and much of Asia. China probably only escaped colonization because of rivalries between the potential conquerors. This predatory behavior by the advanced countries aroused intense anxiety in the surviving independent countries, the leaders of which realized that if they were to retain their independence it was necessary for them to catch up with the advanced countries. This fact was keenly appreciated by Japan's rulers after the Meiji Restoration and by Russia's rulers during Witt's tenure of office. It was also appreciated in 19th century China by perceptive officials such as Feng Guifen, Shell and Delury 2013, Chapter 3, and the reformers who inspired and attempted to implement the 100 Days Reform of 1898, Shell and Delury 2013, Chapter 4. This historical background is absolutely indispensable for understanding the purpose and functioning of socialist planning as it actually existed. It originated in a backward country, and its major purpose was to propel the countries which adopted it into the ranks of the advanced countries. This explains the emphasis these countries placed on overtaking and surpassing the advanced countries. The fact that the countries which adopted socialist planning were mainly backward countries, with some exceptions, such as the GDR and the Czech lands, is not an accident but has a definite theoretical explanation. As Kornai pointed out, 1992, Chapter 15, socialist planning was a result of Marxist, Leninist parties coming to power. That these parties came to power in backward countries is strange from the standpoint of classical Marxism. According to classical Marxism, i.e. the Marxism of the Second International, which differed in some respects from the earlier views of Marx and Engels themselves, the socialist revolution is the result of the contradictions of capitalist society. Hence, those people and political parties who wished to organize socialist revolutions in pre-capitalist societies simply showed their ignorance of the laws of motion of society discovered by Marx. This view was made explicit in Plekhanov's famous polemic with the Narodniks, or populists, in the 1880s. Nevertheless, the Bolsheviks, and all subsequent communists, ultimately came in practice to accept a different view, which seems to have been the view of Marx and Engels themselves. Van Ree 2013. Classic formulations were given by Marx in 1850 and repeated by Lenin in 1905.1. It is the view that communists should strive for power and build socialism even in countries which were not yet developed capitalist countries, i.e. the theory of the permanent revolution. Point to the significance of this theory, as explained by its chief Russian theorist, Trotsky 1930, 15, italics added, is that it demonstrated that the democratic tasks of backward bourgeois nations in our epoch lead to the dictatorship of the proletariat, and that the dictatorship of the proletariat places socialist tasks on the agenda. This was the central idea of the theory. If the traditional view was that the road to proletarian dictatorship ran through a lengthy democratic period, the doctrine of permanent revolution asserted that for the backward countries the road to democracy leads through the dictatorship of the proletariat. This analysis makes it clear that communist dictatorship is only relevant for backward countries and quite irrelevant for the advanced countries. It also explains why the Euro-communist parties, which operated in advanced countries, abandoned the aspiration to establish dictatorships of the proletariat years before perestroika. Since they operated in advanced countries which already had democracy, policies advocated for pre-democratic backward countries were absolutely irrelevant. The fact that the state socialist countries were backward countries desperate to catch up partly explains why it is that, instead of executing the legacy of Marx, i.e. of constructing an egalitarian, non-market society with a truly human organization of the labor process and an end to the division of labor and the exploitation of man by man, they were actually mainly concerned with executing the legacy of Peter the Great, the Meiji Restoration and Feng Gaifen. This mainly meant the accelerated import of foreign technology in order to preserve national independence and catch up with the advanced countries. As Lenin put it in 1918, in Left-Wing Childishness and the Petty Bourgeois Mentality, English translation Lenin 1965, 340. Our task is to study the state capitalism of the Germans, to spare no effort in copying it and not to shrink from adopting dictatorial methods to hasten the copying of it. Our task is to hasten this copying even more than Peter hastened the copying of Western culture by barbarian Russia, and did not refrain from using barbarous methods in fighting barbarism. There were three reasons why socialist planning was not adopted by the advanced countries. First, in those countries capitalism led to a huge and historically unprecedented increase in real wages, a development not foreseen by Marx or the communist parties. Secondly, the advanced countries were not backward countries struggling to catch up. Thirdly, the experience of socialist planning, although it had some important achievements to its credit, did not demonstrate a clear superiority over capitalism. Indeed, in some respects it demonstrated a clear inferiority with respect to capitalism. This book analyses this in some specific areas, such as agriculture and consumption, and considers why this was the case. That Soviet economic policy was largely concerned with catching up, for military reasons, was clearly explained by Stalin at the very beginning of socialist planning. In a famous speech delivered in 1931 and reprinted in his 1955 B. 40-1, he explained the imperative need to press on with rapid industrialization regardless of the obstacles. It is sometimes asked whether it is not possible to slow down the tempo somewhat, to put a check on the movement. No, comrades, it is not possible. The tempo must not be reduced. On the contrary, we must increase it as much as is within our powers and possibilities. This is dictated to us by our obligations to the workers and peasants of the USSR. This is dictated to us by our obligations to the working class of the whole world. To slacken the tempo would mean falling behind. And those who fall behind get beaten. But we do not want to be beaten. No, we refuse to be beaten. One feature of the history of old Russia was the continual beatings she suffered because of her backwardness. She was beaten by the Mongol Khans. She was beaten by the Turkish Beys. She was beaten by the Swedish feudal lords. She was beaten by the Polish and Lithuanian gentry. She was beaten by the British and French capitalists. She was beaten by the Japanese barons. All beat her, because of her backwardness, because of her military backwardness, cultural backwardness, political backwardness, industrial backwardness, agricultural backwardness. They beat her because to do so was profitable and could be done with impunity. You remember the words of the pre-revolutionary poet, "You are poor and abundant, mighty and impotent, Mother Russia." Those gentlemen were quite familiar with the verses of the old poet. They beat her, saying, "You are abundant, so one can enrich oneself at your expense." They beat her, saying, "You are poor and impotent, so you can be beaten and plundered with impunity." Such is the law of the exploiters, to beat the backward and weak. It is the jungle law of capitalism. You are backward, you are weak, therefore you are wrong, hence you can be beaten and enslaved. You are mighty, therefore you are right, hence we must be wary of you. That is why we must no longer lag behind. In the past we had no fatherland, nor could we have had one. But now that we have overthrown capitalism and power is in our hands, in the hands of the people, we have a fatherland, and we will uphold its independence. Do you want our socialist fatherland to be beaten and to lose its independence? If you do not want this, you must put an end to its backwardness in the shortest possible time and develop a genuine Bolshevik tempo in building up its socialist economy. There is no other way. That is why Lenin said on the eve of the October Revolution, either perish or overtake and outstrip the advanced capitalist countries. We are 50 or 100 years behind the advanced countries. We must make good this distance in 10 years. Either we do it, or we shall go under. Point 3. This orientation of socialist planning to the building up of military might is one of the reasons why the USSR, unlike Japan, failed to catch up with the leading capitalist countries in the civilian sector of the economy. Military programs were a burden on the economy. Failure to take full advantage of the opportunities offered by the world market had adverse effects on economic growth and the quality of production. Stalin's stress on the need to build up the USSR's defense capacity was very prudent and entirely justified under the circumstances of the 1930s. However, his summary of Russian history was very one-sided. It ignored Russia's conquest of Poland, the Caucasus and Central Asia, and its annexation of the whole of northern Eurasia. Planning in the NEP, New Economic Policy, period, 1921-8. Gosplan was established by a decree of the Council of People's Commissars of February 1921. It began work in April 1921 with a staff of 34, most of them non-party technicians and scientists, under the chairmanship of an old Bolshevik. It grew rapidly, and by the middle of 1924 had a staff of 527. It was not the only planning organ. Just a month after it was created, another decree of the Council of People's Commissars set up planning commissions in a number of the People's Commissariats, i.e. ministries. For example, the decree established 2 planning commissions in the People's Commissariat for Agriculture, one for working out a general plan for agriculture and forestry and for coordinating the work of the commissariat with other commissariats, the other for working out a raw material plan. Similarly, it created 3 planning commissions in the Supreme Council of the National Economy, one in the People's Commissariat for Supply, etc. In 1923-5 Republican Gosplans were set up too. Since the USSR was such a huge country, the relationship between sectoral and regional planning remained a difficult one throughout the whole history of socialist planning. During the new economic policy, Gosplan was mainly engaged in giving advice on economic policy, and struggling against both market forces and other bureaucratic organizations. In particular, it struggled to have its control figures, which subsequently became the basis for the annual plans, accepted as the basis for current economic policy in place of the annual budget drawn up by the People's Commissariat for Finance. Similarly, it struggled to have its 5-year plan accepted as the basis for medium-term economic policy instead of the 5-year plan drawn up by the Supreme Council of the National Economy. It also undertook a variety of economic calculations. The economic calculations and economic models which underlay the concrete figures of Gosplan and other Soviet institutions in the 1920s played a pioneering role in international economic thought. For example, the economic balances calculated and published in the USSR in the 1920s played an important role in the history of the input-output method. Input-output was developed by Leontiev, a Russian economist working in the USA who was well aware of the relevant earlier Soviet work. The latter was undertaken in, and published by, the Central Statistical Administration. Gosplan was continuously involved in bureaucratic struggles with other organizations engaged in the economic policy process, such as the People's Commissariat for Finance, the Central Statistical Administration and the Supreme Council of the National Economy. Gosplan only became the dominant planning body in 1932, when the Supreme Council of the National Economy was split up into a number of industrial commissariats. An area in which Gosplan has a good claim to priority is that of growth models. Feldman, 1928, was a remarkable pioneering study which was published in Russian at the end of the NEP period, long before Western economics became interested in the theory of economic growth. It influenced early Indian planning, was analyzed by Domar, 1957, and translated into English in Spulber, 1964. Feldman's model was developed as a basis for long-term planning, and was originally a report to a Gosplan committee. It should be noted, however, that the concrete numerical work of Feldman and of the head of the committee to which he reported was much too optimistic. It treated as feasible entirely unrealizable goals. The attempt to realize them had disastrous effects on the economy. It was in the 1920s that the view developed that planning should have 4 essential elements: the annual plans, originally control figures, the 5-year plans, the 10-, 15 or 20-year general or perspective plan, and the plans for concrete investment projects which made up the backbone of the other plans. The first control figures were those for 1925-6, published in 1925. Gosplan's annual control figures gradually grew in importance at the expense of the annual budget. This reflected the conscious choice made by the Bolsheviks in favor of industrial expansion at the expense of financial stability. As Dzerzhinsky, 1926, candidate member of the Politburo, People's Commissar for Internal Affairs and Chairman of the Supreme Council for the National Economy, explained in February 1926. Therefore, when it is said that because of the shortage of resources we should halt our investment projects, or reduce them to a certain level, then I assert that I, as Chairman of the Supreme Council of the National Economy, will struggle against such an opinion to the end because it is fundamentally incorrect. The results of this attitude, combined with state price control, were rising prices on the non-state market, increasing shortages of all goods and the grain crisis of the late 1920s. The latter resulted not from a physical shortage of grain but from an economic shortage resulting from prices which were unattractive to the producers and made feeding grain to animals more lucrative, and the limited availability of goods offered in return by the government. Hence, it can be seen that Gosplan and its annual control figures played an important role in undermining the NEP and in the events leading up to the collectivization of agriculture and Stalinism. Accordingly, a decisive role in overcoming the legacy of Stalinism in Central and Eastern Europe was the abolition of the planning offices and restoring the key role of the annual budget and monetary equilibrium. After long discussions of alternative proposals, Gosplan's three-volume work of more than 1,700 pages, the Five-Year Plan of National Economic Construction of the USSR, was approved in its optimum variant by the 15th Party Conference in April 1929 and was published in May 1929. It subsequently had an enormous influence throughout the world. Although numerous attempts were made in the USSR to construct a general or prospective plan for 10, 15, or 20 years, they never came to anything. They simply led to the publication of documents which speedily became irrelevant. After a short time, it became obvious that the main current problems were not those considered in the plan. On at least one occasion, the 1976-90 plan, the work was simply abandoned, and no document even published, as actual economic events evolved in a way quite unforeseen by those who had been working on the plan. The Prelude to Socialist Planning, 1929-33. Formally, the first five-year plan covered the period 1928-32. By the time it was adopted, however, 1928 and part of 1929 were already over. Economic policy in 1929-30 was dominated by the bitter struggle between the state and the peasantry, and in 1931-3 the country suffered from a deep economic crisis including a major famine which caused millions of deaths. Although the ambitious goals outlined in the first five-year plan played an important role in generating the crisis, the pricing and agrarian policies and theories of the Bolsheviks, the bad harvests of 1931-2 and Stalin's reliance on force and repression were the key elements in precipitating this catastrophe. Dominated by crisis, 1929-33 were formative years, in which it is impossible to speak of a viable economic system. It was really only from about 1934 that one can speak of a stable economic system. Socialist planning, 1934-91. In the 1930s it became a trivial orthodoxy of the international communist movement, and came to be widely believed outside it, that the economic system realized in the USSR was a rational and equitable form of economic organization, and represented a higher mode of production than capitalism. This idea was based on a comparison between the economic growth realized in the USSR, about which exaggerated figures were published in the USSR and widely disseminated throughout the world, and the Great Depression in the capitalist world with its falling output, unemployment, bank failures, and declining commodity prices. Both in the USSR and in the international communist movement, the actual practice of Soviet planning came to be identified with that socialist planning about which Marx and Engels had thrown out their pregnant hints. Hence, when they came to power elsewhere, communist parties naturally adopted, or in some cases had imposed on them, the Soviet model of economic planning. Accordingly, after World War II the Soviet model was adopted throughout the state socialist world, first in Eastern Europe in 1949-53, then in China in 1953-7, and then in countries such as Vietnam and Cuba. There were naturally some differences between countries in their application of the model. For example, in Poland agriculture was never predominantly collectivist. Nevertheless, some important features of the model were common to all these countries. Moreover, aspects of the model, e.g. national economic plans, the stress on state ownership of the means of production, the restrictions on the operation of the price mechanism and a negative attitude to private enterprise, were widely copied throughout the world. The main features of this economic system are analyzed in Chapter 2. The critique of socialist planning. The socialist planning system had a number of important achievements to its credit. It introduced mass production into Soviet industry. It greatly increased the output of a number of key industrial sectors, such as oil and steel. It produced the huge number of weapons necessary to emerge victorious from World War II. It provided full employment. It produced the world's first Earth satellite. It invested heavily in human capital. Its educational system, except in the social sciences, was good by international standards, and produced large numbers of qualified people. During the 1950s, the USSR enjoyed a golden age with growth rates much in excess of those in the USA or UK. However, socialist planning also had a number of problems. These included shortages of consumer goods, inability to take full advantage of the world market for goods, capital, and people, slow homegrown technical progress, and living standards that lagged behind those in capitalist countries. In addition, the high growth rates of the 1950s gradually declined. The notion of socialist planning as a rational economic system, far superior to the anarchy of production under capitalism, was criticized by numerous economists. This criticism concerned the following points. A. Growth rates beginning with Colin Clark, 1939, and continuing with Bergson, 1953-1961, and his school. Academics criticized the published Soviet growth rates. They pointed out that using base year prices to calculate growth under conditions of rapid structural change biases measured growth upwards, the Gerskon-Kron effect. They drew attention to the hidden inflation which led some price increases to be measured as output increases. In addition, they stressed the pressure at all levels to report output and its growth even if there was no output, or, if there was, that it had not grown. They also drew attention to the political pressure to publish good, i.e. high, figures. B. Enterprise behavior study of the actual behavior of Soviet managers, e.g. Berliner 1957, showed that the behavior of Soviet firms was far from the selfless plan fulfillment imagined by some writers on planning. Soviet enterprise managers hoarded labor and materials to minimize the effect of supply failures. They utilized fixers to obtain supplies in a system in which they were rationed and perpetually in short supply. They underreported their capacity, so as to obtain easy plans, and overreported their output, so as to obtain favorable evaluations from their superiors. C. Plan and outcome detailed comparison of plans and outcomes, Zaleski 1980, demonstrated that there was a great gulf between plans and outcomes, so that the very term planned economy was illusory. D. Rules of thumb. Although there was a lot of talk about scientific methods of planning, close study of the system showed that extensive use was made of rules of thumb, what Nelson and Winter, 1982, refer to as routines. One important rule of thumb in the 1930s was, when importing technology, choose either US or German models, if possible the former. Gregory, 2004, 124, has drawn attention to others. These were, heavy industry is more important than light industry. Defense orders are more important than civilian orders. Orders should be filled from domestic production, not imports. Services are unimportant and can be neglected. E. Shortages were widespread and a big nuisance for both individuals and enterprises. As Kornai, 1980, pointed out, they were not accidental but systemic. F. Innovation was slow. What innovation there was derived largely from the import of technology or competition with the capitalist world. Domestic innovation was weak. Increased knowledge of the actual performance of socialist planning led in the 1970s and 1980s to the development of new terms to describe what had previously been, and still were in United Nations publications, referred to as the centrally planned economies. Various authors used such terms as centrally managed, centralist pluralism, decentralist monolithism, the bureaucratic economy, the administrative economy, the shortage economy, or the command economy to describe the system. In the USSR in the late 1980s, the system was normally referred to as the administrative command economy. The late Soviet author Nachal, seeking to adopt a behaviorist perspective, and to stress the role of bargaining and of initiative from below in the system, referred to it as a bureaucratic market. What was fundamental to the system was not the plan but, the role of administrative hierarchies at all levels of decision-making, the absence of control over decision-making by the population, either through the political or economic process, the social order in which it was embedded, its economic problems in the fields of technical progress and the provision of private goods, and its successes in the fields of full employment, conservative modernization, Bruss and Kowalik 1983, and economic growth in certain periods in certain countries. The end of socialist planning in 1991 did not come out of the blue. It had been preceded both by a marked decline in economic performance and by a sharp ideological critique. Already in July 1989, the Soviet economist Bim, writing in the Theoretical Journal of the Communist Party, argued in favor of abolishing five-year plans since they were only suitable under conditions of a totalitarian social system. Socialist planning and a war economy. Bolshevik thinking about socialist planning began in a war situation, World War I and the subsequent civil and national wars, and under the influence of the German World War I war economy. Stalin stressed the importance of building up defense capacity. Subsequently, the famous Polish economist Oskar Lange described the traditional model of socialist planning as a sui generis war economy, and the British economists Ely Devins and Alec Nove drew attention to the close relationship between the traditional model of socialist planning and the British war economy during World War II. This raises the interesting question, why do capitalist countries adopt a variant of socialist planning in wartime, when maximum efficiency is required, if experience of this system in the countries which adopted it as their permanent economic system is negative? The answer seems to be as follows. First, a war economy allows the state to concentrate resources on the single goal of winning the war. Point 4. In a war economy, it may well normally happen that the resources available for civilian production and consumption will not be allocated where they would produce the greatest production of civilian goods and the greatest volume of consumer satisfaction. However, the state does not care much about that, and the population is prepared to put up with it, since their survival depends on the output of guns, not butter. On the other hand, under peacetime conditions in democratic countries, the population would not tolerate the government devoting the nation's resources to pyramids of sacrifice, Berger 1974, while their living standards were being squeezed. Secondly, the waste generated by socialist planning is offset by the additional resources obtained by the transition from a demand-constrained to a supply-constrained economy. Although in the long run, a supply-constrained economy generates characteristic forms of waste, Kornai 1980, in the short run, it allows additional output, and war reduces some of the negative effects, e.g. on labor morale. Socialist planning was not so much a system for allocating given resources as a system for mobilizing resources. The importance of this was shown in Russia in the 1990s, when the end of socialist planning led to unutilized reserves of production capacity and labor and allowed substantial potential investment resources to flee the country, capital flight. Thirdly, the goal of winning the war is a powerful motivating force which can reduce coordination and motivation problems. Fourthly, there is an important distributional aspect. A war economy allows the state to transfer to war purposes the normally large share of output devoted to luxury consumption under peacetime conditions. Furthermore, during a war the bargaining position of labor is strengthened. For the workers, a war economy may be beneficial because of its redistributive and anti-poverty aspects. A war economy may actually lead to an improvement in the living standards of that section of the population that was in poverty under the previous demand-constrained system. This was the case in the UK and the USA in World War II. As Rockoff, 1998-92, has explained. When historians write about the prosperity of the war years, they are focusing to some extent on the lower part of the distribution of income. Poor people from the South and from pockets of rural poverty in the Midwest, Hoosiers, were drawn to war production centers in the Midwest, the South, and the Pacific Coast by high real wages. It is true that these workers often had to endure crowded living conditions and to work long hours at a pace to which they were not accustomed, so that the improvement in their economic welfare was not as great as the increase in their measured consumption. but such costs must have been offset at least in part by the hope that these conditions were temporary and that at long last they had escaped from a life of grinding rural poverty. The people in the lower part of the income distribution benefit both from the increase in employment and from redistribution from capitalist consumption to workers' consumption. Conversely, the transition from socialist planning to capitalism in Central and Eastern Europe was associated with an increase in inequality and poverty. Since under peacetime conditions the higher income groups normally have a disproportionate political influence, the distributional factor is an important reason why in general only in wartime do capitalist economies use socialist planning methods. Hence, under some conditions, there are economic and social benefits from this type of organization. For example, the UK has a very Soviet system for medical care, the National Health Service. This is a tax-funded, predominantly non-market, state-controlled system for the provision of medical care. Despite its Soviet features, such as queues, rationing, and Central East regulation, it is popular with the public because of its distributional aspect. It provides the entire population with medical care which is free to the user. 5. Reform of socialist planning. Discussion about reform of socialist planning goes back to the dawn of the planned economy. Implementation of reform began in Yugoslavia in 1950, followed by Poland in 1956, Hungary from 1968, China from 1978, and the USSR from 1986. These reforms reflected dissatisfaction with the results of socialist planning in such key fields as agriculture, personal consumption, foreign trade, technical progress, and economic growth. In particular, the steadily declining rate of economic growth in the USSR, the homeland of the traditional model, from 1958 onwards, suggests that the model was probably not viable in the long run in a dynamic international capitalist environment, even if its death was accelerated by the unintended consequences of perestroika. In some cases, the reforms simply made things worse. The classic example is the USSR, where perestroika led to an economic catastrophe. In other cases, such as Yugoslavia, Hungary, and China, the reforms, together with changes in economic policy and/or favorable factors in the economic environment, led to considerable economic improvements, e.g. an increase in living standards. Even in those countries where the situation after the reforms were introduced was better than before, there was still widespread dissatisfaction with the economic system. For example, in Hungary in the 1970s and 1980s there was widespread dissatisfaction with the steady increase in the gap between Hungarian and Austrian living standards. In China there was widespread dissatisfaction with corruption, oppression and environmental deterioration. Similarly, policymakers in Hungary in the 1970s and 1980s were envious of the economic achievements of Western Europe, and in China were conscious both of the lag behind the advanced countries and the need for further economic reforms. Hence, reformed socialist planning, like the traditional model, failed to meet the aspiration of the elite for a superior economic system to that of capitalism, and of the mass of the population for an attractive economic model. From reform to system change. System change became possible when the Communist Party either lost power or changed its views completely and itself introduced a capitalist system. In Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union, FSU, politicians came to power committed to liberal democracy, predominantly private ownership, full integration into the world market, and the abolition of the bureaucratic allocation of resources. This happened in Central Europe in 1989 and in Russia and some of the other former Soviet republics in 1991. System change in Eastern Europe and the FSU turned out to be a painful process marked by inflation, unemployment, inequality, criminalization, and state collapse, in some countries. Nevertheless, it brought some concrete benefits: full shops, freedom of all kinds, from religious to travel. By the middle of the second decade of the 21st century, the gains already achieved, and the hope for more, seemed likely to draw all the former East European and Baltic state socialist countries in due course, although at varying speeds, along the road to an OECD-type economic system, or to misuse a Chinese term, to capitalism with national characteristics. 8 of them joined the EU in 2004, and 2 more joined in 2007. As for the FSU, less the Baltic countries, the endpoint of its systemic change process varied between countries. Central Asia and the South Caucasus gradually became parts of the developing world. Its largest country, Russia, experienced a very difficult transformation process, but its huge natural resources, in particular oil and natural gas, rescued the economy at the beginning of the 21st century from the depression, impoverishment, and primitivization characteristic of the Yeltsin period. However, not all countries that rejected socialist planning made a complete system switch. Some of them, e.g. China and Vietnam, retained the political dictatorship and developed an economic system which combined a largely market economy and strategic integration into the world economy with a dominant state role in the economy. By the middle of the second decade of the 21st century, this model had been successful in generating remarkable economic growth and transforming China into the workshop of the world. The international impact of socialist planning. The Soviet model of economic planning had an enormous impact throughout the world. It led to the adoption of national models of economic planning in many countries. Already before 1939, this had influenced economic institutions and policy in capitalist countries such as the USA, Germany, Japan, and Mexico. After World War II, economic planning spread to countries such as the Netherlands and France, where it acquired national characteristics, and differed sharply from Soviet-type planning. After the collapse of the colonial empires, it spread to many developing countries. Experience with economic planning in all these countries has been varied. In some countries, economic planning has been abolished, or is by now vestigial, and has little impact on economic policy. In others, it has found a useful niche within the policy process. In the developing world, the high hopes once associated with economic planning were generally disappointed. Streeton and Lipton 1968, Faber and Sears 1972. On the other hand, for a long time, planning in South Korea seemed to be more successful. In the former state socialist world, economic planning has been ended in the former USSR and the former Eastern Europe. In China, the State Development Planning Commission ceased to exist in 2003, and was replaced by the State Development and Reform Commission. China's 10th Five-Year Plan, 2001-5, was its last and was followed by the 11th Five-Year Guidelines or Program. 6. These terminological changes reflected the discrediting of planning and the wish to disassociate policy from it. Capitalist triumphalism. The collapse of state socialism in 1989-91 gave rise to what has been termed capitalist triumphalism, Wiles 1992, or liberal optimism, Chavins 1994, 182-4. This exalted in the collapse of an inefficient economic system, advocated a rapid transition to the rival system, and praised that system's properties. This mood lasted just 10 years, from 1989 to 1998. It was undermined both by the chaos in Russia in the 1990s, Sapir 1996, and the deep economic and social problems in other so-called transition countries such as Ukraine, Belarus, Romania, Bulgaria, and Albania, and also by the world economic crisis of 1997-8. It was further undermined by the world economic crisis of 2008 onwards. These world economic crises demonstrated the volatility of financial markets, the way financial markets oscillate between euphoria and panic, the risks of banking fragility, the dangers to national economies of capital surges, the costs of the demand-constrained system, e.g. unemployment, and the socio-economic costs of capitalist depressions, e.g. in Indonesia in 1998-9 and Greece in 2008. These events demonstrated that, although Marx and Engels had been wrong to assume that the replacement of the market by planning would lead to an attractive economic and social system, they had been right to think that an unregulated market economy was socially undesirable. Conclusion. The 70 years 1921-91 marked the rise and fall of socialist planning. The latter, in its traditional Soviet-type form, turned out to be an unattractive system which was not viable in the long run in a dynamic international capitalist environment. The idea of national economic planning has been deeply discredited. The collapse of the state socialist system in Eastern Europe and the USSR gave rise to a mood of capitalist triumphalism, which lasted only 10 years, and was undermined by the difficulties of transition, the behavior of the world capital market, the inequality and unemployment in the capitalist countries, and the depressions in some of them. In China and Vietnam, a crucial aspect of socialist planning, the political dictatorship, was retained after socialist planning as a whole was jettisoned, and this, combined with major policy and systemic changes, enabled them to experience rapid economic growth. Marx and Engels were right to argue that an unregulated market economy was socially undesirable, but wrong to assume that the replacement of the market by planning would lead to an attractive economic and social system. Stalin was right to stress the need for backward countries to catch up, but he and his followers were wrong in thinking that the system he created would enable the countries which adopted it to catch up with the advanced countries in the civilian sector. 2. The traditional model. Characteristics of the traditional model. According to the Polish economist Brus, 1972, Chapter 3, an early and justly famous analyst of the traditional model, its main features were as follows. 1. Centralist decision-making. Practically all decisions, except for individual choice in the fields of consumption and employment, were concentrated at the national level. 2. The hierarchical nature of plans and the vertical links between different parts of the economic apparatus. This meant that the whole economy was organized as a complex mono-hierarchical system in which higher organs gave orders to lower ones which disaggregated them and passed them on to their inferiors. 3. The imperative nature of the plans. This meant that the plans took the form of instructions, binding on the lower organs, rather than, say, forecasts which the enterprises were free to accept or reject as a basis for their decision-making, as in indicative planning. 4. The predominance of economic planning and calculation in physical terms. The central role in the system was played by the physical allocation of commodities and the attempts by the planners to ensure that these physical allocations were consistent, i.e. that the planned allocation of each commodity was not incompatible with its planned production. 5. The passive role of money within the state sector. As a result of physical allocation, money played a subordinate role. For example, to obtain wanted commodities, it was far more important to have an allocation certificate than to have money, which could often be obtained automatically for plan purposes. In a well-known paper, the U.S. economist Grossman, 1963, picked out the following key features of the traditional model. 1. Individual firms produced and employed resources mainly as a result of instructions from higher bodies. This corresponds to Brus's third characteristic. 2. The hierarchical nature of the economy. This corresponds to Brus's second characteristic. 3. The authoritarian political system in which it was embodied. 4. The bulk of the planning work was concerned with ensuring the consistency of the plans. 5. The planning was primarily physical planning. This and the previous feature together correspond to Brus's fourth characteristic. In his classic work The Socialist System, 1992, the Hungarian economist Kornai treated the traditional model as a coherent system in which the main lines of causality ran as follows, with each feature determining the subsequent one. 1. Undivided power of the Marxist, Leninist party and the dominance of its ideology. 2. Dominant position of state and quasi-state ownership. 3. Predominance of bureaucratic coordination. 4. Plan bargaining, quantity drive, paternalism, soft budget constraint, weak responsiveness to prices. 5. Forced growth, shortage economy, labor shortage and unemployment on the job. Conceptualizing a complex historical reality as an institutional model is inevitably influenced by the author's theoretical background, empirical knowledge and classification used. The present author regards the main features of the traditional model as 1. State ownership of the means of production. 2. Political dictatorship. 3. A mono-hierarchical system. 4. Imperative planning. 5. A subordinate role for money, profit, prices, and banks. Consider each in turn. State ownership of the means of production. In the traditional model, the dominant form of ownership is state ownership. The state owns the land and all other natural resources and all the enterprises and their productive assets. Collective ownership, e.g. the property of collective farms, also exists, but plays a subsidiary role, and is expected to be temporary. In due course, it is expected to be transformed into the higher form of state ownership. Private property in the means of production, e.g. animals and tools used on the private plots of collective farmers, also persists on a small scale in some sectors, but is frequently subject to official campaigns directed against it, e.g. during the Cultural Revolution in China. The only fully accepted kind of private property is that in consumption goods, but even here the state sector receives priority. Those who use state-owned consumption goods, e.g. housing, normally receive greater benefits from them, because of their higher quality, than those who rely on privately owned consumption goods. State ownership of the means of production is justified on three grounds: first, that it is necessary for national economic planning; secondly, that it is the highest form of social ownership of the means of production; thirdly, that it enables consumption goods to be allocated in accordance with the desert's principle. State ownership of the means of production allows the state to allocate resources to key national economic tasks. For example, the state can minimize the resources devoted to financial and other non-productive services and allocate massive resources to heavy industry, scientific research, education, and regional development. In this way, it can accelerate growth, and attempt to create the conditions for overtaking and surpassing the capitalist world. From a Marxist, Leninist point of view, the frittering away of resources in capitalist countries, e.g. in activities such as advertising, trading in financial assets, lengthy and expensive legal proceedings, etc., and their failure to mobilize many of the resources available, unemployment, low participation rates, unused production capacity, contrast adversely with the high mobilization of resources in the traditional model. The class struggle, which, according to Marxists, is one of the fundamental contradictions of capitalism, is ultimately based, according to Marxism, on the division of society between the owners of the means of production and the proletarians who do not own the means of production, and have to sell their labor power to the capitalists. In order to overcome this contradiction, Marxists advocate the socialization of the means of production. In the traditional model, socialization is identified primarily with state ownership. As the 1977 or Brezhnev Constitution of the USSR put it, Articles 10 and 11, the foundation of the economic system of the USSR is socialist ownership of the means of production in the form of state property, belonging to all the people, and collective farm and cooperative property. State property, i.e. the common property of the Soviet people, is the principal form of socialist property. With state ownership of the means of production and of their products, the state is able to allocate consumer goods in accordance with the contribution that individuals have made to building up the new society. As the widow of the top economic policy maker and administrator in Poland in 1949-56 explained, Turanska 1987, 28, in answer to a question about the exceptionally early retirement permitted for a number of formerly prominent party leaders. It was all according to the law. There are legal provisions for such privileges for activists. After all, socialism is built on the principle of equality before the law, not total equality for everyone. And the law clearly states that those who have rendered services to the Polish People's Republic have certain privileges. They used to be certified by special ID cards, those have gone out of use now, but the custom has been retained. A very appropriate rule. Asked about the numerous villas enjoyed by Bierut, the Polish leader up to 1956, she replied, "Well, was he supposed to stifle in 3 rooms? Everyone has to have appropriate living conditions guaranteed according to his rank and burden of responsibility. The time of total equality may come, but not until communism. Under socialism you can't have a minister earning and living like a shopkeeper, mainly because then no one would want to be a minister. In socialism everyone should be given not an equal share, but a share according to his deserts. Political dictatorship too. The political system in which the traditional model is embedded is a dictatorship, that is, a system in which the ruling group impose their will on society, and deal with opposition, real and imaginary, by repression, i.e. arrest, deportation, imprisonment, execution. This dictatorship was originally known as the dictatorship of the proletariat. This formula expressed the idea that it was a dictatorship of the proletariat, by the proletariat, for the proletariat. Although the formula dictatorship of the proletariat was abandoned in the USSR under Khrushchev, along with the Stalinist terror which it had been used to legitimate, it was retained elsewhere. For example, in China it is still orthodox. A people's democratic dictatorship is the officially favored description of the political system in China, but in essence this is the same as the dictatorship of the proletariat. Point 3. Since, naturally, the proletariat as a whole cannot exercise a dictatorship, it must be exercised by some representative body. In the traditional doctrine, that body is the Communist Party. As the Chinese constitution puts it, under the leadership of the Communist Party of China and the guidance of Marxism, Leninism and Mao Zedong thought, the Chinese people of all nationalities will continue to adhere to the people's democratic dictatorship and follow the socialist road. The dictatorship has important economic consequences. For one thing, it makes disasters more likely. Because feedback is suppressed by censorship and repression, it is much easier than would otherwise be the case to pursue policies which have disastrous consequences, such as the collectivization of agriculture. Even when these policies lead to famine, the extent of the famine can be hidden by censorship and control over the movement of people. The leadership has an interest in hiding the extent of the famine so as not to undermine the image of the glittering future towards which the party is supposedly leading society. It is not an accident that the worst famines of the 20th century were in China and the USSR, see Chapter 6. More generally, by simultaneously politicizing all decisions and eliminating feedback mechanisms, the dictatorship generates specific forms of waste. These are basically of two types. There is waste resulting directly from counterproductive central policies, and waste resulting from unintended, by the leadership, responses by local officials and the population at large to central policies. Examples of the former range from the economic crisis of 1931-3 in the USSR, the economic crisis of 1958-62 in China, and the economic crisis of 1979-80 in Poland, to the decline in labor productivity in Cuba in the 1960s and the poverty and unemployment in Vietnam in the 1970s and 1980s. An example of the second kind of waste, that resulting from the unintended response of local officials and the population at large to central policies, is provided by the reaction to the non-labor incomes campaign of 1986 in the USSR under Gorbachev. As a result of this, the food and housing situations in a number of Soviet cities worsened. Some local officials began preventing the delivery of food products grown on private plots to the market in order to prevent the earning of non-labor incomes. At the same time, people became afraid to let out spare rooms in their flats in case local officials treated the rent as non-labor income. At a time when the national leaders were making great efforts to improve the food and housing situations, the unintended responses to their own policies were making them worse. The dictatorship was reflected in socialist planning thought in the important principle of party-mindedness. The principle of party-mindedness meant that the plan was a concrete expression of party policy. It had to look at all problems from a party point of view. This principle was of great importance in all the state socialist countries. The party-mindedness of planning was ensured, inter alia, by party control over appointments and promotions. The State Planning Commission, Gosplan in the USSR, itself was under the supervision of the Department of Planning and Finance organs of the party's Central Committee, CC. Other departments of the CC, e.g. the Department of Heavy Industry, the Department of Defense Industry, the Department of Agriculture, etc., supervised particular branches of the economy, controlling, in particular, appointments and policy. Party control over appointments in the economic apparatus was simply one example of the nomenklatura system, Voslinsky 1984, at work. Point 4. The principle of party-mindedness was also very important for published economic statistics. This led to distortions both of omission and of commission. The former led to the non-publication of sensitive data. The latter led to the publication of false data. Some examples of distortion by omission are as follows. In 1969-85 the Soviet statistical handbooks omitted data on prices on the collective farm markets, which previously had been regularly published. The intention, presumably, was to hide the significant degree of inflation which the USSR experienced in the Brezhnev period. Similarly, the publication of Soviet infant mortality statistics stopped in 1974, and resumed again only in 1986. The reason, clearly, was that Soviet infant mortality in the late Brezhnev period was rising, and that to have acknowledged this in published official statistics would have violated the principle of party-mindedness. As for distortions in published data, these have been described by the prominent Soviet statistician and director of the Research Institute of the Soviet Statistical Office, TSSU/Goskomstat, in 1979-89, Ellman, 1998, 76. He has described how published statistics were improved prior to publication. He has also summarized the results of the recalculation of the official growth statistics begun at Goskomstat at the end of the Perestroika period. The re-evaluation for 1961 to 1990 revealed the official overstatement of the growth rates of gross social product by over 1.7 times, national income by 2.1 times, and industrial production by more than 2 times, of which machine building and metalworking were overstated by 3.2 times. 5 In our estimations, the annual average growth rate of the gross social product and national income, respectively, decreased from 4.4% and 3.4% during the period 1961 to 1975 to 1.6% and 1.1% in 1976 to 1990. By contrast, the TSSU estimate for gross social product in 1976 to 90 was 3.1%, and for the national income it was more than double our estimate. Since the population increased by 13.9% in 1975 to 1990, the per capita growth rate in that period was under 1% pa. This statistical falsification was intended to mislead outsiders. However, it ended up by misleading the Soviet leadership itself, and supported the complacency of the late Brezhnev and Chernenko periods. As Ellman, 1998, 76, pointed out, by overstating the rates of economic growth, especially in the 1980s, official statistics gave the leadership a relatively favorable picture of socio-economic development. The conclusion the leadership drew from these reports was that the Soviet economy was developing, albeit with shortcomings, and in certain branches was even developing well. No warnings of the imminent collapse of the Soviet economy ever made their way into the reports presented to the authorities. A mono-hierarchical system. The result of combining state ownership of the means of production with political dictatorship was to create a mono-hierarchical system. This term describes an economy in which the various economic hierarchies, industrial, labor, financial, supply, banking, internal and external trade, investment, agricultural, technical progress, national, regional and local, are ultimately all responsible to the party leadership. The central economic bodies may be numerous and disunited, the local bodies numerous and at odds with each other and with the central bodies, but ultimately authority flowed from the center to the periphery, in accordance with the principle of democratic centralism. The mono-hierarchical nature of the traditional model meant that vertical relations of hierarchy and subordination dominated horizontal relations of contract and exchange. Hence there was, normally, an absence of competition, and a dominant role was played by the fulfillment of evaluation criteria imposed from above, rather than criteria of usefulness and value for money insisted on by customers. Imperative planning. Planning in the traditional model primarily took the form of orders, binding on the recipients, as in any army or civil service. Characterizing planning in the traditional model, Stalin long ago observed that our plans are not forecasts but instructions. Whereas in some models planning takes on an indicative form, or is merely political or external, e.g. to impress aid givers, in the traditional state socialist model it took the form of instructions binding on the participants in the economy. The characteristic feature of the planned economy in the traditional model was that economic activity proceeded in accordance with instructions from above. This identified planning with the bureaucratic allocation of resources. In the traditional model, the plans are largely long lists of output targets. They are operationalized by two procedures, listing the corresponding investment projects to be completed, continued, or initiated, and breaking down the plan to individual enterprises, via intermediate organizations such as the ministries. Breaking down the plan means disaggregating the plan to link national targets with the productive activity of individual enterprises. These lists and the broken down production targets become instructions binding on the relevant bodies. In accordance with the important address principle, in the traditional model to each plan target there corresponds an organization or address responsible for carrying it out. This ensures the imperative character of the plans. A subordinate role for money, profit, prices, and banks. The role of money in the Soviet economy was limited by the fact that many consumer goods, housing, public transport, education, medical care, were basically allocated, or heavily subsidized, rather than sold at market prices. Rents, fares, and charges for medicines did exist, but they were relatively insignificant. Because of this, and because of the fact that producer goods were rationed, money in the traditional model was not a universal medium of exchange. There were many things it could not buy. Furthermore, the role of money as a store of value was undermined by inflation and periodic, partial, confiscation, as in the Soviet monetary reform of 1947. In addition, in principle there was a sharp division between bank money, used in transactions between enterprises in accordance with the plan, and cash money, used to pay wages and usable for the purchase of consumer goods. Most planning work was concerned with calculating material balances, that is balance sheets in physical units of particular goods, in order to try and ensure a balance between the need and availability of those goods. Levine 1960, Ellman 1973, Chapter 1. There were material balances for the production and distribution plans, labor balances for the labor plan, fuel, energy balances for the plans of the energy sector, and financial balances for the financial plan. A major innovation in Soviet planning in the 1960s involved the introduction into planning work of a new type of integrated balances, input, output. Nevertheless, money did play a significant role in the traditional model. One of the functions of money in the traditional model was to enable the banking system and financial agencies to check/audit the behavior of the enterprises, known in the USSR as control by the ruble. Furthermore, although the plans were formulated primarily in physical terms, as tons of this or cubic meters of that, the allocation of financial resources was very important and frequently discussed at the highest level. Gregory and Harrison 2005. This resulted from the need to aggregate and make comparable the output of a very large number of concrete goods. Money was also useful for enterprises, and they sought it both by attempting to raise prices and by attempting to obtain subsidies and grants from the higher bodies, e.g. the relevant ministry, and the financial system. Neither the state nor enterprise managers were primarily motivated by profit-seeking. As Stalin explained to the first U.S. workers' delegation, 1927, the extraction of profit is neither an aim nor a motive force in our socialist industry. Reverting to this question after 2 decades of experience of the traditional model, he stated in Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, 1952, that in a socialist planned economy profitability must be considered not from the standpoint of individual plants or industries, and not over a period of 1 year, but from the standpoint of the entire national economy and over a period of, say, 10 or 15 years. By analogy with the short-termism that is said to characterize financial markets, this might be called long-termism. Hence, in the traditional model there were many planned loss enterprises. These were enterprises which were expected by the plan to make losses in the plan period. These losses were automatically covered by the state budget and had no adverse economic effects on the enterprises concerned. Prices in the traditional model were quite inappropriate as guides to the efficient allocation of resources, and were, generally, not used as such. This resulted from the state determination of all prices at infrequent intervals, the fact that enterprise activities were supposed to be determined by the plan they received from above, the rationing of producer goods, and the fact that prices were fixed on a cost-plus basis. Prices were mainly important in aggregating diverse goods. The banking system was expected to authorize payments necessary for the fulfillment of inter-enterprise contracts in accordance with the plan, check that these payments were indeed necessary for plan fulfillment, and use the savings of citizens in the state savings bank to help finance the state budget. In the traditional model there was no bank financing for individuals, nor, in principle, for unplanned enterprise activities, nor was there trading in domestic financial assets. The Minister of Finance was a significant, but subordinate, figure in the economic and political hierarchy. According to Marxist, Leninist doctrine, the survival of money and financial flows in a socialist planned economy was something of an anomaly which would in due course disappear. Stalin assumed that in the higher phase of communism, when collective ownership would have disappeared and state ownership would have become universal, goods would circulate on the basis of direct product exchange, i.e. physical exchange without the intermediation of money. Waste and unplanned activity in the traditional model. There is an extensive literature, with important contributions by Lieberman, 1950, Berliner, 1957, Kornai, 1959, Bergson, 1964, Grossman, 1977, and Schwemukiao, 1981 and 1986, which describes and explains the waste and unplanned activity in the traditional model. Perhaps the main issues dealt with in this literature are, the dictatorship over needs, the difficulties with innovation, the long construction and running in periods, the instability of the plans, and the second and third economies. The dictatorship over needs. Experience showed that, instead of the traditional model ensuring the fulfillment of social needs, it often prevented the satisfaction of social needs. The resulting situation was described by Feher, Heller, and Marcus, 1983, as a dictatorship over needs. This situation resulted from a number of factors. 1. Bureaucratization. Both empirical and theoretical analysis emphasized the role of bureaucratization under socialism. On the basis of the experience of war communism, Kritzman, 1924, 143, argued that the basic distortion of the internal relations of the proletarian natural economic system was its bureaucratism. On the basis of his experiences in the USSR in the early 1930s trying to help in the building of socialism, the U.S. engineer Witkin, 1991, 133, considered that, the country moves ponderously forward, much slower than is commonly believed, with incredible waste and human suffering. He ascribed the main responsibility for the state of affairs to the bureaucratic methods of Soviet officialdom. Similarly, in the course of his well-known theoretical analysis of the economics of socialism, Lang, 1937, 127-8, stated that the real danger of socialism is that of a bureaucratization of economic life, and not the impossibility of coping with the problem of allocation of resources. In the traditional model, bureaucratic considerations, risk aversion, plan fulfillment, bounded rationality, subservience to superiors, take precedence over economic considerations, costs, markets. Hence cost control, technical progress, and customers suffer. As the German author Barrow, 1978, 222, argued, the essential obstacle to economic dynamism in the traditional model consists in the fact that right down to the factory director and head of department, the laws of bureaucratic behavior time and time again take precedence over economic rationality, which in this connection, at least, would be the higher criterion. 2. Adverse effects on personal consumption. A very important feature of the traditional model was its adverse effect on personal consumption. Aspects of this were widespread shortages and queues. The long time devoted to shopping, the intermittent supply of basic consumer goods and the long waiting lists for durables such as housing and cars were notorious features of the traditional model. A very limited assortment of goods and services, with many imported goods and some very important services, such as repairs to housing and consumer durables, being almost unavailable in the legal economy. Poor quality and availability of food products. Poor quality of manufactured consumer goods. Slow introduction of new consumer goods. These topics are discussed further in Chapter 8. 3. Production for plan rather than for use. In a system of imperative planning, the main job of the enterprises is to carry out orders from above. It is for this that they are judged. Whether or not the output meets the wishes of consumers is a matter of indifference for the enterprises. 6. Hence, under the traditional model there was often a substantial gulf between the volume of output and its usefulness. The discrepancy between the impressive production figures and the meager volume of consumer satisfaction derived from them had become a very sore point in the USSR in the perestroika period. As a Balkan, 1987, 14, the director of the Institute of Economics of the USSR Academy of Sciences, very sensibly observed. According to the data for 1985, we produced 788 million pairs of shoes, and the USA, West Germany, England, and France taken together, 700 million pairs. Moreover, their population is 1.5 times that of the USSR. We do not need so many shoes. Furthermore, the kind of shoes that many enterprises are currently producing we also do not need. There is no need to plan the output of shoes. Let the enterprises produce those shoes, which the consumers need, and which they order via the wholesale trade. The fact that state control over the economy can cause a divergence between what is produced and what is actually needed is not a modern discovery. It was already well known 2,000 years ago. It was, for example, discussed in the famous discourses on salt and iron 7, which record a debate in the 1st century BC in China on the state monopolies of salt and iron. In this debate, popular representatives pointed out that the state monopoly of iron led to a situation in which, instead of producing iron tools suitable for the situation in particular places, only standard tools were produced. These were often not suitable for farming needs. They argued for the abolition of the state monopoly so as to ensure the provision of suitable tools at reasonable prices. 4. Wasteful criteria. The fact that the traditional model was one of predominantly physical planning meant that the assessment of the work done by enterprises often depended on their meeting physical output targets, e.g. output measured in tons. These assessment criteria often stimulated waste. Nov 1958. For example, a Chinese textile enterprise, for which quality, defined as the absence of imperfections, was an important target, achieved this very efficiently by cutting out all imperfections so that every length of cloth was dotted with holes. Donathorn 1967, 160. Waste was also generated when aggregated criteria in prices were used, e.g. gross output. For example, the central planners, concerned with maximizing output, often ignored the cost of output and its usefulness. Although the USSR overtook the USA in the production of a number of important intermediate goods, e.g. in 1990 the production of steel in the USSR was 77% or greater than in the USA, they were often produced less efficiently and the volume of final products derived from them was often lower than in the USA. In some of the experiments which preceded the Kosygin reform it was found, Kahn in 1967a, that instructing clothing factories to produce according to the requirements of shops led to a fall in the growth rate. This did not signify that the experiments were a failure. It simply resulted from the fact that, when given a choice, the shops ordered a wider assortment of clothes than the planners would have ordered. As a result, production runs were shorter and there was less output, measured in constant prices rather than in units measuring consumer satisfaction. The ministries were primarily concerned with plan fulfillment and hence sometimes ignored proposals which would have raised national economic efficiency but which might have jeopardized a ministry's plan, such as the construction of specialized enterprises to provide low-cost components for enterprises belonging to several ministries, Sullivan 1968. The enterprises were primarily concerned with securing a low plan for the production of goods with which they were familiar. They had little incentive to pay attention to the needs of customers, to innovate or to ensure the most efficient use of the resources which they had. Shwemukiao, 1981, 198, explained, for example, that in China, many enterprises produced large amounts of substandard products because they devoted exclusive attention to quantity and neglected quality. In the last 2 decades, the quality of many products has not improved but worsened. Although the targets for output and output value were overfulfilled, great losses were caused to the state and the people. For instance, the quality of tractors was so poor that they often lay idle after the peasants spent much of their savings to buy them. The cost of farm production rose, while agricultural labor productivity remained the same. 5. Slack plans. A notorious feature of the traditional model was the tendency by enterprises to strive for a slack plan, i.e. a plan which provided for the production of less output than possible or the use of more inputs than was necessary. Socialism was supposed to have eliminated the contradiction between the productive forces and the productive relations which Marxists consider to be the reason for the inevitable downfall of capitalism. The fact is, however, that under state socialism too there was a conflict between the socio-economic system and the development of production. This was regarded as undesirable by Soviet policy makers and various measures were implemented which were intended to end this practice. For example, a major feature of the Kosygin reform of 1966-9 was a new incentive system designed to motivate enterprises to aim at taut plans. The Kosygin reform failed in this respect because of the prevalence of administrative uncertainty, the system of incentives for managerial personnel, and the risk-averting behavior of Soviet managers. 6. Rationing of producer goods. The waste which resulted from the rationing of producer goods was already familiar to observers of war communism. Kritzman, 1924, 102-3, argued that both capitalism and the bureaucratic economy are inefficient, but that their inefficiency takes different forms. Whereas under capitalism there are difficulties with sales and the accumulation of stocks with producers, under the bureaucratic economy there are difficulties with supply and the accumulation of stocks with users. No surpluses can accumulate with the producers, since the product is not superfluous in an absolute sense. As a matter of fact, if such a surplus is formed, it will be immediately allocated when the first demand for it is announced. The multitude of independent allocating organizations, however, unavoidably causes situations in which, for example, an organ demanding paraffin lamps gets all the necessary lamp chimneys, 100%, from one economic organization, but only 60% of the holders from another, 50% of the wicks from a third one, and only 20% of the burners from a fourth. In this case 4/5 of the lamp chimneys, 2/3 of the holders and 3/5 of the wicks will prove to be superfluous and lie wasted. A month later, the burners, so much needed by the first user, will lie unused with another organ needing paraffin lamps. Similar cases are unavoidable with fuels, raw materials, and various complementary materials. This type of waste persisted throughout the whole history of the traditional model, in all the countries in which it was introduced. For example, a Soviet estimate, Socialist 1968, 36, suggested that in the mid-1960s 25% of all working time in the USSR was being lost through difficulties with the supply system. The effects of the rationing of producer and consumer goods are considered further in Chapter 8. 7. The residual principle. An important aspect of the traditional model was the leading links principle. This meant that, at any given moment, the efforts of the planners, and the allocation of material and human resources, were directed to certain priority sectors, the leading links. Precisely which sectors were the leading links naturally varied over time. In the USSR in the 1930s the leading links were iron and steel, heavy engineering, power generation, and tank and aircraft production. In the 1940s armaments, in the 1950s nuclear weapons, intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, steel, coal, oil, and housing. In the 1960s ICBMs, chemicals, and natural gas, and in the 1970s and 1980s ICBMs, oil, and natural gas, agriculture and electronics. The mirror image of the leading links principle was the residual principle. This meant that non-priority sectors had to take what was left after the leading links had received what they required. The residual principle tended to have a harmful effect on services crucial for the well-being of the population, such as medical care, housing, and retail trade. 8. Misallocating prices. In the traditional model, prices are determined by state organs on a cost-plus basis, and are fixed for lengthy periods. Prices are important not as guides for enterprise decision-making but as a means of aggregating physical data and for financial control. This system is a logical part of the traditional model, but is not conducive to the efficient allocation of resources, technical progress, and quick reaction to changing circumstances. It encourages the use of expensive inputs to produce those goods with which the enterprises are familiar. It discourages cost reduction, innovation, adaptation to new developments and the satisfaction of consumer needs. There is an extensive literature giving examples of this and analyzing their causes. Nove 1968, chapters 4 and 8, Bergson 1964, chapters 4 and 8, Zielinski 1967, Berliner 1976, Part 2. The prices of consumer goods are normally fixed in a way that contributes to the frequent state of widespread shortages which lowers real incomes below the level which would be technically attainable. See Chapter 8. Difficulties with innovation. It is well known that the state socialist countries experienced rapid technical progress over long periods of time. They showed rates of increase of labor productivity and changes in assortment that compare not unfavorably with those of the leading industrial economy of the 19th century, the UK, and of the 20th century, the USA. On the other hand, this required high rates of investment, was not unique in the post-World War II world, and did not prevent economic stagnation in the CMEA, and, in some CMEA member states, economic crisis, in the early 1980s. Furthermore, they tended to copy, rather than originate, new technology, and in the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s had great trouble in modernizing the product mix of existing plants, and more generally, in reducing the technology gap between themselves and the leading capitalist countries. According to a classic study, ellman et al. 1977, despite the great emphasis placed in Soviet planning on technical progress, the technological gap between the USSR and the leading capitalist countries in the mid-1970s was substantial and had not diminished in the previous 15 to 20 years. By the mid-1980s, the slowdown in Soviet growth, combined with the rapid technical progress in the West, had led to the problem of reducing the technology gap being replaced by the problem of preventing the technology gap widening. Factors hindering innovation included the hostility of the authorities to unrestricted intercourse with the capitalist world and especially to the free movement of people, the state monopoly of foreign trade, the absence of foreign direct investment, FDI, the risk-averting behavior generated by the system, the centralization of initiatives, the emphasis on economies of scale even where this conflicts with rapid changes in assortment, the separation of research from development, the stress on cutting costs of the producers of equipment rather than on service to customers, and the emphasis at all levels of the economic hierarchy on quantitative plan fulfillment, Berliner 1976. Long construction and running in periods. A well-known and much discussed aspect of the investment process in countries with the traditional model was that the construction and running in periods of new plants tended to be excessive, relative both to planned periods and also relative to international experience. An example is set out in Table 2.1. Other examples are given in Chapter 5. Table 2.1 Time taken to construct thermal electric power stations completed in the USSR in 1959 to 62. Period of construction, years. No of thermal stations. 5 to 7. 8. 8 to 10. 8. 11 to 13. 8. 14 to 15. 2. Source, Krasovsky, 1967, 52. These lengthy construction periods are one of the results of the system of investment planning, see Chapter 5. Instability of the plans. A characteristic feature of the plans which had a severe adverse effect on the work of enterprises, was their instability, Smekhov 1968, Shwemukiao 1981, 18. The operational, quarterly and annual, plans of enterprises were often altered repeatedly, during the course of the planned period, sometimes even retrospectively. The instability of the plans was a permanent feature of the planned economies. A feature of the Brezhnev era in the USSR was the end-year reduction in plan indicators so as to reconcile actual plan underfulfillment with formal plan fulfillment. The second economy. By the second economy is usually understood that part of the economy resulting from private production and/or redistribution. Attempts were sometimes made to abolish it, e.g. the USSR in 1918-21 and 1930, China in 1958-9 and the Cultural Revolution, and Kampuchea in the late 1970s. The results of such attempts were always very adverse for popular welfare, and were always ultimately abandoned. Even when parts of this sector, e.g. the private plots of collective farmers, were legalized, other parts often remained criminalized. The extent of criminalization varied over time and between countries. The long-run tendency was to reduce the area of criminalization. The second economy provided goods, services, and income for the population which the state sector was unable, or unwilling, to provide. The third economy. By the third economy is understood transactions between state enterprises which were unplanned, but which were entered into in order to achieve the goals of the plan. Such transactions arose because it was often impossible to fulfill an enterprise plan with the planned, or actually available, inputs. This sector was extensive in all countries with the traditional model. It was normally tolerated by the authorities, indeed an important role in it was often played by local party officials, since otherwise the economy could scarcely have functioned. Causes of waste and unplanned activity in the traditional model. The fact that there were fundamental theoretical reasons why it would be impossible to realize the Marxist model of socialism on a national economic level was pointed out long before the Bolsheviks came to power, for example by Pearson, 1902. A similar early critique was Baron, 1908. Subsequently, this argument was widely repeated. Well-known criticisms after the Bolshevik seizure of power are those of Mises, 1920, and Hayek, 1935, 1937, 1945, 1988. In the present author's opinion, the three fundamental factors which explain why the Marxist aspiration for a non-market planned national economy cannot be realized efficiently are partial ignorance, inadequate techniques for data processing and complexity, Ellman 1978. Point 8 Not taking these three factors into account generates a theory of rational social decision-making which is profoundly flawed, and whose weaknesses are the underlying reason for the ultimate failure of socialist planning. Partial ignorance. If, as in some models, the central authorities had perfect knowledge of the situation throughout the economy, and also adequate techniques for processing it and transmitting the results, then they would have been able to calculate efficient plans and issue them to the periphery. In fact, the central authorities were partially ignorant of the situation throughout the economy, and this was a major factor causing the unexpected and undesirable, from a Marxist Leninist point of view, negative phenomena discussed above, such as the dictatorship over needs, bureaucratization, production for plan rather than use, wasteful criteria, slack plans, the residual principle, the instability of the plans, the second and third economies, and so on. The partial ignorance of the planners was of two types: first, ignorance which was created by the planning process; secondly, ignorance which was unavoidable. The first type of ignorance had three causes: subordinates may transmit inaccurate information, the process of transmitting information may destroy some of it, and the addressees of information may not receive it. Consider each in turn. A. Subordinates transmit inaccurate information. It is well known that in any bureaucracy, Downes 1967-77, each official tends to distort the information he passes upwards to his superiors in the hierarchy. Specifically, all types of officials tend to exaggerate data that reflect favorably on themselves and to minimize those that reveal their own shortcomings. This explains such phenomena as the exaggeration of agricultural output figures in the USSR, which Khrushchev and Gorbachev criticized, and in China during the Great Leap Forward. It also explains the exaggeration of input requirements and the underestimation of output possibilities that was a normal part of the process of planning and counter-planning by which the plans were drawn up. B. The process of transmitting information destroys some of it. An example of how the process of transmitting data may destroy some of it is provided by the aggregation problem. During the process of planning there was aggregation by commodities, enterprises, and time periods. All three introduced errors. Aggregation errors can be reduced by following suitable aggregation criteria, or by enlarging the detail of the plan, but are unlikely ever to be eliminated. C. The addressees of information may not receive it. Another example of how socialist planning can create ignorance is provided by what the cognitive theorists of decision-making refer to as the assumption of a single outcome calculation. This refers to the fact that the decision-making process often does not match the uncertain structure of the environment in which events might take a number of alternative courses. Rather, it imposes an image and works to preserve that image. Hence, pertinent information may enter the decision-making process or it may be screened out, depending on how it relates to the existing pattern of belief. That information which is threatening to established belief patterns is not expected to be processed in a fashion wholly dominated by the reality principle. Steinbrunner 1974, 123. The classic example of course is Stalin's surprise at the German invasion of 1941, despite the advance information transmitted by Zarga and others, resulting from his screening out of information that threatened an established belief pattern. Similarly, the Polish party leader Gomulka was surprised at the outcome of his policy of self-sufficiency in grain, despite warnings by economists such as Kalecki of its likely adverse effects. Fewell 1975, Chapter 19. Not only may decision-makers screen out accurate information, but they may also suppress its sources. For example, the reaction of the Polish leadership to the discussion of the five-year plan for 1966-70 was not only to ignore the suggestions made, whose correctness was shown by subsequent events, but also to take exceptionally violent action, Brus 1973, 107, against the leading discussant, Kalecki. Similarly, one of the causes of the problems of Soviet agricultural policy between the wars was the screening out of accurate information about, for example, the size of harvests and of marketed output, and of the importance of proper crop rotation, and the suppression of the leading specialists in agricultural statistics and agronomy. More generally, the screening out of information provided by specialists, and sometimes their suppression, because the political leadership distrusted the specialists, regarding them as not our people and politically unreliable, was often a source of avoidable ignorance in the state socialist countries. It was one of the wastes resulting from the dictatorship. Once accurate information was screened out and its purveyors suppressed, reliance was often placed on people who were in fact not competent in the area concerned. As the Hungarian economist Janasi, 1970, noted, the Stalin era was characterized not only by suspicion of specialists but also by confidence in non-specialists. 9 For example, in working out investment plans, reliance was often placed on engineers not competent in the area concerned, let alone in calculating and evaluating costs. As a result, some extraordinarily expensive projects were designed and executed. Moreover, once accurate information has been screened out, and its sources suppressed, an entirely fanciful picture of reality may play a major role in the perception of decision makers. This is especially easy if there is a strict pre-publication censorship of all publications, and only material supporting the illusions of decision makers can be published. For example, it is well known that at the end of Stalin's life his policies were having a very negative effect on agriculture in the USSR and throughout Eastern Europe. One reason for this was that, as Khrushchev, 1956, 29, pointed out in his report to the 20th Congress of the Soviet Communist Party on the personality cult and its consequences, Stalin's perception of the agricultural situation largely derived from films which portrayed a quite illusory picture of rural prosperity. Many films so pictured collective farm life that the tables were bending from the weight of turkeys and geese. Evidently, Stalin thought that it was actually so. A major feature of developments in the CMEA countries after the death of Stalin was a reduction in the ignorance of decision makers. The publication of statistical data was substantially increased. New, policy-related disciplines such as mathematical economics, sociology, and demography grew up. Serious discussions were held on policy questions. Nevertheless, the partial ignorance of the decision makers, which they themselves had created, still played a major role in developments. In the USSR, the distortions in economic statistics played an important part in the collapse of the whole system by giving the leadership a much too optimistic view of actual economic developments, Ellman 1998, Konin 1998. Similarly, a former colonel of Soviet military intelligence blamed the Soviet defeat in the Cold War on the absence in the USSR of independent research institutes studying strategic security and economic issues, Ellman and Kontorovich 1998, 45. In their absence, the decisions which were made failed to reflect a good understanding of the actual situation. Some ignorance is just unavoidable. The nature of economic life is such that the economy is continually being affected by events that were not foreseen when the plan was being drawn up. This is particularly obvious with respect to harvest outcomes, innovations, either technical or managerial/organizational, international affairs and demographic factors. This ignorance about the future can be reduced, for example, by establishing institutes for research into the international economic situation or demography, but it can never be eliminated. Not only were the central decision makers unavoidably partially ignorant, but also the attempts to concentrate all relevant decision making in their hands were costly. They were costly in two ways. First, large numbers of people and a considerable amount of specialized equipment were required. Secondly, the erroneous view that social rationality can be attained by calculating a central plan which is then faithfully executed may reduce the responsiveness of the country to new information and hence generate waste. The former Soviet mathematician Lerner, 1975, 214, argued that a distinguishing feature of a system with centralized control is a high degree of rigidity of the structure, because adaptation, to both random changes and changes caused by the evolution of the system and of the environment, does not take place in the individual parts of the system but only in the central control point. Centralized control permits stabilization of a system over a long period, suppressing both fluctuations and evolutional changes in the individual parts of the system without reconstructing them. However, in the final analysis, this may be damaging to the system because contradictions between the unchanged structure of a system with changes associated with evolution increase to global dimensions and may require such a radical and sharp reconstruction as would be impossible within the framework of the given structure and would lead to its disintegration. 24 years after the original publication of the book from which this passage comes, the disintegration it had foreseen took place, corroborating its author's theoretical arguments against centralist control as an efficient long-term control mechanism for large complex systems. The assumption that all relevant data have already been processed at the center, and that the duty of all subordinates is to carry out the plan, may simply result in wasteful and socially irrational responses to the changing situation because subordinates are barred from socially rational responses and the center lacks the information. Point 10. It is because of partial ignorance that feedback mechanisms are so important in economic control. They enable the economy to respond smoothly in the event of unforeseen disturbances. Examples of what happens in the event of inadequate feedback mechanisms are the notorious shortages and queues for consumer goods which characterized the state socialist economies. These partly resulted from the absence of the two feedback mechanisms, flexible prices and flexible quantities, which balance supply and demand under capitalism. Inadequate techniques for data processing. The inadequacy of the techniques available to process such data as were available was the main reason for the instability of the plans and one of the reasons for the long construction periods. The planning techniques used for socialist planning, material balances and input-output, were such that the current plans were always inconsistent. Ellman 1973, Chapter 1. As the inconsistencies came to light during the planned period, it was necessary to alter the plans so as to allow the economy to function. Attempts were made to overcome this problem by improving the planning techniques. It sometimes happened, however, that major innovations in planning techniques, about which high hopes were held, simply failed to achieve the objectives of those who introduced them. For example, during the 1960s, input-output was widely introduced in planning in the European state socialist countries. It was the first mathematical technique to be introduced in socialist planning, and high hopes were held by many about the benefits that would flow from using it. It was widely expected that it would eliminate the problem of inconsistent plans because the use of input-output would enable consistent plans to be calculated. In fact, however, this turned out to be erroneous. Input-output, like material balances, was quite unable to resolve the problem of drawing up consistent plans for all the centrally planned commodities. Ellman 1973, Chapter 1. This did not mean that the new technique was useless. On the contrary, it turned out to be very useful for the calculation of pre-planned variance and as a source of information. The problem it had been introduced to solve, however, remained unresolved. Not only may new techniques fail to solve the problems that they were introduced to solve, but experiments with them may simply underline the losses caused by the use of administrative methods. A well-known example was provided by the use of linear programming in the USSR in the 1960s to calculate minimum cost transport schemes. As Belkin and Berman observed in an article in Izvestiya of December 4, 1964. This is not a complicated task. Many articles and books have been written and not a few dissertations defended, but almost no freight is shipped by the optimal schemes. Why? Simply because the transport organizations are given plans based on maximizing ton kilometers. One can establish computer centers, and conceive superb algorithms, but nothing will come of it as long as the transport organizations reckon plan fulfillment in ton kilometers. Complexity. Complexity is used here to describe the fact that decision-making is dispersed over numerous individuals and organizations. The dispersal of decision-making is a normal and necessary reaction to the difficulties of collecting and processing in one spot all the data necessary for rational decision-making. It creates, however, numerous problems. One of the reasons for the inconsistency of the current plans, which in turn is a major cause of their instability, was precisely that the planning of production and supply for the entire national economy was regarded as too complicated for any one organization and accordingly was split up among many organizations. This created numerous coordination problems. Ellman 1973, 24-5. Similarly, numerous problems were created by the fact that, in the traditional Soviet model, planning, the compilation of plans and checking up on their fulfillment, was split between two organizations, Gosplan, the State Planning Committee, and TSSU, the Central Statistical Administration. For example, the introduction of input-output into Soviet planning in the 1960s was hindered by the fact that the two organizations used different commodity classifications. The dispersal of decision-making over various organizations ensures that it will be affected by what Downes, 1967, 216, termed the law of inter-organizational conflict. This states that every large organization is in partial conflict with every other social agent it deals with. The traditional Marxist, Leninist theory of planning assumes that all the decision-makers in an economy form a team, that is, a group of persons working together, who have identical goals. In fact, the decision-makers form a coalition, that is, a group of persons working together who have some, but not all, goals in common. 11 It is because decision-makers form a coalition and not a team that incentives, both negative and positive, moral and material, play an important motivating role in ensuring the necessary output of work. The fact that decision-making is dispersed among a coalition, whose members are not allowed, in many cases, to charge for their output, is one of the causes of bureaucratization. The reason for this is that it brings into operation what Downes, 1967, 188, termed the law of non-money pricing. This states that organizations that cannot charge money for their services must develop non-monetary costs to impose on their clients as a means of rationing their outputs. Hence, much of the irritating behavior of bureaucrats often represents a means of rationing their limited resources so that they will be available to those truly anxious to use them. It is precisely because non-market organizations tend to breed bureaucratization that, throughout the whole history of socialist planning, efforts were repeatedly made, with a singular lack of success, to combat bureaucracy. The importance of the dispersal of decision-making in ensuring that even a state-owned non-market economy would not necessarily be socially rational was familiar already to acute observers of war communism. Shortly after its end, Kreutzmann, 1924, 98-9, observed that, if we consider the economy as a whole, we come to the conclusion that, in our proletarian natural economy, exploitation and the market were overcome without overcoming the anarchy of economic life. As is well known, commodity production is anarchic economy. It would, however, be incorrect to conclude from this that a non-commodity economy, that is a natural economy, is necessarily a non-anarchical, that is a planned, economy. For an economy to be anarchic, it is necessary and sufficient for there to be a multiplicity of independent economic subjects. With the advantage of almost a century of extra experience, we can add to Kreutzmann's observation the twin points that, the dispersal of decision-making is inevitable and permanent, because of partial ignorance and inadequate techniques for data processing, and that an economy with dispersal of decision-making may be, but is not necessarily, socially irrational. Is the traditional model a planned economy? The actual course of economic development in countries with the traditional model often differed sharply from that which was planned. This is shown both by the phenomena discussed earlier in this chapter and also by a number of macroeconomic developments. For example, neither the Polish depression of 1979–82 nor the Soviet stagnation of 1979–82 were consciously planned. Furthermore, the plans were often only available late, and frequently altered. Hence the question arises, in what sense were the economies of countries with the traditional model planned? This question has been examined on both a historical and theoretical level. On the historical level, after a very detailed analysis of the actual practice of Soviet planning in the Stalin period, Zaleski, 1980, 484, concluded that, the priority of management over planning has been the dominant feature of the Soviet economy since Stalin's time. Since management is highly centralist, this feature is characteristic of the whole model. Therefore it is more nearly correct to call the economy centrally managed rather than centrally planned. On the theoretical level, a number of authors argued that planning, as it existed in the traditional model, was not planning in the Marxist sense. This was an argument which United New Left, Tickton 1973, Bettelheim 1986, and Newright, Roberts 1971. It was not planning in the Marxist sense because it was not socially rational, as shown earlier in this chapter. It was actually rather wasteful. The anarchy of production had not been abolished, as shown by the existence of the second and third economies. The actual course of development often diverged from the plans, and money and commodities were not eliminated. The relationship between plan and outcome naturally differed between sectors, the weather and the world market being notoriously unplannable, over time, and between countries. The fact that there was often a substantial gulf between what was planned and what actually happened is easy to understand from the perspective of systems theory. The plan was only one of the factors, and often not a very important one, determining outcomes. Other important factors which helped to determine the outcome were the behavior of the entities in the system, e.g. ministries, enterprises, and households, and the economic environment. Hence, from the standpoint of systems theory, there was no reason to expect economic life to be determined solely by the plan. The difference between plan and outcome also directs attention to planning not as a means of attaining certain objectives, but as a rationality ritual in the sociological or anthropological sense. As a rationality ritual, it had two aspects: giving significance to human life and legitimizing the ruling group. It did the first by conveying the illusion that the waste we thought we observed in countries with the traditional model was actually part of a rational system. It did the second by ascribing to the priests, planners, economists, and other technicians, and the rulers they served, the function of bringing order out of chaos, of leading society to the glittering future. Point 12. Conclusion. The main features of the traditional model were state ownership of the means of production, political dictatorship, a mono-hierarchical system, imperative planning, and a subordinate role for money, profit, prices, and banks. The model exhibited widespread waste, inefficiency, and anarchy. The fundamental reason for the waste, inefficiency, and anarchic aspects of the traditional model was theoretical, namely, the omission from the traditional Marxist, Leninist theory of planning of some essential aspects of reality. They were partial ignorance, inadequate techniques for data processing, and complexity. Hence the economies of countries with the traditional model were not planned in the Marxist sense of a socially rational economic system. Nor were they planned in the technocratic sense that the plan alone determined the outcome. An important function of planning was to serve as a rationality ritual. 3. The reform process. Introduction. The problems of the traditional model were well known for decades. In the USSR, reforms were advocated from the early 1930s, initially publicly, and later in confidential memos to the top leaders. However, the case for reform was rejected because in the opinion of the leadership the problems were outweighed by the big advantage of the traditional model. This was that it enabled resources to be concentrated on key investment projects. Actually implemented policies to overcome the problems began much later, and took on different forms in different countries. The Maoists argued that the way to do this was by internal political struggle, decentralization to local political authorities, and self-sufficiency. In the GDR, reliance was placed in the 1970s and 1980s on the reorganization of industry into vertically integrated combines run by technocrats and with a considerable say in the plan compilation process. In the USSR under Brezhnev, stress was laid on the automation of planning and management, improved planning of technical progress, the reorganization of industrial management, and, in the heyday of détente, import of technology, including turnkey factories. By the late 1980s, however, the predominant reaction to the problems of the traditional model was that of economic reform. By economic reform was understood a major institutional change that replaced the traditional model of a socialist economy by an alternative model of a socialist economy that combined centralist state decision-making with a market mechanism. The need for economic reform was argued for many years by politicians, such as Ordzhonikidze, a Politburo member and at the time the USSR's top industrialist, and economists, such as Brus, Poland, Kornai, Hungary, Shwemukiao, China, and Nemchinov, Petrakov, Zaslavskaya, Popov, and others, USSR. They argued that the experience with the traditional model showed the need to make the transition to a new model which would combine centralist state decision-making with the market mechanism, or, as it was sometimes put, to create a planned economy with a built-in market mechanism. According to the reformers, the market should be seen not as the negation of planning but as an instrument that could be used to achieve efficiently some of the goals of the plan. The reformers hoped to combine the advantages of socialism, abolition of exploitation, socialization of the major economic decisions, full employment, price stability, social security, an equitable income distribution, and economic growth, with the advantages of the market, abolition of shortages and queues, efficient use of intermediate products, innovation and rapid technical progress, and attention to personal consumption. More generally, the reformers hope to combine the informational, incentive and feedback functions of the market with overall control by the center. Not only did these arguments generate a lively economic literature, but in certain periods in certain countries they were very controversial politically. The censorship, dismissal from appointments and menial jobs were among the instruments used to suppress the reformers. The implementation of economic reform began in Yugoslavia in 1950-1, was discussed in Poland and Hungary in the mid-1950s, temporarily introduced in Czechoslovakia in 1967-9, introduced in Hungary in 1968, in China from 1978, and attempted in the USSR in 1966-9 and from 1988. By the late 1980s, the once controversial arguments of the reformers had been partly accepted by the authorities in countries accounting for virtually all the population of the state socialist world. In the late perestroika period, 1988-91, the Soviet leadership ended the dictatorship, one of the key features of the traditional model. As a result of this, a process of transformation of the economic system into a variant of the previously rejected capitalist system began in Central Europe, Poland, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia, in 1989 and spread to the former USSR in 1992. In countries which retained the dictatorship, such as China and Vietnam, the traditional model was transformed into what can be termed developmental state capitalism with state socialist features, see Appendix. Some cases. Yugoslavia. The traditional model of socialist planning was introduced in Yugoslavia in 1946-50. Its introduction, and also the economic blockade by the Cominform I which began to take effect in 1949-50, led to a big increase in investment, particularly in industry, an increase in industrial output, especially of producer goods, a poor performance by agriculture, a modest increase in national income, and a sharp fall in real wages and per capita consumption. The poor results of the traditional model, combined with the need to seek internal social support for a polity under threat from hostile external forces, and to differentiate the Yugoslav economic system from the traditional model prevailing in the Cominform countries, led to radical institutional changes in 1950-1. The scope of central planning was greatly reduced, being mainly confined to investment. A system of workers' self-management was introduced, and the forced collectivization of agriculture came to an end, see Chapter 6. This more decentralist model functioned in approximately 1952-65. These reforms were quite successful in raising living standards and increasing the legitimacy of the authorities. Nevertheless, this new model experienced both systemic and conjunctural problems. On the systemic level, investment, foreign trade, inflation, and employment all gave rise to considerable difficulties. For example, spokesmen for the more developed republics argued that national investment planning meant that they were being made to subsidize less developed regions, and that this was undesirable, leading to higher costs and lower returns than would otherwise be the case. Under Yugoslav conditions of significant differences, and often hostility, between republics, transferring authority from the center to the republics had the effect of diffusing tension between the national and local power elites. On the conjunctural level, the 5-year plan for 1961-5 was unsuccessful. It was abandoned in 1962 in response to the recession of 1961-2. The upswing of 1964 ended in massive inflation and a large balance of payments deficit. The reaction by the leadership to this combination of systemic and conjunctural problems was to implement a new round of economic reforms, often referred to as the 1965 reform. This reform was implemented in 1964-7, and chiefly affected investment and foreign trade, the chief areas of central control retained in the decentralist model. From 1965 to the early 1970s, Yugoslavia purported to have a largely market economy with only sporadic federal intervention. Referring to the situation in 1970, one well-informed observer, Granic 1975, 468, wrote that, the Yugoslav economy is run along Adam Smith lines to a degree which is quite unusual for Europe as a whole. Other writers, however, suggested that the role of non-market regulation in this period was substantial. It soon became obvious that the post-1965 system too was unable to generate socially rational outcomes. Emigration in search of work abroad grew. Unemployment, inflation, and the balance of payments deficit all remained high. Subsequent comparative studies of microeconomic efficiency, Sapir 1980, and macroeconomic stability, Burkett 1983, in the periods before and after the 1965 reform are unfavorable to the latter period. Flaherty, 1982, 141, concluded that, reform, reacting to the experience of the 1950s, consistently underestimated the risks of decentralization and liberalization, moving from one non-viable strategy to another. The combination of political, nationalist movements in Croatia and Kosovo, conjunctural, inflation and balance of payments deficits, and systemic problems gave rise to a further round of institutional changes leading to the adoption of what, following Burkett, 1986, may be termed the bargaining model. This model was introduced by constitutional amendments in 1971 and consolidated by the adoption of a new constitution in 1974. The most important feature of this constitution was the far-reaching power granted to the six republics, Serbia, Croatia, Slovenia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Macedonia and Montenegro, and two autonomous provinces, Kosovo and Vojvodina. As far as the economy was concerned, the most important results of the adoption of the new model were twofold. First, there was the fragmentation of the national market into 8 sub-markets, each with its own taxes, foreign exchange system, investment policy, and regulations of all kinds. At a time when the EEC was integrating the economies of its member states, and the CMEA was attempting to implement its program of economic integration, see Chapter 9, Yugoslavia adopted an economic system which promoted the economic disintegration of the country. The result was wasteful investments. Each republic strove to develop a wide range of industry, regardless of likely costs of production, loss of economies of scale and potential gains from specialization, and unnecessary costs, resulting from the need to meet the requirements of the various republics. Secondly, there was the development of bargaining as the key factor in economic decision-making. Bargaining, of course, existed long before the early 1970s. What was new about the period since 1971-4 was the importance it attained. In an institutional context in which central authority was so weakened, bargaining has emerged as the key mode of decision-making. Since each of the 8 republics/provinces had a veto right and could not be overruled, national decision-making required a long and difficult process of consensus forming/horse trading. Naturally, this was viewed favorably by the political leadership in each republic/province, which was the main beneficiary from the system and its chief supporter. Bargaining, however, is a very inefficient decision-making system, Johansson 1979, Van den Dole 1979, Chapter 3. In the late 1980s, the Yugoslav economy was characterized by a deep economic crisis with both conjunctural and systemic aspects. On the conjunctural level, the most important elements were, the foreign debt and onerous debt service ratio, the high inflation, falling real wages and real consumption, and unemployment. On the systemic level, the main issue was the viability of the bargaining model and, more generally, of all the institutions created in Yugoslavia since World War II. The depth of the crisis, the prolonged failure of the authorities to resolve it, and the international importance of the Yugoslav model, led to a wide discussion both in Yugoslavia and outside it as to the cause/s of the crisis. Some writers ascribed the crisis to the system. For example, Cirque, 1979, 242-6, treated the institutions of workers' self-management as being the chief cause. Similarly, Zhupanov, 1983, saw the roots of the crisis in the contradiction between the role of a firm in a market economy and institutions partly derived from Marx's notion of an association of direct producers. Similarly, the implication of Burkett, 1986, was that the problems were largely a result of the bargaining model, and could be cured either by a greater reliance on market forces or more centralization. Other writers laid more stress on the policies that were pursued and on the policy preparation process. For example, when analyzing the reasons for the failure of the reform of 1965 to achieve the anticipated results in the field of foreign trade, Flaherty, 1982, 142, concluded that, planning and patience were the requirements for success, but reform tended to neglect both in favor of quick remedies from the imposition of the discipline of the market. Similarly, Vasic, 1986, 17, stressed that, an efficient apparatus for the formulation and implementation of current economic policy is needed for timely decision-making at the national level. Other authors laid the blame on the environment. At one time, official spokespeople blamed the unstable world economy, oil shocks, high real interest rates, low rates of growth of imports by trade partners, etc. By the mid-1980s, this argument was no longer very convincing, for three reasons. First, Yugoslavia had received substantial advantages from the outside world, remittances from Gastarbeiter, loans from overseas lenders. Secondly, in precisely the same international environment, numerous countries had done much better than Yugoslavia. Thirdly, to the extent that Yugoslavia was vulnerable to external factors, e.g. high interest rates, this was largely a result of earlier policies by Yugoslavia itself, e.g. the substantial loans contracted in the 1970s. Unofficial thinkers in Yugoslavia itself tended to see the domestic political system as the root cause of the problems. At the Fourth Congress of Yugoslav Political Scientists held in Belgrade in June 1984, there was widespread agreement with the view that the basic cause, and therefore the main characteristic, of the crisis of Yugoslav society is the crisis in the ideological and political sphere. The economic crisis actually plays the smallest role, Vasic 1986, 16-17. A particularly important environmental problem for Yugoslavia was the conflicting interests and aspirations of the various nationalities which made up that country. This played a key role in the evolution of its economic and political system, and was a crucial background factor explaining the crisis. Bargaining may have been an inefficient decision-making system, but it was, at any rate, a non-dictatorial and non-military method of resolving objectively existing conflicts of interest. One of the features of the Yugoslav experience which gave rise to a wide international interest was the institution of workers' self-management. This was officially treated in Yugoslavia as the realization of an important part of the Marxist legacy. It contributed, according to this interpretation, to overcoming alienation by replacing private ownership and the social division of labor with free associations of producers. At one time, this interpretation was also widely repeated outside Yugoslavia. Was this in fact the real significance of workers' self-management? According to a classic study by Granic, 1975, the main significance of self-management, i.e. the decentralization of decision-making, under Yugoslav conditions was that it contributed to defusing nationality conflicts. It did this by reducing the role of political factors in decision-making and enhancing that of purely economic factors, which it was more difficult to blame on the privileged position or ill will of a particular nationality. As far as the role of the workers is concerned, in Granick's interpretation, this was not so much to manage the factories, in fact, this was done by the managers, but to legitimize a market economy in a country ruled by a league of communists with Marxism, Leninism as its official doctrine. Other writers suggested that workers' self-management was a real economic phenomenon, whose effects, in some interpretations, were one of the causes of the crisis, e.g. because of the allegedly inflationary tendencies of workers' self-management. The economic effects of workers' self-management under Yugoslav conditions is an interesting and controversial topic which gave rise to extensive empirical work, e.g. Estrin 1984. In 1989, to tackle the crisis and stabilize the economy, Yugoslavia adopted a standard stabilization package. It proved impossible to implement this, largely because of conflicts between the federal government and the republics/provinces, and between the latter themselves. At its 14th Congress in January 1990, the League of Communists of Yugoslavia, before 1952 the Communist Party of Yugoslavia, fragmented into Republican parties which soon changed their names, into Socialist or Social Democratic. The country dissolved into civil war, the result of which was the dissolution of the former Yugoslavia and its replacement by a number of successor states. The Yugoslav communists in their period in power entirely failed to create a stable and viable economic system, or to ensure the survival of the country. Poland. Poland had a rich experience with discussions of economic reform and attempts to introduce economic reforms. The discussions were on a high theoretical level, and had an international impact. This was due to the outstanding contributions of a number of Polish economists, e.g. Lang, Brus, and Kalecki, the relatively weak censorship, and the massive popular opposition to the party and the traditional model. The first national economic plan which reflected the traditional model was the Six-Year Plan, 1950-5. It led to a massive increase in investment, especially industrial investment, a massive increase in industrial output, especially of producer goods and weapons, a massive increase in military expenditure, a big increase in national income and employment, a modest increase in agricultural output, and a significant decline in real wages in 1950-3, prior to the more pro-consumption policies of 1954-5 initiated by the post-Stalin Soviet leadership. The unsatisfactory outcome of the Six-Year Plan, combined with Khrushchev's report to the 20th Congress of the Soviet Communist Party on the personality cult and its consequences, the workers' revolt in Poznan, June 1956, and the disarray in the ruling elite, Bierut, the Polish leader in the Stalin period, died in March. Gomulka, who had been condemned for right-wing and nationalist deviation in 1948, came to power in October, created in the autumn of 1956 excellent conditions for a sharp break with the traditional model. 3 radical documents were quickly drafted, published for public discussion and then passed into law. They were, Government Regulation No. 704, November 10, 1956, providing the state industrial enterprises with substantial autonomy, the Workers' Council Act establishing workers' councils as the managing bodies of enterprises, and the Enterprise Fund Act establishing the principles and rules of profit sharing. The first 2 acts were formally adopted by the Polish Parliament on November 19, 1956. In addition, the partial collectivization of agriculture was ended, and an accommodation with the Catholic Church was arranged. In May 1957 the Economic Council, an official advisory body which had been established in 1956 and which included the leading academic economists, adopted a comprehensive reform blueprint. By this time, however, the wind had veered. As it turned out, the only 2 lasting results of the Polish October were the partial decollectivization of agriculture, i.e. the decollectivization of that part of agriculture which had been collectivist, and the recognition of the Church. The economic reform was soon emasculated. The Economic Council itself was disbanded in 1963 following a steady erosion of its role. The most controversial aspect of the reform was the position of the workers' councils. The reason for this was primarily political. It threatened a basic feature, a mono-hierarchical system, of the traditional model. If actually realized, it would have replaced the appointment of managers by party officials and their responsibility to party officials, the nomenclatura system, by autonomous firms independent of the party, state apparatus. This would have greatly weakened the power of the party, state apparatus and created an important social group independent of it. Hence, in the medium run it might have threatened yet another of the main features of the traditional model, the political dictatorship. After October 1956, the new party leadership, which shared with its predecessors a commitment to the mono-hierarchical system and the political dictatorship, and whose social basis was formed of groups who benefited from them, quickly normalized the non-agricultural economy. By 1958, the workers' councils had been fully incorporated into the party, state apparatus. As for the documents on decentralized decision-making, reducing the role of physical planning and increasing the role of market relations, they remained just documents. The reasons for this are controversial. Some writers, e.g. Nutty 1979, 257, stressed economic factors, and other writers, e.g. Bruss 1985, stressed political factors. On the economic level, as Bruss pointed out, in 1954-8 real wages grew rapidly, even without substantial non-agricultural reforms. This naturally undermined the perceived need for them. Furthermore, as Nutty pointed out, in 1958-9 there was an investment boom in Poland, the extent of which appeared to signal the problems of decentralization, and the control of which appeared to require renewed centralization. The political factors are quite clear. The Polish party leadership, an unpopular minority group ruling a hostile country, was permanently afraid that liberalization might get out of hand and threaten their power monopoly. As the once prominent party leader J. Berman pointed out, when explaining why the party was so cautious about liberalization, Turanska 1987, 350. One can ask whether we were right to use brakes in implementing it, to do it slowly and gradually, to phase through the process of liberalization. But why did we do this? We did it because we were afraid of what broke out in 1956 and 1980 but could have broken out already in 1954. Poland is a Pandora's box. In the early 1960s there was a widespread discussion throughout the CMEA about the limitations of the traditional system and the need for reforms. This found its echo in Poland in the form of limited changes announced in 1964-5. These were also partly a response to the low growth of real wages in the early 1960s. The changes were within system changes rather than a radical reform, and failed to have any significant impact. The next attempt at reform came in the mid-1970s with the reorganization of Polish industry into large firms, Nutty 1977. The first of the new units appeared in 1973, but within a couple of years institutional reform had ceased to have any significance. Popular opposition had been bought off with large consumption increases, and local officials given a free hand to initiate grandiose investment projects, both paid for by foreign credits. The legal recognition by the authorities in 1980-1 of the independent trade union Solidarity, combined with the rapidly deteriorating economic situation in 1979-82, once more placed economic reform on the political agenda. This despite the fact that the crisis had been primarily caused by the macroeconomic policy of the authorities rather than by the traditional model. An official reform commission reported in June 1981, its report was adopted by the Ninth Party Congress in July 1981 and served as a basis for laws passed in the autumn of 1981. These were supposed to come into force, to the extent that they did not contradict martial law regulations, from January 1982. What effect did these measures have on the actual running of the economy? It rapidly became obvious that they had not led to a rational synthesis of central planning and market processes. Rather, there developed in Poland in the mid-1980s a system which has been described as one of authorizations and bargaining, where, Samatupang 1988, 295, footnote deleted. The center and enterprises are constantly negotiating over the scope of government orders or operational programs, material supplies, hard currency, employment, prices, taxes and amortizations, subsidies and investment. The results of the negotiating process are often specific to individual enterprises or industrial sectors. The role of vertical bargaining and individual norms prevented the emergence of a built-in market mechanism in the state industrial sector. Although the traditional model was no longer fully functioning, the system which did exist in the mid-1980s was a hybrid which no one had ever advocated. Attempts by the authorities to implement economic reforms were hampered by popular opposition to the costs of a market system, hard work, income insecurity, price increases, unemployment, Poland's massive foreign debts, the economic incompetence of the leadership, popular hostility to a military dictatorship which had presided over a very sharp fall in living standards, and the eternal fear of Polish communists of going too far and hence cutting off the branch they were sitting on. For Jaruzelski, as for Berman, Poland is a Pandora's box. The poor performance of the hybrid Polish model in terms of living standards and public services, such as medical care and housing, undermined public interest in and support for economic reforms as a means of overcoming the problems of real socialism. By the mid-1980s, economic reform in Poland was being kept alive mainly by external forces, the IMF, and Soviet perestroika. Among the Polish people, attention to purely personal and private matters, and lack of interest in public affairs, prevailed. After 3 decades of talk about economic reform, what some reformist communist intellectuals had striven for in 1956 increasingly appeared unrealistic. The notion that, under Polish conditions, it was possible to combine the political dictatorship with extensive reliance on market mechanisms appeared very naive. An interesting and important issue raised by Polish experience concerned the relationship between economic reform and economic policy. Was too much attention given in Poland to economic reform and too little to economic policy? Already in 1957, Kalecki argued, Tribunał Ludu, February 3, that the problems of the 6-year plan were not caused primarily by the model but by the excessive and inefficient investment program and by the additional defense expenditure caused by the deteriorating international situation at the beginning of the 1950s. The traditional model, according to this line of reasoning, was not an independent cause of the problems but a result of the planners trying to finish key investment projects and obtain the resources necessary for rearmament in an environment of acute shortages of the necessary resources. Hence, the chief way to overcome the problems was to adopt more sensible policies, in particular to reduce the share of investment in the national income, to raise the efficiency of the investment process, and to reduce military expenditure. The view that too much attention was given in Poland to economic reform and not enough to policy was also argued by Szaluk, 1974. There is much to be said for this line of argument. The main social and political problem of the 6-year plan, the sharp fall in real wages in 1950-3, was overcome in 1954-8, not by reforming the economic mechanism but by changing economic policy, a more sensible policy in agriculture, a reduction of the shares of investment and defense in the national income, more attention to consumer interests. The crisis of 1970, which forced the resignation of the then party leader, was largely a result of policies which had been criticized by Kalecki already in 1964, see Chapter 2, 43, but which had nevertheless been endorsed by the leadership. The deep economic crisis of 1979-82 was primarily a result of another policy failure, the inability of the authorities to preserve internal and external economic equilibrium in the 1970s. In the 1980s, when considerable official efforts were devoted to implementing the various stages of economic reform, the main economic needs of the country were successful policies to stimulate agriculture and exports. Although there was much good sense in this argument, it should not be taken too far. There was a close relationship between the economic model and economic outcomes. In the three sectors particularly important for Poland in the 1980s, agriculture, consumption, and foreign trade, it was notorious that the traditional model had severe adverse effects on economic outcomes, see chapters 6, 8, and 9. It was difficult to conceive of successful agricultural and hard currency export promotion policies, and eliminating shortages of consumer goods, within the traditional model. In 1989, under the influence of perestroika in the USSR, the dictatorship came to an end in Poland. A largely free election led to an anti-communist majority in the Polish parliament which adopted a policy of rapid transition to capitalism, which was implemented from January 1990. Initially output fell sharply, and it took a decade to bring inflation below 10% RPA. Furthermore, privatization of the existing state-owned enterprises turned out to be a long and complex process. Nevertheless, by the beginning of the second decade of the 21st century this transformation seemed successful. Living standards had risen, output was growing, the economy had been restructured, the de novo private sector had grown quickly, and Poland entered the EU in 2004. The perpetual crises which marked socialist Poland had given way to steady economic success. Hungary. Serious work on criticism of the traditional model and the design of an alternative began in the Institute of Economics of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences in 1953-5. A classic fruit of this research was Kornai, 1959, the English translation of a thesis defended in 1956. This combined a critical description of the traditional model with ideas for reform. A detailed reform blueprint was prepared in 1957. The political atmosphere following the Soviet military intervention of 1956, however, was not compatible with the radical economic reform. After the Katar administration consolidated power, and the discussions throughout the CMEA had legitimized the idea of economic reform, a comprehensive economic reform was initiated in Hungary from the beginning of 1968, the new economic mechanism, NEM. The ideas underlying it were not new, but the changed political climate now made it possible to implement them. The essence of the NEM was the abandonment of imperative planning and physical planning. The central bodies continued to compile plans. However, instead of breaking them down into detailed physical targets binding on particular enterprises, they attempted to realize them by means of financial levers, e.g. prices and taxes, which in principle were uniform for an entire sector or for the whole national economy. Looked at from the standpoint of the enterprises, the essence of the NEM was that current production planning and the rationing of producer goods were swept away. Enterprises were in principle free to determine their own production programs on the basis of orders from customers and to obtain the inputs they needed by freely negotiated purchases from suppliers. In making their decisions they were supposed to be guided by profitability, and by the financial parameters set by the center. In 1973-8 there was renewed stress on the use of administrative measures, followed by renewed waves of reform from 1979 onwards. The main successes of the NEM were in agriculture and the private sector. In Hungary in the mid-1980s there was an abundance of food available, and the country was a net food exporter. This had been achieved mainly by providing the agricultural enterprises with much more autonomy than they had in the traditional model, and by encouraging the private sector, see Chapter 6. The private sector was encouraged not only in agriculture but also in the non-agricultural sector, notably in construction and services. It has been estimated that in Hungary in 1984, one-third of all working time was spent in the private sector, which accounted for 56% of the output of new dwellings and the overwhelming majority of repair and maintenance services, Kornai 1986, 1707. The private sector consisted mainly of the part-time activity of state sector employees, genuine cooperatives, and self-employment. Large-scale private enterprises remained illegal. As far as the state sector was concerned, although the traditional model had been abolished, it had not been replaced by a market mechanism but by a mixture of bureaucratic and market processes. Bauer, 1983, referred to this system as neither plan nor market. It was not planning in the traditional sense, since breaking down the plan to individual enterprises and the rationing of producer goods had both been abolished. Neither was it a real market system. Competition was weak, and there was a monopolistic market structure. Prices, markets, and profits were only of limited importance for state enterprises. They had to concern themselves at least as much with the views of their hierarchical superiors, with social and political expectations, with current official policy and with the constantly changing official regulators, e.g. prices, price-forming rules, charges for the use of natural resources, taxes, etc. Kornai, 1986, 1715, described the reformed system in the following way: the Hungarian economy is a symbiosis of a state sector under indirect bureaucratic control and a non-state sector, market-oriented but operating under strong bureaucratic restrictions. Coexistence and conflict exist between the social sectors in many ways and all the time. In the late 1980s, the Hungarian economy exhibited a number of serious negative phenomena, both social and economic. On the social level, the chronic housing problem, the very long hours of work, resulting from the second and third jobs of state economy employees, alcoholism, morbidity, and poverty were all serious problems. On the economic level, stagnant or declining real wages throughout the 1980s, at any rate if only state sector income is considered, inflation, balance of payments deficits and growing foreign debts were all major problems. By 1987 the growing external debts were increasingly alarming economists and politicians, while the government's plans for tax changes, the introduction of personal income tax and value-added tax, and actual and anticipated inflation and job insecurity were increasingly alarming the public. Hungarian experience illustrated the importance of economic policy for popular welfare. In the mid-1980s, Hungary, unlike the other CMEA countries, shielded personal consumption from the worst effects of macroeconomic stagnation by drastically slashing investment, see Chapter 5. In the same period, it also protected personal consumption by running a current account deficit, like Poland in the 1970s. This led to a build-up of foreign debt. It was an example of buying social peace by mortgaging the future. It was the pro-consumer economic policy, plus the successful agricultural and private sectors, that most distinguished Hungary from the other CMEA countries in the mid-1980s. In 1989, as a result of perestroika in the USSR, the dictatorship came to an end, and with it political support for the state socialist system. Capitalism was gradually built, with help from the EU and IMF. After a sharp transformational recession output and living standards slowly recovered and in 2004 Hungary entered the EU. However, experience of capitalism undermined popular support for it. A public opinion poll in the autumn of 2009, at the beginning of the world economic crisis, showed only a narrow margin of approval for the switch to capitalism, 46% approved and 42% disapproved. Strikingly 72% of respondents said that most people in Hungary were worse off than they had been under socialism, only 8% said that most people were better off, and 16% said that things were about the same. 3. The GDR. Unlike Yugoslavia, Poland, and Hungary, the arguments for economic reform had little lasting impact on the GDR. The new economic system of 1964-8 was terminated at the end of the decade in view of both the problems of implementing it and the new political situation created by the 1968 Czechoslovak attempt to create a socialism with a human face and its destruction by Soviet military intervention. Instead, the GDR concentrated on improving planning and streamlining industrial management. Efforts were made to improve the quality of planning by strengthening the role of the 5-year plans, and by involving the firms themselves more in the planning process. Industrial management was streamlined by a process of amalgamating enterprises into vertically integrated firms, combines, with capable managers. In Marxist, Leninist planning theory, the basic plan was the 5-year plan. It is this which was supposed to shape the structure of the economy, focus the work of all persons in the economy and make substantial progress in achieving the objectives of the party. Great efforts were made in the 1970s and 1980s throughout the CMEA to ensure that this was actually so. Traditionally, the main operational plans had been the annual plans and those for even shorter periods such as quarters, months, 10 days, and 24 hours. In the GDR, at any rate, this seems to have been achieved, Boot 1982. Whereas in the 1950s, annual planning had predominated, from 1971 to 4 the 5-year plans became of much greater importance. In the latter period, the annual plans depended much less on actual performance in the previous year, and much more on the 5-year plan. In the traditional model, the plans were worked out by a process of planning and counter-planning, i.e. of administrative iteration. The center issued control figures, the periphery received the control figures, and, on their basis, submitted plan suggestions to the center. In the light of these suggestions, the center issued revised control figures. Having received them, the periphery submitted revised suggestions, and so on. This process was sometimes referred to as plan bargaining. Planning and counter-planning was not confined to an exchange of documents. A former Soviet planner described, Kushnirsky 1982, 66, how in the USSR in the final stages of compiling a draft plan, representative delegations from all ministries and Republic Gosplans begin the siege of Gosplan. Day after day, ministers and chairmen of Republic Gosplans, accompanied by their retinues, arrive at Gosplan with arguments, diagrams, calculations and tables with the sole purpose of obtaining more resources. Gosplan preserves a certain amount of resources for such situations, which of course is not enough to satisfy everyone. An important feature of GDR planning was the crucial role played in this process of administrative iteration by the firms, combines, themselves. Aided by their informational advantage, their small number and their acknowledged capable managers, the firms used their strong position relative to the ministries to make a major input into the planning process. Granick 1975, 211, Boot 1983. Enterprises in the GDR were grouped into combines. These were large, often vertically integrated firms, headed by capable managers, and with important rights in the field of foreign trade. Combines such as Carl Zeiss Jena and Robotron were well known for their engineering capability and the quality of their products. A well-known U.S. specialist in international management comparisons stated that his impressions of GDR top industrial management were, Granick 1975, 215, quite favorable. He was impressed by their apparent willingness both to assert and to delegate authority. He was also impressed by the willingness of the authorities to dismiss politically acceptable but technically inefficient managers and their attention to career planning for managers. In the mid-1980s, the GDR was a stable welfare state with the highest living standards in the CMEA. Its macroeconomic performance was marked by steady growth and stable prices, at any rate as measured by official statistics. These statistics overstated its actual performance. Nevertheless, compared with the other CMEA countries, its achievements were real and impressive. Although some problems of the traditional model, e.g. widespread shortages, also existed in the GDR, the population was at any rate spared the sharp falls in living standards experienced by Poland and Romania, and the long hours, sharply rising prices and uncertainty about the future which characterized Hungary. Compared with the FRG, on the other hand, the achievements of the GDR were much less impressive. What explained this combination of relative success with an absence of economic reform in the traditional sense of combining central planning with a built-in market mechanism? There appear to be three reasons. First, some aspects of the traditional model were in fact changed. The greater role of the 5-year plans, the greater role of the firms, combines, in the plan compilation process, and the authority of the firms, combines, in the economy were all new. If the GDR was not an example of economic reform, it was at any rate an example of a modified, rationalist and technocratic version of the traditional model. Secondly, the environment was especially favorable for the traditional model. This was a result of several factors. In the GDR, the traditional model was planted in an old industrial region with substantial numbers of scientists, engineers, and skilled workers. The population was already accustomed to industrial society. Hence, the model was able to inherit the traditions of scientific and technical expertise, skilled labor, hard work, and the efficient operation of bureaucratic structures that had long existed in what had previously been Central Germany. Moreover, the period of full Stalinism in the GDR was very short. In addition, the country had financial and trade links with West Germany which were of great benefit. For example, in the early 1980s, when it had a very difficult external debt situation, it obtained loans guaranteed by the West German authorities. Furthermore, its trade with the West benefited from intra-German trade which in effect gave the GDR privileged access to the EEC market. Thirdly, the policies pursued in the GDR were reasonably sensible. The paradoxical, from the standpoint of liberal economics, fact that the GDR appeared to have done well compared with countries such as Yugoslavia and Hungary gave rise to an interesting discussion about the appropriate criteria for assessing the relative performance of state socialist economies. Kornai, 1988, for example, argued that in assessing reform experiences one-sided attention had been given to conventional macroeconomic criteria at the expense of a criterion such as individual freedom. As far as the freedom of individuals to spend their money freely on the goods they really wanted, or the freedom of individuals who wanted to work for themselves, or set up a business, or work in a non-state enterprise was concerned, this, according to Kornai, was clearly much greater in Hungary than in the GDR. According to his values, this greater extent of individual freedom made the Hungarian economic system of the mid-1980s superior to the GDR system. The assessment of the state socialist system in many countries, and the lessons to be learned from this, are considered in Chapter 10. In 1989, as a result of perestroika in the USSR, the dictatorship in the GDR came to an end. This led first to a monetary union with the FRG, and then later in 1990 to the dissolution of the GDR and its integration as 5 new provinces in the FRG. The 45-year experiment in building Soviet-style socialism in the homeland of Marx and Engels had come to an end. China. The traditional model was introduced in China in the 1950s. For example, the first 5-year plan, 1953-7, was modeled on Soviet experience. This applied both to its strategy, emphasis on heavy industry, and to the principles underlying its method of implementation, e.g. one-man management. Similarly, the institutions characteristic of the traditional model, such as the organization of agriculture in collective or state farms, see Chapter 6, and the state monopoly of foreign trade, see Chapter 9, were also introduced. In the wake of the 20th Congress of the Soviet Communist Party and China's experience with the traditional model, the Chinese leadership recognized that policy changes would be necessary. For example, in Mao Zedong's 1956 speech on the 10 major relationships, he argued, inter alia, that it was necessary for China to pay greater attention to agriculture and light industry, not squeeze the peasants too hard, give greater power to local organs, make less use of repression, not slavishly copy the USSR, and admit weaknesses. Mao's views had considerable impact on the level at which economic decisions were made. Maoist China was similar in many respects to a multi-divisional corporation where the separate divisions, in China, for example, provinces, are fairly self-contained, Qian and Su 1993a. Nevertheless, although Soviet economic policy was much criticized in Maoist China, many of the policies actually implemented in Maoist China, e.g. the high share of investment in the national income, the concentration of resources on heavy industry, the squeeze on rural consumption, and the suppression of private economic activity, were characteristic of the traditional model. Furthermore, the methods and procedures of economic planning remained similar to the traditional model until the major reforms of the mid-1980s. In addition, the Maoist variant of the traditional model was characterized by an even greater reliance on the use of administrative, bureaucratic, methods than was the case in the CMEA countries after 1956. This was particularly important in the fields of labor and consumer goods. From 1956, the USSR had a fairly free urban labor market, although moving to cities such as Moscow was difficult, and not to work in the state or collective sector was in general illegal. Workers were free to resign, and enterprises competed for workers. In China, on the other hand, at least up to the mid-1980s, there was virtually no free labor market within the state sector, and most labor was allocated administratively. Movement from the villages to the towns was prevented by the household registration system. This system, which had certain resemblances to the Japanese system of lifelong employment for male employees in the big firm sector, to the direction of labor in the UK in World War II, and to the system prevailing in the USSR in 1940–56, had important consequences. It meant that material incentives were much less important for the efficient allocation of labor. The Chinese labor force was allocated to its place of work, and the allocation was enforced by the rationing of consumer goods. It also meant that fear of dismissal could not be used to discipline the workers and to raise labor productivity. Furthermore, in the Maoist period, large numbers of people, e.g. school leavers, for whom there were no urban jobs, were directed to the countryside. These matters are considered further in Chapter 7. Basic consumer goods, e.g. grain, cooking oil, pork, cloth, were rationed in China during the Maoist era. This facilitated both egalitarian distribution and control over population movement. The number of commodities covered by rationing, and the extent to which goods could be obtained on the free market outside the rationing system, varied sharply over time and between places. In the Maoist period, rationing was extensive and the free market greatly restricted. In the initial reform period, rationing continued, enabling urban families officially registered as such to benefit from food subsidies. Economic reform emerged on the political agenda at the end of 1978 as a result of the coming to power of the victims of the Cultural Revolution, the poor results achieved by the Maoist variant of the traditional model, in particular in the fields of living standards and the modernization of production, growing official consciousness of China's lag behind the advanced countries and the rapidly growing East Asian countries, and the poor results of Hua Qiaobang's many great leap forward in 1978.4. In 1978, living standards were low, real wages had not increased for 2 decades, indeed, according to official statistics, average real wages in 1977 were 17% or less than they had been 20 years earlier, and poverty was widespread. Furthermore, the technological gap between Chinese production and that of dynamic Asian countries, such as Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Singapore, was growing. Instead of overtaking the advanced capitalist countries, China was in danger of falling further behind them. The investment boom of 1978 turned out to be no panacea. It raised investment to a level in excess of the absorptive capacity of the economy and generated macroeconomic disequilibrium. The most dramatic changes in the Chinese economic system which have been implemented up to the time of writing were in the fields of agriculture, see Chapter 6, external economic relations, see Chapter 9, and the private sector. In agricultural policy, the main landmarks in the reform process were twofold. First, the Central Committee meeting of December 1978, which raised state procurement prices for agricultural products and initiated what turned out to be a process of decollectivization in agriculture. Secondly, the circular of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party on rural work during 1984, document number 1, 1984, which endorsed the system of state tenancy which had emerged in the countryside. In external economic relations, the main developments were, opening the country to FDI, stimulating exports, decentralizing the right to participate in foreign trade, and joining the international economic organizations. Opening the country to FDI was initially controversial politically and confined to limited areas, but turned out to be a great success. Firms, initially from the Chinese diaspora but soon followed by the rest of the world, were attracted to China by its initial, low wages and other costs, export stimulation policies, high rate of growth and large, potential, market. Exports were stimulated by a wide array of policies. As the proposal, adopted in September 1985, of the Central Committee for the Seventh Five-Year Plan, 1986-90, clearly stated, paragraphs 41 and 42. The key to implementing the open door policy with an increased use of foreign funds and imported technology is to increase foreign exchange earnings through exports. To accomplish this, which is of paramount importance in our modernization program, we must adopt strategies which meet the demands of the international market and correspond to China's domestic conditions. Except for a few major commodities vital to the national economy and the people's everyday life, whenever there are conflicts between exports and domestic sales, priority should be given to the needs of exports. The export stimulation policies were very successful, and by 2011 China had become the world's largest exporter. In the traditional model, the state monopoly of foreign trade was exercised by a small number, varying over time between 10 and 16, of foreign trade corporations based in Beijing and responsible to national ministries. This insulated the domestic economy from the rest of the world. A feature of the reforms was the decentralization of the right to participate in foreign trade. By 1990 there were more than 5,000 companies with international trade rights. China also participated in the international economic organizations. In 1980 China replaced Taiwan as the Chinese member of the IMF and the World Bank, and in 1986 it became a member of the Asian Development Bank. It became a member of the WTO in 2001. Land in China belongs to the state, and state-owned companies, or companies in which the state has a significant interest, dominate the economy. Nevertheless, there has been a rapid growth of the private sector. This began with FDI, self-employment, enterprises with less than 8 employees, and the privatization of township and village enterprises, TVEs, and then from the late 1990s domestic private firms boomed. The state retained the large firms but privatized many small ones. The role of entrepreneurs in what, since the 14th Party Congress, 1992, was officially termed a socialist market economy was fully recognized. After the 16th Congress, 2002, entrepreneurs were formally eligible to become CCP members. At its 17th Congress, 2007, the constitution of the CCP was amended to include the formulation that the CCP unswervingly encourages, supports, and guides the development of the non-public sector. It gives play to the basic role of market forces in allocating resources. Hence, in 2007 a property law was passed giving equal status to public and private property. Obviously, initial conditions in China differed from those in Eastern Europe and the USSR in a way which had an important impact on the course of economic reform. China had a huge population, more than 1 billion, most of which in 1978 was engaged in a very labor-intensive agriculture, and a very adverse land-labor ratio. In China at the beginning of reform, food was rationed, peasants tied to their villages and urban workers tied to their place of work. For decades capitalism and market relations had been denounced as incompatible with the state ideology. The prospects for a successful transition to a capitalist system seemed bleak. Despite the obvious difficulties of developing market relations under such conditions, it turned out that initial conditions in China also differed from those in Eastern Europe and the USSR in some ways which were positive for reform and economic growth. These positive initial conditions were demographic, international, and organizational. The demographic situation created the possibility of what Lewis, 1954, described as economic development with unlimited supplies of labor. This facilitated the rapid growth first of the collective sector, e.g. village and township enterprises, see Chapter 6, and then of the private sector. Ney and Opper, 2012, 161, noted that, an abundant, nearly limitless supply of young, healthy, and literate workers ready to shift out of agricultural production was a big factor fueling the rapid growth and competitive advantage of the private enterprise economy. The international situation had three positive aspects for China. First, there was a large entrepreneurial diaspora in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia that was prepared to invest in China under suitable conditions. Secondly, Japan adopted a positive attitude to China's reforms, which promised new export markets and a bulwark against the USSR, and provided soft loans and many useful exported goods. This played a very important role in the 1980s. Thirdly, the USA also adopted a positive attitude to the reforms, initially for geopolitical and ideological reasons, and later for economic ones. Geopolitically, at a time of intense Cold War competition between the USA and USSR, a stronger China, which was very hostile to the USSR, was in the interests of the USA. Ideologically, the USA supported the ending of central planning and the development of a market economy. Economically, in due course China became a very attractive source of cheap goods for the US market and much US manufacturing was outsourced to China. An important organizational difference was that whereas the USSR and Eastern Europe were organized on unitary lines, the U-form organization, China was organized on multi-divisional lines, the M-form organization. U-form organizations are organized on functional lines, M-form organizations on product, technology, or geographical lines. 5 Whereas the Soviet economy was mainly administered by functional all-union bodies, such as the industrial ministries, a large part of economic activity in China was administered by regional bodies, provinces, counties, municipalities, etc. Within the framework of national policy, these had substantial autonomy. This involved some loss of economies of scale, regional protectionism, and wasteful duplication. However, it had the advantages, Chien and Su 1993a, that it provided a favorable environment for regional experiments, stimulated competition to achieve good economic results, and encouraged the emergence in the 1980s of the non-state sector, in particular the township and village enterprises, see Chapter 6. In addition to the specific initial conditions, there have been four important features of Chinese economic policy in the 3 decades of reform and transition to capitalism. First, its goal; secondly, its approach; thirdly, its method; fourthly, its instrument. The goal of China's reforms has been to generate rapid economic growth, Pomfret 1997. This was necessary to reduce the gap between China and the advanced countries, and to generate income and employment growth. Its approach has had 3 characteristic features. First, to avoid attempts to implement a comprehensive blueprint and instead, in the famous words of Chen Yun, to cross the river by groping for stepping stones. Secondly, to have patience and to adopt a long-term perspective, and thirdly, to accommodate unplanned, spontaneous change that was positive from the point of view of economic growth, employment, and tax revenue. 6 The method has generally been to experiment with new ideas/institutions in part of the country and see how that works out. If it works out well, it is extended to the rest of the country. The instrument which has implemented policy has been a decentralist developmental state which has supervised the process and taken advantage of the domestic and international situation as much as possible. 7. The result has been a phenomenal success. For 3 decades growth has averaged about 10% RPA. As a result, in 2010 China became the world's second largest economy, and in 2011 the world's largest exporter. The number of people living below the poverty line has declined by hundreds of millions. China is rapidly developing its R&D, higher education, large firms, and external investment. It has upgraded its exports, and now exports many sophisticated products for use in advanced sectors of the economy. In 2013 its gold and foreign exchange reserves were about $4 trillion. Extrapolation suggests that, within quite a short time, it will become the world's largest economy. Although it has many economic, social, political, and environmental problems, it has become the workshop of the world and the envy of policy makers in many other countries. USSR. The first attempt at economic reform in the USSR took place in 1965. It followed the poor economic performance of the early 1960s. In 1963, according to the CIA, Soviet GNP actually fell slightly. Khrushchev's criticism of Stalin's policies at the 22nd Party Congress, 1961, a wide public discussion of the need for reform, and the fall of Khrushchev, 1964. The new leaders hastened to announce new policies in agriculture and a reform of the urban sector. Although the reintroduction of the economic ministries was a lasting result of the reform announced by Kosygin in September 1965, the promised greater independence of enterprises and the gradual transition to wholesale trade remained just promises. In 1969, partly as a result of problems in implementing the reform, Kushnirski 1982, and partly as a result of the close connection which the 1968 Czechoslovak events had shown existed between economic and political reforms, the marketization aspect of the reforms was reversed. Looking back 2 decades later, Kontorovich, 1988, argued that the Kosygin reform, which seemed quite rational from a Western standpoint, was actually, under Soviet conditions, counterproductive, and that its reversal was economically rational. The main reason for this was that it harmed the balancing of needs and availability for individual, groups of, commodities that was the core of traditional planning and essential for the smooth running of the system. The next attempt at economic reform began in 1986 and was part of Gorbachev's perestroika. Initially, this was about improving the working of the traditional system rather than challenging its main features. It aimed at overcoming the pre-crisis situation. This was Gorbachev's own description, in which the USSR found itself in the mid-1980s. By a pre-crisis situation, Gorbachev meant a situation which, if not resolved, would inevitably be followed by a real economic crisis, for example, the one which raged in Poland in 1982. This pre-crisis situation was characterized by economic stagnation, internal disequilibrium, an increasing lag in economic and technological development behind the developed capitalist countries, and widespread drunkenness, corruption, misuse of official positions and indifference to the public good. Unfortunately for its success, perestroika was launched at a time when the terms of trade were adverse. World oil prices fell from an average of about $37 a barrel in 1980 to about $14 a barrel in 1986. This was a fall of 62% in nominal terms and more, allowing for inflation, in real terms. In 1986 the Soviet hard currency export price for oil averaged only 44% of the 1985 level, and it remained on a low level throughout the perestroika period. Hard currency export prices for natural gas also fell sharply, reaching only 38% of the 1985 level in 1988. Since oil and natural gas were the main Soviet hard currency exports, the USSR in the perestroika period faced an acute foreign exchange crisis. It also faced a drastic worsening of the fiscal situation, since the income from exporting oil and natural gas was a major contribution to the income of the state budget. Gorbachev's policies combined economic policy changes, economic reform, and political reform. Important policy changes were the acceleration policy adopted in 1985, and the fiscal, monetary, incomes and price policies pursued in 1985 to 91. The acceleration policy was intended to increase the rate of growth by modernizing the engineering sector. It led to a sharp increase in investment in 1986 to 8. The rate of growth of fixed capital seems to have increased by about a third in 1986 to 8 compared with previous years. This had the usual effect of investment upswings in a supply-constrained economy. Construction periods lengthened, the stock of unfinished construction rose, shortages increased, consumption was squeezed and the balance of payments worsened. Fiscal policy was very destabilizing. In 1985-9 the budget deficit more than quintupled in money terms, and increased from about 2% of GNP to about 9%. The increased deficit reflected the extra expenditures on investment, and the loss of income resulting from reduced oil prices and reduced state alcohol sales, as a result of the anti-alcohol campaign. The deficit was partly financed by issuing additional cash. In 1960-87 the issue of new money averaged 2.2 billion rubles per year. In 1988 it was 12 billion, in 1989 it was 18 billion, and in 1990 it was 27 billion. Between the end of 1985 and the end of 1990 the volume of cash in circulation grew by 93%. Incomes rose quickly as a result of increased wages and social payments and the economic reforms. Money incomes of the population rose by only 4% in 1986 and 1987, but by 9% in 1988, 13% in 1989, and 17% in 1990. In 1991 in the Russian Republic they rose by 117%. Prices in state trade were fixed by the state and traditionally held stable. Under conditions of rising incomes this naturally worsened shortages. Several times, 1982, 1987, the authorities seriously considered raising retail prices, but rejected this for fear of the political consequences. In May 1990 the government proposed raising retail prices, which precipitated a run on the shops, and made the shortages worse, but the Supreme Soviet rejected this. The possibility of rejecting government policy resulted from the political reform. 0.8 state retail prices were finally raised by about 2/3 in April 1991, which reduced shortages for a couple of months, but by the end of the year the USSR was suffering from acute shortageflation, a combination of shortages and open inflation. In retrospect, Gorbachev argued that his illusion in 1985 was the idea that radical reform would be possible with the inherited officials. For an economist, however, his illusion was the idea that radical reform was possible while ignoring the need for financial control. McKinnon 1993. Another destabilizing policy was the attack on the bureaucratic apparatus. An important feature of the early perestroika period was the vigorous attack on the central bureaucratic apparatus. The ministries and state committees of the all-union government were seen as centers of conservatism and bureaucratic resistance to reform. Their staffs were reduced and they were repeatedly restructured. For example, in November 1985 the 5 ministries and 1 state committee which had previously administered agriculture were abolished and replaced by one body, the State Agro-Industrial Committee. In 1989 the latter in turn was abolished. When this happened, its responsibilities for supply were transferred to the State Committee of Supply, a new central body, the State Committee of Food and Procurement, which was created to deal with food and procurement questions, and the function of managing agriculture was removed from the all-union authorities and transferred to the republics. At the 28th Party Congress, June, July 1990, 105 delegates circulated a statement about the needs of agriculture in the non-black earth zone of the Russian Republic. 9 Among other things, the statement criticized the endless administrative reorganizations affecting agriculture. In recent years the agro-industrial complex has been continuously reorganized. This has destroyed the links and interrelationships between the different parts of the agro-industrial complex, led to the loss of many highly qualified specialists, and weakened technological, productive, and state discipline. This was the view of most of the agricultural delegates. At the section on agrarian policy of the Congress, practically all the speakers proposed re-establishing the Ministry of Agriculture. The resolution of the Congress on agricultural policy specifically called for the restoration of the Ministries of Agriculture and Agricultural Machinery, and the re-establishment of a supply and service system specifically for agriculture. These demands were not conceded, partly because that would have been an admission that Gorbachev's earlier reorganizations had been harmful, and partly because they came from people opposed to Gorbachev's partial decollectivization policy. In January 1991, however, a new all-union body, a commission headed by a first deputy chairman of the USSR Council of Ministers and including representatives of the republics, was set up to deal with the food situation. Just 2 months later, in March 1991, 8 months after the Congress, and after a sharp deterioration in the agricultural and food situation, an all-union Ministry of Agriculture and Food was created. It is not surprising that, with these successive administrative reorganizations, agriculture did not fare very well. Under the conditions prevailing in the USSR in the 1980s, agriculture needed a stable and efficient central and local bureaucratic apparatus to provide it with material inputs and defend its interests. In a shortage economy 10 of the Soviet type, in the absence of a special supply apparatus, farms simply would not receive the material inputs they needed. There was no smoothly functioning wholesale market offering an alternative source of supply, only a number of monopolistic factories prepared to barter inputs for food products. Instead of benefiting from a minimally competent and stable bureaucratic apparatus, agriculture suffered from a bureaucratic merry-go-round organized by the country's top political leadership. This was typical of the situation throughout the economy. Gorbachev, partially, removed the bureaucratic apparatus which had previously implemented policy, linked the center with the periphery, and provided the management staff for the entire complex system. Besides destabilizing policies, perestroika included a radical economic reform. The main measures were, the Law on Individual Economic Activity, November 1986, the Decree on Joint Ventures with Foreigners, January 1987, the Law on the State Enterprise, June 1987, the Law on Cooperatives, May 1988, the Permission for Workers to Lease Their Enterprises from the State, April 1989, the official advocacy of a substantial expansion of the family contract and lease contract systems in agriculture in 1987, 8, 11 and the announcement of the government's reform strategy, May 1990. There were other reforms as well, e.g. the 1986 reform in construction. According to Politburo member N.N. Slyunkov, Pravda, February 8, 1990. A big blow to the economy and to the consumer goods market was given by the so-called new mechanism in construction introduced in 1986. This was a ruinous input increasing mechanism. As a result of its operation, incomplete construction financed by state investment increased in 4 years by 60 billion rubles. This was the whole of the increase in the national income of the country. Moreover, about 20 billion rubles in wages was paid out for this. All these measures, together with the political changes which Gorbachev also introduced, affected all 5 main features of the traditional model. Probably the most harmful reform was the 1987 Law on the State Enterprise, which went into effect from January 1, 1988. This led to price increases, assortment changes, output reductions, excessive wage increases and a worsening of the reliability of the supply system, Ellman and Kontorovich 1992, 23-4. The political changes in 1985-90 were very radical. They ended the dictatorship and led to substantial democratization and a rapid flowering of civil society. Although the expansion of freedom which this led to had many positive aspects, the political changes had immediate adverse economic consequences and, combined with the economic chaos, led to the breakup of the USSR. During 1985-90 the USSR ceased to have a state ideology. At the same time, massive publicity was given to the crimes of Stalinism, which had the effect of delegitimizing the CPSU, Soviet socialism, and the USSR itself. Even the CPSU distanced itself from Marxism, Leninism. These ideological changes were implemented to deprive conservative opponents of Gorbachev's economic program of their ammunition, and enable him to push through the changes he wanted to introduce, e.g. partial decollectivization of agriculture. They also had unforeseen and damaging destabilizing effects on the economy. The writer whose articles in 1988-9 were the most extreme in denouncing the former official ideology subsequently wrote that, Sipko 1998, 184. If we had known the high price that the average Soviet citizen would have to pay for our vehement denunciation of the official ideology, we would probably have been more cautious in our assault on the Soviet past. However, at the time we believed that the main impediments to a normal life were the vestiges of Stalinism and the shackles of the official ideology. One of the striking effects of the destruction of Marxism, Leninism was that it was partially replaced by religion and nationalism. In a multinational and multi-religious state without any tradition of mutual tolerance, and in which religious allegiance, ethnic identity, and political loyalties were closely linked, the destruction of Marxism, Leninism and the revival of religion and nationalism led to the weakening of the USSR as a unitary state. Replacing an ideology which was uniform throughout the country by ideologies which divided it on ethnic lines was a recipe for conflicts and possible disintegration, not just of the traditional model but of the very state itself. The emergence of nationalism onto the political stage led to a wide variety of conflicts, and had serious economic costs, e.g. the loss of output in Armenia as a result of the blockade by Azerbaijan, the loss of output in Central Asia as a result of the outmigration by Russians afraid of what the future might bring, and the loss of output in the Baltic republics as a result of the struggle between them and the central government. Another radical political reform, which had the effect of destabilizing the economy, was the removal of the party from the economy. By removing the party from its role in the economy, Gorbachev removed an essential feature of the smooth running of the traditional model. In the traditional model, the party committees at all levels played an essential role. They cut through the maze of conflicting bureaucratic bodies, and enforced the priorities of the center. Once they withdrew from the economy, however, factories, cities, regions and republics were free to do what they thought best, regardless of the documents emanating from the center. The prominent Russian economist Yasin, 1998, 168, explained that it was this crucial political reform that made it impossible in the USSR to implement a Chinese-style gradual and controlled economic reform. Party organs, standing above the law because they controlled the levers of power, were the last authority capable of maintaining the operation of the collapsing economic machinery. They could fire any director and appoint a new one, or instantly change the social status of any senior official, all of whom were party members. This allowed them to control resources and to force any enterprise to produce required items at its own expense. Up till 1989, party organs were literally flooded with letters and telegrams from enterprises requesting that they lean on an unreliable supplier or delinquent customer, help obtain more inputs, etc. The party even complained that such entreaties distracted them from their primary duty, political work. Actually, this management function was the party's most useful activity. The party's influence was especially strong in agriculture, where collective farms were officially not subordinate to a higher administrative agency. The party organs organized planting and harvesting, imposed agricultural products procurement agreements, and constantly cajoled collective farms chairmen and state farms directors. The party would try to fix all the leaks sprung by the economic system. When its influence began to wane, the impact on the economy was immediate, no matter what the effect of other reforms was. After this, any kind of Chinese-style gradual reform became impossible. Furthermore, the process of political reform, by transferring much power to the Soviets and permitting the emergence of independent social organizations, had destabilizing economic consequences, varying from the introduction of customs posts round republics, and depriving non-residents of certain cities of the possibility of shopping there, to the closing of ecologically harmful factories. It also led to the coming to power of anti-communists in part of the country, Moscow, Leningrad, Russia, Baltic republics, Georgia. These anti-communists were prepared to go ahead with reforms in their areas, regardless of their effects elsewhere, in what had been a unitary state. This combination of adverse terms of trade, harmful economic policies, economic reform, and radical political reform dramatically worsened the economic situation and led to a political crisis. The outcome was the dissolution of the USSR, December 1991. This led to an attempt to make a rapid transition to capitalism in Russia and some other former Soviet republics. Lessons of reform. From economic reform to system change. In some countries, e.g. Hungary, when combined with appropriate economic policies, economic reform was quite successful in raising living standards. In other countries, e.g. the USSR, economic reform in an unfavorable environment, combined with destabilizing economic policies and political reform, led to a drastic worsening of the economic situation and contributed to the dissolution of the country. The political changes introduced in the USSR under Gorbachev had the effect of ending the dictatorship in the USSR and Eastern Europe, one of the 5 key features of the traditional model. This created the possibility of going beyond economic reform within the state socialist framework to a fundamental change in the economic and political system. In a number of countries this was quite successful and these countries returned to Europe. In 2004 Poland, Hungary, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Slovenia, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania joined the European Union. Romania and Bulgaria joined in 2007. Although these countries had a variety of serious problems, e.g. unemployment, poverty, inequality, and corruption, they had broken decisively with the former economic and political model. In China the changes were less radical. In particular the dictatorship was retained. Nevertheless, the end of economic planning in the Stalinist sense, growth of the private sector and integration into the world economy can also be considered systemic changes. Economic reform, in the sense of limited within system changes, as an end point of change has been rejected everywhere. Planning and the developmental state. Planning, in the traditional sense of a virtually all-embracing bureaucratic system of resource allocation, has been rejected everywhere. But that does not mean that the economy has been left to market forces. In the countries that have returned to Europe, the economy is regulated by numerous laws and regulations, influenced by fiscal, monetary, and other policies, e.g. employment policies and innovation policies, and the state provides pensions and a variety of other social programs. A substantial part of the national income is redistributed through the state budget via taxes and social programs. In China, there has been a combination of a national developmental state, Chang 1999, with numerous regional developmental states, and this has played a key role in China's economic growth. Central and regional governments have used their discretion to stimulate the economy. Traditional planning has been abandoned, but what has not been abandoned is the leading role of the state in the economy and society. Up till now, the Chinese developmental state has been very successful in stimulating growth. However, it has an important inherent problem. The same discretion that allows central and regional officials to stimulate growth also enables them to enrich themselves. Hence corruption is a major social problem. Given the role of the state in the economy, and the dictatorship, it would seem to be an unavoidable problem. It also has serious political consequences since it undermines the legitimacy of the party and the whole socio-economic system. So China exhibits an important contradiction, the same developmental state largely responsible for economic growth at the same time undermines the legitimacy of the system. Whether the political system will remain as it is, evolve towards authoritarianism or a developmental state of the East Asian kind, or collapse, is uncertain. The collapse of the CPSU and USSR, and the chaos and socio-economic decline that followed, strengthened the dictatorship by showing the possible dangerous consequences of ending it. Market socialism. Market socialism is the idea of combining the market mechanism with an economy based on publicly or collectively owned property. As an idea it originated in the defense of socialism by economists, such as Lang and Lerner, from the attacks of economists, such as von Mises, who argued, on the basis of the war communism experience in the USSR, that rational economic calculation was impossible under socialism. Under socialism, he argued, there was no private property, and without private property there could be no rational prices. Market socialism, as a system actually working somewhere, was often identified with Yugoslavia after 1965 and Hungary under the new economic mechanism. However, the radical transformation in China has raised the question whether that country qualifies as market socialist. Gabriel 2010, point 12. China today has labor and consumer goods markets, markets for producer goods and a capital market. It has many characteristics of a market economy, such as an absence of shortages, competition, prices which fall as well as rise, an abundance of entrepreneurs, extensive private ownership, close links with the world market, and sharp wealth and income inequalities. To that extent it can be considered a market economy. On the other hand, the state owns or controls the majority of the large firms, owns all the land, owns and controls the education system, and uses regulatory, monetary, and fiscal policy to steer the economy. It is clearly a hybrid system for which terms developed in past debates are not very relevant. In this book it will be termed developmental state capitalism with state socialist features. The reasons for this terminology are explained in the appendix to this chapter. Demilitarization. An important feature of the traditional model was the priority given to the military sector, which absorbed a large proportion of the available resources. Hence, an integral feature of successful reform was a successful demilitarization process which redirected a large part of those resources to civilian purposes. In the USSR, the importance of the conversion of military production facilities to civilian purposes was only realized in the late perestroika period and was scarcely implemented before the USSR collapsed. It was only in the Yeltsin period that the Russian economy was demilitarized. In China, conversion was an important part of economic policy in the reform period. Although it encountered many difficulties, on the whole it played a useful role in reorienting production to meet the needs of the population. During the Maoist period there was a substantial militarization of the Chinese economy. This can be seen from the data set out in Table 3.1. The table shows, subject to data limitations, that in every year in 1962 to 80 the proportion of large and medium industrial enterprises in the core defense sector which began production was at least 14% of the total number of large and medium industrial enterprises which began production. In most years in that period the proportion was much above that figure, being 30% or more in 4 of them. On average in 1962 to 80 it was 24.1%. This means that in 1962 to 80 approximately a quarter of all new large and medium industrial enterprises were defense, industry enterprises, a remarkably high figure. The table also shows the very sharp decline in the build-up in defense production capacity in the reform period of the early 1980s. By 1985 the number of defense, industry enterprises entering production was only 5% of what it was in the year of Mao's death. For many years after 1978, military modernization was treated as the least urgent of the 4 modernizations 13 as tables 3.1 and 3.2 indicate. This demilitarization of the economy was an important contribution to the reform process. It freed up resources which could be used for the civilian sector. However, with rapid economic growth and the completion of growing out of the plan, came an increase in the absolute amount of military spending. SIPRI, the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, estimated that, in the first few years of the second decade of the 21st century, China's military expenditure was about 2% of GDP. Since GDP was growing quickly, so was military expenditure in absolute terms. According to SIPRI, military expenditure in China in 2012 was 2% of GDP, which was $249 billion at purchasing power parity. This was the second highest military expenditure in the world, much higher than countries such as Russia, the UK, France, or Japan, and 37% of US military expenditure. It was relatively low as a proportion of GDP, or per capita, but relatively high in absolute terms if measured at purchasing power parity. If military expenditure stays at about 2% of GDP, and GDP continues to grow rapidly, then China's military expenditure in absolute terms will also continue to grow rapidly. According to SIPRI, in 2003-12 China's military spending increased by 175%, or i.e. it almost tripled. However, the SIPRI estimates, which treat internal security spending as defense expenditure, are controversial, and their international comparability uncertain. Liff and Erickson 2013. Conclusion. Economic reform was a response to the problems of the traditional model. First discussed in the USSR in the early 1930s, its implementation began in Yugoslavia in 1950-1, and subsequently spread to Poland, Hungary, China, and the USSR. It was an attempt to combine some features of the traditional model with some aspects of the market mechanism. In some cases, Yugoslavia, Hungary, China, in some periods, it had favorable effects on living standards. In other cases, e.g. the GDR, with a favorable economic environment, it was unnecessary. In one very important case, the USSR, when tried under conditions of adverse terms of trade, and combined with destabilizing economic policies and political reform, it led to an economic catastrophe and the breakup of the state. Successful economic reform in highly militarist states required a successful program to reduce investment in the defense industry and convert military facilities to civilian uses. Economic reform turned out to be not a destination but just a stage on the road to system change. In the new systems that developed, planning in the sense of the virtually all-embracing bureaucratic allocation of resources was abolished everywhere. However, this was not the end of the role of the state in the economy. This remained significant everywhere. The former CMEA and FSU countries that joined the EU combined extensive state regulation of the economy with budgetary redistribution that levied taxes and provided social benefits. Economic development in China was stimulated by its national and regional developmental states. The current economic system in that country can be described as developmental state capitalism with state socialist features. It combines a dominant role for the state and the dictatorship of the Communist Party with a large private sector and sharp inequalities, and a very extensive reliance on market forces. Appendix, a note on terminology. 1. The market economy. This is a widely used term to describe OECD countries. In these countries, private ownership and markets for labor services, capital, land, and goods and services play a major part in the economy. The majority of the economically active population work in private sector firms and buy their consumption goods in the market. However, the description market economy for these countries is incomplete and one-sided. It ignores the role of state policy, fiscal, monetary, educational, technical progress, employment, redistributional, regulatory, etc., in their economic life. It also ignores the importance of bureaucratic allocation within the state sector, e.g. education and defense, and of bureaucratic hierarchies within corporations. It also fails fully to incorporate the non-profit, cooperative, and mutual sectors. In addition, in these economies certain potential market activities, e.g. the market for laborers, i.e. slaves, the production and use of drugs, are banned. In addition, efficient delivery of basic public services requires that judges, police, tax officials, military personnel, and local and central government officials have a public service ethos and do not sell their services to the highest bidder. Altruism also plays a role, e.g. for blood transfusion in those countries where this is unpaid and, under certain circumstances, for organ donation. Furthermore, an important role is played by non-market ethics. Even in countries with fee-for-service medical systems, doctors are expected to offer the advice that is most in the interests of their patients rather than in their own commercial interest. Banks that sell profitable products to their clients that are not in the best interests of their clients may be fined billions for ignoring ethical and legal rules. Professors who give advice based on their own commercial interests, or who sell examination results or degree certificates, may be dismissed. Moreover, the economy is embedded in a society where non-market allocation, e.g. reciprocity, is very important. People are born into, and live most of their lives in, family/multi-person households. Relationships within family/multi-person households are those of reciprocity. Although there is a market for sexual services, most sexual services are provided on the basis of reciprocity, and this is generally considered more appropriate. In some so-called market economies this market is even illegal. Hence, some term other than market economy is needed to capture the complexity of the economic systems of OECD countries. A traditional one is capitalism. This is widely used but has the disadvantage that it is often considered a pejorative term, and for those educated in the FSU and the former Eastern Europe it is difficult to escape from its negative connotations. However, it has the merit of not concentrating exclusively on the market and allowing for the wide variety of sectors, allocation mechanisms, and motivations that characterize OECD countries. Hence, it will be used in this book. It is intended as a non-evaluative descriptive term for an OECD-type economy. 2. What term best describes the current economic system in China and Vietnam? The economic system that has evolved in China and Vietnam is difficult to describe using traditional terms, Cornai and Chien 2009b. It does not seem to be socialist in the traditional state socialist sense, because of its large role for private ownership, market relationships, profit-seeking, and inequality. On the other hand, it is not a capitalist economy in the traditional understanding because of the dictatorship of the Communist Party, which survives from the traditional model of state socialism, the important role of state economic policies, and the importance of state-owned firms, which still control what Lenin termed the commanding heights of the economy. There is considerable friction between the purely capitalist and state sectors. Evidently the system is a hybrid, which incorporates elements of both state socialism and of capitalism. 14. Two terms have come into use to describe this hybrid: state capitalism and market socialism. The first is a Leninist term which originally described the German war economy in World War I. It has the merit of stressing the combination of the important role of the state with the important role of private ownership and market relationships. It also accepts the judgment of the China specialist Naughton, 2010, 440, that modern China can legitimately be considered a variant of capitalism, because most of the agents, even when state-owned, are driven to maximize profit. And the system as a whole is firmly founded on a market economy system, and this is, of course, crucial to Chinese economic success. The second was originally developed to describe a Lang-type Walrasian economic system with state ownership but market allocation. As such, it is obviously inappropriate since the countries concerned do not easily fit into the Walrasian model, have political elites, economic policies, and economic institutions aiming at rapid development, have largely private ownership and substantial inequality, and the allocation of resources is heavily influenced by state policy and ownership. However, the term market socialism has the merit of pointing out that these are largely market economies combined with the dictatorship of the Communist Party, an essential feature of state socialism, and a very important role for the state in the economy, with respect both to policy and to ownership and control. It is tempting to describe these economies as developmental state capitalist. This is intended to distinguish them from the purely military-oriented nature of the German World War I economy and stress their goal of rapid development. It also aims to capture four essential elements. First, that these are relatively backward countries, although much less so than in the recent past, and their political elites are aiming at, and up till now have been successful in achieving, rapid economic development, industrialization, and modernization. Secondly, that the state plays an essential role in their economic lives. Thirdly, that private ownership, market relationships, and inequality are crucial aspects of their economies. Fourthly, their integration into the global capitalist system. The main problem with this terminology is that it identifies these hybrid states with countries such as South Korea or Taiwan, which have substantially different political systems. Since they are obviously sui generis, it is sensible to find a sui generis term for them. One possibility, which is used in this book, is developmental state capitalism with state socialist features. This is cumbersome, and hence sometimes abbreviated simply to capitalism, but has the merit of stressing the combination of a developmental state with communist rule and state ownership, and/or control, of the commanding heights, and lays the emphasis on the developmental state part of the description. It incorporates private ownership, market relationships, and integration into the world capitalist system, and hence identifies the system as a variety of capitalism, since these are well-known features of earlier developmental states, such as those in Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and Singapore. It leaves open the question whether, at some future dates, they might evolve into developmental states without the state socialist features, that is without communist rule and state ownership, and/or control, of the commanding heights, or developed capitalist economies. It should be noted that state in the term developmental state capitalism with state socialist features includes both central and local state institutions. For planning the defense, industry complex. If a new war breaks out, it will be conducted in an exceptionally tense situation and require a much greater quantity of the most varied inputs for the armed forces than in previous wars. In order to be in a position to satisfy these requirements of the army and fleet, the economy must, already in peacetime, be fully prepared for the armed defense of the country from the aggressor. General A. Ligovsky, 1961, 256. Background. The need to industrialise to overcome backwardness and to prepare for possible wars with industrialist opponents was not an original Bolshevik idea. It was also part of the reason for the industrialization policy of Count Witt, Minister of Finance of the Russian Empire in 1892 to 1903, Chairman of the Committee of Ministers in 1903 to 5 and Prime Minister in 1905 to 6. It was also part of the motivation for the abortive modernization efforts in late Qing, Manchu, China and the industrial policies of the KMT, Kuomintang, government in 1932 to 7. Despite 30 years of economic growth resulting from state support for railway building, an inflow of foreign capital and favorable world market prices for Russia's agrarian exports, especially grain, the Russian Empire collapsed because it was weaker than its external and internal enemies. It was unable to mobilize the resources to defeat Germany in World War I or to feed adequately during that war the civilian urban population and the millions of men it mobilized for the war. Its initial failure to mobilize sufficient industrial resources meant that its soldiers, especially in 1914-15, lacked the equipment to fight successfully an industrialist opponent. Its later poor performance seems to have been largely a result of poor military leadership. Its failure to mobilize sufficient financial resources led to rapid inflation. Its failure to adequately feed the civilian urban population and the army were major factors leading to the February Revolution. The demonstration of March 8, 1917 in St. Petersburg which precipitated the February Revolution was primarily a bread protest by factory workers and housewives. The failure of the army to restore order in St. Petersburg partly reflected liberal and socialist anti-autocracy propaganda, but was partly a result of the poor food which the government provided for the army in the winter of 1916-17, a fatal mistake which was the immediate cause of the collapse of the autocracy. The internal enemies of the Russian Empire then used the freedom they had acquired to destroy the state itself. The main successor state of the Russian Empire was the USSR, established in 1922 and ruled, after prolonged wars against white officers, peasants, Cossacks, Ukrainian nationalists, Central Asian opponents, foreign invaders, Britain, France, Japan, and the USA, and other successor states such as Poland, Finland, and Georgia, by the Bolsheviks. Before World War II they believed that a second military intervention by hostile powers was inevitable and, after that war was won and up to 1956, they expected that a new world war would inevitably take place at some date in the future. Hence, it was necessary to prepare for these conflicts. In particular, it was necessary to create the industrial basis to produce adequate quantities of modern weapons, to prevent a union of their external and internal enemies such as had destroyed the Russian Empire, and to postpone war by diplomacy. To destroy their perceived internal enemies they used repression. To look out for and prevent the disruption of the Soviet economy and Soviet society by their external enemies, they used counterintelligence. To neutralize their external enemies they used industrialization. The resolution on the 5-year plan approved by the 15th Party Congress, 1927, stated that, in view of a possible military attack by capitalist states against the proletarian state, the 5-year plan should devote maximum attention to the fastest possible development of those sectors of the economy in general, and of industry in particular, which play the main role in securing the country's defense and in providing economic stability in wartime. Examples of successful diplomacy to postpone war are the agreements with Germany in August, September 1939, and the Four-Power Agreement of May 1949 which ended the Berlin blockade. An example of unsuccessful diplomacy to postpone war is the Franco-Soviet Pact of 1935. Stalin remained aware till the end of his life that defeat in war could mean the end of Soviet power, in crises took measures to defer the inevitable war, and adhered to the old maxim if you want peace prepare for war. For 2 millennia China was the dominant country in East Asia and a major player in the world economy, Frank 1998, Hobson 2004. However, in the 19th century China suffered humiliation by foreign countries which waged war on it, 1839-42 and 1856-60, to force it to import opium, and looted its capital, annexed portions of its territory and dominated other portions, controlled its customs system and part of its railway system, and established extraterritorial rights for foreigners. In the 20th century it was attacked by Japan, which first of all established a puppet regime in the northeast of the country, Manchuria, and then waged a prolonged and bloody aggressive war, 1937-45, on other parts of its territory. These catastrophes resulted from its military weakness. The Chinese Communist Party won power by a civil war and was very conscious of the preceding period of national humiliation and the suffering resulting from the war with Japan, and hence the need for military strength to defend the country and re-establish its status in the world. Furthermore, shortly after it conquered China, it became engaged in a war in Korea with the USA. It also remained ambitious to take over Taiwan, to which its defeated Civil War opponents had retreated. As a result, the importance of military modernization was fully recognized by the Chinese Communist Party after it came to power. In the Chinese First Five-Year Plan, 1953-7, military modernization was one of the top priorities. This was also the case with the atom bomb project, launched in 1955, see below, and the Third Front Investment Program of 1964-71, see below. Military modernization was also one of the 4 modernizations advocated by Zhou Enlai and Deng Xiaoping, see Chapter 3. Importance of the Soviet defense sector. The defense sector consumed a large and generally increasing share, except after World War II and after the death of Stalin and the end of the Korean War, of resources in the Soviet economy during the planning era, as shown in Table 4.1. It was regarded as a top priority sector. In discussions among themselves in the 1980s, Soviet leaders referred to the defense sector as their holy of holies. This resulted from the experience of the Civil War and World War II, Marxist, Leninist doctrine, the hostility of the rest of the world and inertia. It should be noted that the 1953-60 reduction in military expenditure and manpower was accompanied by a continuation of the nuclear, missile and air defense programs initiated in the late Stalin period. At the end of the period the USSR's capacity to wage nuclear war was much greater than at the beginning. The period was one of both demobilization, a massive reduction in armed forces numbers, and modernization, the re-equipment of the armed forces with modern weapons. In the language of contemporary U.S. policy discussion, it was a policy of more bang per buck, or more rubble per rubble. However, the demobilization seems to have been motivated largely by economic and foreign policy considerations. Khrushchev was very conscious of the opportunity costs of Soviet military programs. He also adopted a foreign policy which differed from that of Stalin, of which reduced armed forces was an important part. Military expenditures also fell sharply after 1953 in other countries of the socialist camp. For example, in Hungary they fell from 12% of the net material product, NMP, in 1952 and almost as much in 1953 to about 4.7% in 1955, about 4.4% in 1956 and only about 1.9% in 1957, Germuska 2008, 821. This reversed the big build-up in military expenditures in 1948 to 52. As a result, the share of civilian products in the output of Hungarian defense plants rose sharply in 1953 to 5. Hungary's conversion of military factories to civilian products in the 1950s was not easy and took some time, but in due course was successful, Germuska 2010. By the first half of the 1960s they were producing large numbers of consumer durables, such as refrigerators, washing machines, televisions, and motorcycles. The defense sector of Gosplan. Gosplan always had a department concerned with planning for possible, or actual, war, but the precise organizational form this took varied over time. In 1927 the already existing war planning section was reorganized as the defense sector. It was created by a decree of the Politburo, with special officials who are obliged in all economic planning to take account of the needs of defense. It worked on plans for the defense industry, military transport, mobilization planning, and other matters concerning defense. It worked in close cooperation with the Army staff. In December 1937 it was decided to dissolve the defense sector of Gosplan. Its main sections became part of the staff of the Committee of Defense, the top-level body that determined the USSR's defense policy, and the remaining section became the mobilization sector of Gosplan. During World War II Gosplan had departments for the various branches of military industry, e.g. a tank industry department, an aviation industry department, and so on. Subsequently, responsibility for mobilization planning and the defense industries was reorganized. In 1954 what was termed the first department of Gosplan was established to deal with mobilization planning. In 1958, a Gosplan directorate for the defense sector, consisting of industry departments and the first department, was created. Despite the existence of Gosplan's defense sector in its various incarnations, it proved difficult to integrate defense planning into the overall planning of the national economy. 2 Proposals for defense-related output or projects from the Ministry of Defense 3 often arrived late and only with difficulty were included in the National Economic Plan. In addition, the requirements of the Ministry of Defense often changed as a result of new information about the activities of potential enemies and technical progress. Furthermore, the Ministry of Finance often resisted allocating all the money necessary to implement the plans of the Ministry of Defense. 5-year plans were not a very suitable instrument for regulating defense production since the available technology, international situation, and the policies of the Soviet government could change substantially after the plan had been drafted. The defense sector of Gosplan compiled the defense section of the 1951-55 fifth 5-year plan, but did not include explicit plans for nuclear weapons and long-range missiles, probably because these items were planned by super-secret special bodies whose output plans, if any, were not known to Gosplan. Nor did it anticipate the post-1953 decline in military expenditures which resulted from the death of Stalin and the end of the Korean War. Annual plans were largely a matter of bargaining between the Ministry of Defense, which normally wanted to increase output and incorporate the latest technology, and the production ministries and enterprises, which were interested in a plan that was feasible without too much effort. Defense sections were also created in the national planning offices of the other socialist countries. Initially, these were copies of the Soviet prototype, but later they sometimes diverged from it. For example, the defense section of the Hungarian National Planning Office gradually developed into a strategic planning department which looked for international cooperation possibilities both in the West and in the East, while retaining its responsibility for mobilization and supplies. In the USSR, the defense sector of Gosplan was just one of the central bodies concerned with planning the Soviet defense industrial complex. It was a staff body, which provided data for the leadership, and drew up plans for the development of its sector, but was not a line body responsible for the management of the defense sector. Other important central bodies were the General Staff, which constituted the demand side of military planning, the Defense Industry Department of the party's Central Committee, and the Military, Industrial Commission that was supposed to coordinate and direct the ministries directly responsible for the production of the weapons and other goods required by the armed forces. Relations between these bodies varied over time. The General Staff, formally created in 1935, when the Red Army Staff was converted into the General Staff, was modeled on the German General Staff. According to Marshal Zakharov, who was himself chief of the General Staff in 1960-3 and 1964-71, in the years before World War II, Schleichoff 2001, 50. The General Staff kept close and constant watch on the state of the defense industry. Its activity was not limited to parceling out tasks to the branches of military weapons production or to monitoring the finished goods as they were received by the Army. It also involved such military issues as developing and designing new combat hardware, maintaining the mobilization readiness, not only of the defense industry, but of all industry in general, creating mobilization stockpiles of materiel and combat assets, the well-planned placement, i.e. location of new factories and their counterparts, i.e. the duplicate factories that could take over the tasks of the main factory if the main factory was destroyed, production cooperation and much more. The importance of the General Staff seems to have grown in the post-Stalin era. Its chief was appointed first Deputy Minister of Defense a few days after Stalin's death. In the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s it seems to have played a key role in determining Soviet defense production. This was facilitated by the priority accorded to defense and the secrecy surrounding the General Staff and its activities. The General Staff model of combining staff and command functions differed sharply from that of the USA and some other countries with civilian control of the armed forces, Schleichoff 2001. The General Secretary of the Communist Party had the decisive say in all Soviet defense matters. However, different general secretaries exercised their power in different ways. Stalin and Khrushchev exercised their power in autocratic and secretive ways. They were interested in the details of weapons, and decided themselves which programs to initiate, cancel, or deploy. They made decisions on major strategic issues and also micromanaged a variety of details. Brezhnev's style was different. In his period in office there were four influential groups in decision-making about strategic missiles: the party, represented by the Central Committee Secretary for Defense Matters; the military, represented by the Minister of Defense and the Chief of the General Staff; the defense industry, represented by the Minister of General Machine Building; and the Military, Industrial Commission, which linked weapons programs with the industrial ministries, Gosplan and numerous other bodies. In 1969, when these bodies were unable to agree which of three possible systems should be used as a third-generation ICBM system, Brezhnev decided to produce and deploy all three, Zalaga 2002, 138-41. This was a very expensive decision, and also caused operational difficulties. It meant the strategic rocket forces had to train people to use, and to maintain, three quite different systems, but it had a major political advantage for Brezhnev. It kept all the interest groups happy. Everybody saw their favorite system deployed. Gorbachev's style was different from that of both Stalin/Khrushchev and Brezhnev, although his critical attitude to the armed forces, and reformist policies, were analogous to the views and policies of Khrushchev. It should be noted that besides the political and military leaders, weapons engineers such as Korolev, Tupolev, Chelomy, and Yangel, who all headed weapons design bureaus, also played an important part in determining which weapons were produced. This was natural because they were the people who understood what was technologically feasible now, and what was likely to become so in the future. Their role varied over time depending on the technological and political situations. Mobilization planning. An integral part of Soviet war preparation was mobilization planning, that is, planning for the mobilization of the armed forces and the economy for war. This was necessary so that, on the outbreak of war, all those concerned would know how to behave, and the armed forces would have the people and supplies necessary for victory. The center worked out production plans for the economy in the event of war and accumulated strategic reserves of raw materials. All Soviet enterprises were obliged to adopt mobilization plans listing their production tasks when war broke out, and to have the capacity, stocks, and labor to achieve those tasks when the war began. For example, Soviet tractor plants made preparations to switch over to tank production on mobilization. One element of mobilization planning was evacuation planning, i.e. planning the evacuation of key factories and their employees from endangered areas. Much more than during preparations for World War I, Soviet plans included shadow factories in the rear, which, in case an important factory in a forward position was destroyed or captured, could take over the same line of production. These duplicate or shadow factories continuously received information from the main factory on technological changes and new production processes. Important enterprises had mobilization departments working out these plans and checking their feasibility and accordance with military requirements. These plans were regularly updated. Important industrial cities, such as Leningrad, had special organizations to coordinate the mobilization plans of all the organizations in their cities, Losik and Shcherba 2000, 180-1. Mobilization plans did not just remain on paper. Numerous exercises were held to try them out. On the basis of experience with them, bottlenecks could be exposed and eliminated, and improved versions of the plans prepared. The existence of these plans and of the exercises with them were some of the reasons why Soviet industry was able to shift quickly to military production after June 22, 1941, the date of the German attack, and evacuate so many enterprises to safe areas a long way from the front. Similarly, it would have been able to shift over to a war footing quickly if the Cold War had turned hot, although nuclear attack might have rendered these plans nugatory very quickly. Mobilization planning had four important economic disadvantages in peacetime: one concerning the products produced, one concerning the methods of production, one concerning stocks/inventories, and one concerning production capacity. Epstein 1990, 130-3, Gaddy 1996, 38-41, Cooper 2013. First, in peacetime many civilian goods were manufactured to military specifications, so as to make it easier to switch over to military production on mobilization. For example, Soviet tractors were large, heavy, and powerful. This was not very helpful for agriculture, it wasted fuel and compacted the soil, but made switching over to tank production in the event of war easier. Similarly, in the 1980s, the most common Soviet lorry/truck was a 4-6-ton model. This was not manufactured because it was the most useful in the civilian economy but because the Soviet army preferred it. In addition, some output produced for military reasons was just redundant in peacetime, and useless when produced in peacetime. For example, in the late Soviet period, the USSR produced about 4 million tons of aluminium per annum. This ensured that if war broke out the USSR would have enough aluminium for the immediate large-scale manufacture of warplanes, and other products. However, this output greatly exceeded peacetime demand, and the excess could not be exported because it was a strategic material. Hence, the excess, which was about 50% of production, was just scrapped. Secondly, many civilian manufacturing enterprises were equipped with universal machines rather than specialized machines and equipment. This reduced efficiency and quality, but made it easier to switch over to military production on mobilization. Thirdly, to be prepared for war the USSR accumulated large stockpiles of goods expected to be required during the war. They were of two types: the state strategic reserves which contained a large variety of goods that would be required during a war or other catastrophe, and the mobilization reserves that were intended to allow each enterprise to fulfill its mobilization plan for 3 to 6 months. These stocks had a substantial opportunity cost. They could have been used for civilian investment, consumption, or export. In addition, maintaining them required substantial inputs, buildings, people, heating, etc. Fourthly, the metals industry, chemical industry, civilian machine building, energy industries, and other industries providing inputs had to maintain spare capacity so that they would be ready to switch over to military production on the outbreak of war. This spare capacity too had a substantial opportunity cost. On the other hand, consumer goods, e.g. vacuum cleaners, washing machines, motorcycles, manufactured at defense plants were widely considered by Soviet consumers to be better than those produced in civilian enterprises, because of better quality control, even in the civilian parts of defense enterprises, than in the civilian sector. Point 4. Much of the waste in the Soviet economy is usually ascribed to the inefficiency of central planning. However, this is one-sided. In World War II, Soviet industry seems to have been more efficient than German industry, producing far more weapons per ton of steel available, and with a higher labor productivity, per person if not per hour, despite the inefficiency of central planning. Much of the waste in the Soviet economy was actually a byproduct of the system of mobilization planning. For example, in the 1970s and 1980s, the production of fertilizers was greatly increased. However, it was notorious that much of this increased production was simply wasted. It was left lying around in heaps to decay in the rain. The explanation is simple. The fertilizer factories were built and kept in operation as part of mobilization planning. They were reserve capacity for the ammunition industry, and on mobilization would have switched over to producing ammunition. The fertilizer output was just a byproduct produced in order to keep the reserve ammunition production capacity in use and supplied with labor and other inputs necessary when war broke out. Schleichoff 2001, 84. Considered from a military point of view, the system of mobilization planning was highly efficient. It ensured that in a major industrial war of the World War II type, the Soviet economy could be converted to military production faster than its opponents. The Soviet version of mobilization planning solved a 1930s dilemma of states planning for World War II. The factories necessary for wartime production should ideally have been ready as soon as the war broke out. If they were only built after war broke out, they would probably not have been ready in time, and the country would be defeated. However, using them to produce weapons long in advance of the war risked wasting resources in producing weapons that by the time the war broke out were obsolete. Hence the need for a sector that produced civilian goods in peacetime but could be switched over to military production on mobilization. This was effective in World War II and contributed to the Soviet victory. However, this system was carried on into the 1970s and 1980s when it was less and less relevant to the war in which the USSR might have engaged, nuclear war, or to the war in which it did engage, Afghanistan. Indeed, in Russia the reservation of substantial production capacity for mobilization purposes seems to have survived the collapse of the USSR and been one of the factors hindering the conversion of defense industry to civilian purposes in the 1990s. Planning the import of technology. Since the USSR normally lagged behind Western technology and the main military innovations came from the USA, it was much more efficient for the USSR to obtain the latest technology from its potential opponents than to attempt to reinvent the wheel. In this way, it could make quick progress and save valuable research and development resources. Some foreign military technology was obtained by chance. For example, the Soviet Bomber Tu-4, produced from 1947, was a copy of the US B-29, 3 of which landed in the USSR in 1944 after being damaged in a raid on Japan and which were retained by the USSR. Some foreign military technology could be obtained through commercial channels. For example, In 1946-7 the USSR purchased jet engines from the UK company Rolls-Royce, which were reverse-engineered, produced on a large scale and used to power the MiG-15 jet fighter. 5 However, military technology could not in general be obtained by chance or by purchase and had to be obtained by espionage. In the 1930s and 1940s, quite a few spies provided information for ideological reasons, which naturally reduced the cost. Later on, agents had to be paid, but the price was generally much below the value of the information to the USSR. The best known example of the illicit acquisition of US technology is, of course, the atom bomb, but it was very far from being the only such case. The acquisition of foreign military technology was actually a continuous, important, and large-scale activity of the military planning organizations. Around 1980, planning the illicit import of foreign technology seems to have been organized as follows: Hansen 1987. 12 industrial ministries, the 9 defense industry ministries and 3 civilian ministries, submitted requests for foreign military technology to the Military Industrial Commission, MIC, which evaluated them. The MIC then allocated the selected tasks to the acquisition agencies, the State Security Committee, KGB, Military Intelligence, GRU, and various other bodies. There seem to have been 2-year and 5-year plans for the acquisition of foreign military technology, with scope for revising the plans during the planned periods. In 1979-80, about 3,000 acquisition tasks were underway each year. In 1979-80, 4,000 to 5,000 pieces of hardware and about 80,000 technical documents were acquired annually. These acquisitions seem to have been useful, and helped the USSR keep up with Western technology. According to Andrew and Mitrokhin, 2000, 724, indirectly citing a Pentagon estimate whose accuracy is uncertain, during the early 1980s probably 70% of all Warsaw Pact weapons systems then in use were based on Western technology. The main problem with the copying of already existing foreign weapons was that, by the time the Soviet version entered production, it would already be obsolete, since the potential enemy had already introduced a more advanced weapon. The first 2 4 strategic bomber regiments entered service in 1949. By 1952 the USA was employing the B-47 and B-36, which were much superior to the B-29/24. There was also a risk in illicit acquisition of technology. The information acquired might be disinformation aimed at harming its users. To take a civilian example, when France and the UK launched their program to build a supersonic passenger airliner, Concorde, the USSR decided to beat them to it. This was intended to demonstrate the superiority of Soviet technology. In the usual way, the USSR acquired information about the Concorde's design. However, it has been alleged that the UK and France, aware of this, ensured that some of the information supplied, if applied, would ensure that the plane would not be airworthy. The USSR did beat the Franco-British effort. The prototype of the Soviet supersonic airliner, the Tu-144, first flew 2 months before the Concorde prototype. However, the Tu-144 was only introduced into passenger service 2 years after the Concorde, and turned out to be very unreliable. It was withdrawn from passenger service after only 7 months and 55 scheduled flights. It was not airworthy. One spectacular crash took place at the Paris Air Show in 1973. Although Defense Minister Marshal Ustinov tried to foist it on the military, he primarily represented the defense industry. They did not want it and turned it down. Essentially, the Tu-144 was just a huge waste of money. Whether any of the military technology that the USSR acquired by illicit means contains such disinformation, and if used, would have caused more harm to the user than to the intended victim, is currently unknown. However, it is known that the Soviet authorities were worried about this possibility. After acquiring a Siemens computer to store information on 3 million people, fear that it contains some hidden bug that would have negative effects led to its being left unused in a storeroom for 5 years. Andrew and Mitrokhin 2000, 598. During the Warsaw Pact period, the East European countries, particularly East Germany, assisted the USSR with the acquisition of foreign military technology. China too has been very active in the acquisition of foreign military technology, in the 1950s from the USSR by agreement, and later from the USA without agreement. Military and state security representatives. Defense production under all economic systems suffers from weak cost control. This is mainly because of the primary attention of defense officials to security goals, and the lack of competition among producers. In order to control quality in a shortage economy, all Soviet enterprises had a department of quality control, which was supposed to ensure that only output that met the agreed specifications was delivered. However, these departments were under the control of enterprise management, and, under shortage conditions, buyers were frequently pleased to receive anything they could get their hands on. In order to control quality and costs, all Soviet enterprises producing defense equipment had military representatives, Harrison and Simonov 2000, permanently stationed at them. These were serving military officers responsible to the Ministry of Defense, and not employees of the enterprise to which they were attached. They were normally better paid and had shorter actual working hours than the staff of the enterprise's own quality control departments. They were supposed to check the materials used, the production process, and the cost and quality of the output. The fact that only military customers had their own representatives in producing enterprises reflected the priority situation of the military in the Soviet economy. Another reflection of the priority status of defense is that defense enterprises were sometimes able to use their status to force local authorities to build housing for their workers, or to acquire housing under construction that had been intended for other ministries. The military representatives had extensive formal powers, including rejecting output that did not meet quality specifications, and rejecting cost calculations, and, hence, prices in a cost-plus world, that were exaggerated. In practice, in the bargaining process between industry and the military, they normally placed most emphasis on quality and were prepared to collude with the enterprises in exaggerating the quantities produced. Military representatives were not just a few isolated people, as Table 4.3 shows. Table 4.3 Number of Soviet military representatives in 1940. Ground Forces 13,791. Navy 3004. Rear Services 990. Air Defense Forces 34. Total 20,281. Source, Harrison and Simonov, 2000, 229. The discrepancy between the sum of the items and the total is in the underlying archival source. It has been estimated, Harrison and Simonov 2000, 230, that the typical number of military representatives in a defense enterprise might be in the region of 30 to 50. The military representatives were engaged in constant bargaining with the defense enterprises. The military representatives wanted high output, continuous modernization of production and low costs. They could use their formal powers, but usually had inadequate knowledge about the production process to fully realize their goals. In addition, they were interested in retaining the goodwill of the producers, a valuable asset in a shortage economy. The defense enterprises were interested in low plans for the production of goods they were familiar with and high prices for new products. This bargaining process took such forms as arguments about costs, regulatory capture, sometimes resulting from informal payments in cash or kind, collusion by military representatives in accepting failure to meet the quantitative targets in the agreed contracts between the enterprises and the armed forces, and refusal to accept part of the output produced on the grounds that its quality was inadequate. On the whole, this system worked reasonably well. Some Soviet weapons, such as the World War II T-34, 85 Tank 6 and the BM-13 Katyusha rocket mortar, and the post-World War II AK-47 attack rifle, the Kalashnikov, were generally accepted as being of high quality. They were effective, produced in huge quantities, were durable, had low production costs and were easy to use. Similarly, During the Cold War, Soviet fighter aircraft compared well with comparable US planes, although they usually went into production a few years later, and were specifically designed to combat the earlier US ones. However, in the defense sector as a whole, domestic innovation and cost control were weak. 7. For especially high-priority projects, the usual system of military representatives was superseded, mainly in 1937–53, by a system of representatives of state security. Their bargaining power was much greater than that of the military representatives because of the sinister reputation of state security, and because they could arrest any individual or group suspected of delaying the program concerned. In the early post-World War II years when the Soviet atom bomb was being developed, the head of the project, L.P. Beria, who was initially also head of state security, had special representatives, known as plenipotentiaries of the Council of People's Commissars 8, who were usually generals of state security, in all the relevant plants and research institutes. Their task was to report to Beria on what was going on, ensure security and assist progress in the work. State security not only controlled the work done on priority projects by free scientists and engineers. It also disorganized research and production by arrests of important specialists, and organized research institutes composed of arrested specialists. Some of the latter, such as the aircraft designer A.N. Tupolev and the rocket specialist S.P. Korolev, were subsequently released because of their good work while imprisoned. At the end of World War II, state security representatives played a role in the conversion of military enterprises to civilian production. Although the role of state security declined after the death of Stalin, 1953, and arrest of Beria, 1953, it remained important, e.g. in obtaining foreign military and technical information, controlling nuclear weapons. 9 appointments, dismissals, promotions, and permission to travel abroad, right up to the collapse of the USSR. 10. In China, Chang 2009, 34, a fledgling military representative system was established in the beginning of the 1950s, but this mechanism was suspended with the Cultural Revolution and was not reinstated until 1977. Defense and the location of industry. Defense considerations played a major role in decisions about the location of industry, although in peacetime rapid increases in relative production in safe areas were difficult to realize, and determining which areas would be safe in wartime was uncertain. Stone 2005. In the USSR, defense considerations were a major reason for building industrial and mining complexes in the 1930s in the Urals and Siberia, far from possible attackers. These new plants were safe from invaders, but had higher transport and building costs than would have been the case in the old industrial areas. In China in the Maoist period, defense enterprises were deliberately sited in the deep interior, far from the coast, where they were thought to be more secure. This was particularly the case in 1965–71 when investment was concentrated in the Third Front, the provinces in the southwest which were a long way from the potential First Front, the major urban conurbations of Shanghai, Beijing, Tianjin and Shenyang, which in the 1960s accounted for more than half of China's industrial output and were considered to be especially vulnerable to enemy attack. A rough indication of the magnitude of this investment is given in Table 4.4. Table 4.4 Third Front investment as a proportion of national investment, percent. 1963 to 538.2. 1966 to 70 52.7. 1971 to 541.1. Source: Naughton, 1988, 365. There is a discussion of the meaning of these figures, Ibid, 365 to 7. The proportion of industrial investment that went to the Third Front was higher than the figures in the table. Naughton, 1988, 366, estimated it as at least two-thirds of budgetary industrial investment in 1965–71. The figures in Table 4.4 show that the Third Front campaign was not just about the location of a few key defense, industrial plants and airfields. It was actually the core of China's industrial policy in 1966–70, a period in which economic development was subordinated to war preparations. The stress on the need to concentrate investment in the Third Front was precipitated by the expansion of the U.S. war in Vietnam, an ally of China. It was accentuated by worsening relations with the USSR and border clashes with the USSR in 1969. However, the improvement of relations with the USA, and the coming to power of Deng Xiaoping in 1978, led to the end of the Third Front strategy. The emphasis on investment in the Third Front had some positive results. It led to the linking of some previously isolated provinces, such as Yunnan, into the national railway system. It opened up some ferrous and non-ferrous metal resources. It also led to the construction of some reasonably efficient industrial enterprises. However, it also had high costs, economic, human and environmental. The rush resulting from the stress on the need to act quickly, and the emphasis on strategic rather than economic considerations, led to many problems concerning plant design and site selection. Naughton 1988, 376-7. It has been estimated, ibid. 379, that, in the late 1970s and 1980s, China's industrial output was 10 to 15% less than it would have been if the Third Front program had not been undertaken and the investment had been used elsewhere. In the 1980s, when priorities were different, some of the newly constructed factories were relocated, some were abandoned, and some were left to struggle on with subsidies and state assistance. 11. On the human level, many people were forced to abandon their homes and move to new places in the Third Front. Food, housing, and work conditions were often poor. In addition, the rush, military atmosphere, and lack of attention to health and safety often led to high levels of work accidents. When building the Panzawa steel mill in southwest Sichuan, the number of fatalities among the workforce appears to have averaged 5.4% PA in 1965-75, with a peak of 13% in 1965, Shapiro 2001, 152. These are extremely high figures and, if accurate, illustrate the way in which people were sacrificed for military projects in the Maoist period. On the environmental level, Third Front investments, and ill-conceived land reclamation projects carried out at the same time, led to extensive air, water, and soil pollution, deforestation and resulting soil erosion. Shapiro 2001, 154-8, 181-5. One result was numerous health problems for people who lived near the new industrial plants. Another was a sharp decline in wildlife as birds, fish, and land animals were wiped out. Competition in weapons design. Competition is a basic part of the capitalist system. Normally, it was absent in the planned economy, where production proceeded on the basis of instructions from above. However, prior to the production of weapons, it was necessary for the authorities to choose the best. They were normally confronted with intelligence reports about foreign R&D, and actual foreign weapons, and also a variety of possible domestic products, each promoted by a weapons designer or team of weapons designers, and all of uncertain performance. These weapons designers competed among themselves for the favor of the authorities. For example, in aircraft production the Mikoyan, Yakovlev, Ilyushin, Sukhoi and other design bureaus competed to get their designs accepted. This competition was encouraged by the leadership, which recognized its value in generating good products. For example, in September 1939, the Politburo increased the number of aircraft design bureaus to 20 so as to stimulate competition. The outcome was that, Simonov 2000b, 218 the victors in a fierce competitive struggle were the design bureaus of SV Ilyushin, the armored Il-2 assault aircraft, VM Petlikov, the PE-2 dive bomber, AN Tupolev, the Tu-2 frontline bomber, SA Lavochkin, the Lag-3 fighter, AI Mikoyan, the MiG-3 fighter, and AS Yakovlev, the Yak-1 fighter. In this way Soviet weapons design benefited from two types of competition, with foreign countries externally, and internally between rival designers, or design bureaus. Closed cities. In order to produce the components for the USSR's strategic weapons programs, a number of special secret cities were created. By the late 1980s there were more than 50 of them. They were not listed on any map, and were known only by their post office box number. Security in them was strict. One of them was Krasnoyarsk 26. This was a town for the production of weapons-grade plutonium. It offered its employees a higher living standard than elsewhere in the USSR, e.g. better food, better housing. It was begun in 1950, and had its golden age in 1958 to 68. However, in the mid-1980s orders from the Ministry of Defense started to decline sharply, Glazirina 2199. The situation worsened after the collapse of the USSR, and in 2010 the last plutonium reactor was closed. Additional weapons-grade plutonium was no longer required. What is now the town of Zheleznogorsk retains a nuclear waste storage facility and also a satellite manufacturer, but no longer enjoys the privileged living standards of its golden age. In the Brezhnev era the closed nuclear cities seem to have employed more than 1 million people. The closed cities provided an efficient and secure method of producing strategic weapons components. Concentrating the production of dangerous substances, e.g. plutonium, in remote monoproduct towns, far from the main urban centers, protected the population of the major cities from the consequences of possible accidents and leaks. On the other hand, the nuclear power stations that the closed cities made possible were located in heavily populated areas. However, this system also ensured that, when the demand for their output declined, it would be difficult to convert them to other purposes. Their subsequent fate was to some extent analogous to that of abandoned mining towns, and a warning about the inflexibility and economic costs of remote, but quite populous, monoproduct towns. The closed cities, with their production of dangerous products such as plutonium, their generation of massive nuclear waste and concentration on military goals resulted in substantial soil, water, and air pollution. There were some serious accidents, both in the Soviet and post-Soviet periods. For example, in 1993 there was an explosion at the former Tomsk 7, now Seversk. A large part of a uranium separation building was destroyed. Radiation rose to dangerous levels, but fortunately that day the wind was blowing away from the most populated areas. Determining the potential enemies. In the 1920s and early 1930s the USSR regarded its main potential enemies in a possible war as its western neighbors, notably Poland and Romania, and standing behind them France and Britain. This reflected the experience of the wars with Poland in 1919-21 and the intervention of France and the UK in the Russian conflicts of 1918-21. However, preparations for an attack from these quarters turned out to be unnecessary. No such attack transpired. From the mid-1930s, the USSR regarded its main potential enemies as Germany and Japan. The former did indeed attack it in 1941. Japan did not attack the USSR, but was itself attacked by the USSR in 1945. After World War II the main potential enemy was the USA. However, the USSR, especially in the Brezhnev, Andropov, Chernenko era, prepared for a war, not just against the USA but against a large and increasing list of potential enemies. Zolotarev, 2411, has pointed out that, in the post-World War II period, according to the views of the Soviet political leadership, they had to successfully oppose the united armed forces of NATO, Japan, and also with China after the split with the Chinese leadership. In practice this evaluation required not only numerical superiority over the armies of the probable opponents, but also a high technological level of their equipment. Even a temporary lag in these matters behind the armies of the states mentioned was regarded as unacceptable. Naturally, this policy of preparing for a simultaneous war with so many opponents led to inflated armed forces and stocks of weapons, and was a major burden on the economy. Estimates of enemy potential. Estimates of the military potential of possible enemies is an essential part of military intelligence in all countries. They are a major input into defense planning. It is important that they be accurate. If the estimates are too high, excessive resources will be devoted to war preparations. If they are too low, the armed forces will be inadequately equipped if war breaks out, and this may lead to losing the war. The estimates used by the Soviet General Staff were frequently enormously exaggerated, which led to the accumulation of unnecessarily large peacetime stocks of weapons at great cost to the economy. In the early 1930s, it was estimated that in the event of war, Britain would be able to build 30,000 tanks a year. This was far beyond Britain's real possibilities. In 1940, when building tanks to replace those lost in France and repel a possible invasion was a high priority, Britain built just 1,400 tanks. According to the former Soviet military intelligence officer Shlikov, 1998-43, the estimates used in the USSR in the Brezhnev period were just as grossly exaggerated, and led to the USSR accumulating absolutely unnecessary quantities of weapons. When intelligence officers brought this to the attention of Gosplan, officials there were more interested in avoiding blame for the waste of resources than in taking economically rational decisions. Senior officers in the General Staff, to which military intelligence was subordinated, were happy with the exaggerated estimates, and did not want them reduced. That might have threatened their budgets. The suggestion of referring the matter to academic institutes for objective analysis was rejected on the grounds of secrecy. Hence, the USSR in the 1970s and 1980s spent unnecessarily large resources preparing for war with opponents whose military potential was greatly exaggerated. This illustrates how a combination of bureaucratic behavior and secrecy can lead to wasting resources on a massive scale. Point 12. An interesting example of the boomerang effect of exaggerating enemy potential concerns the Pershing II, a U.S. missile deployed in Western Europe in the early 1980s. The Soviet military was very worried about the effect of this allegedly very accurate missile. Given its location and perceived range, it would have been able to attack them with almost no warning time, and kill the national leadership in Moscow before it could issue orders for retaliation. Actually, for the US it was a tactical weapon introduced in order to counter Soviet missiles and not a strategic weapon, and it was uncertain whether it could actually reach Moscow. Gorbachev was able to use this exaggerated threat as an argument in an attempt to convince the military of the merits of the INF, Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces, Treaty, which required the Pershing II to be removed but also required many more Soviet than US missiles to be destroyed, and permitted US inspectors to carry out on-site inspections in the USSR to check compliance. Although Soviet commanders were infuriated by the treaty, it did at any rate eliminate the US weapons system about which they had professed so much concern. Why was the USSR victorious in World War II? The killing of much of the Soviet Army's leadership by Stalin in 1937, and the poor performance of the USSR in the war with Finland in 1939-40, led to a widespread expectation in 1941 that the USSR would be defeated by Germany. Germany had a more advanced economy, with higher labor productivity and a smaller agricultural sector, outstanding scientific achievements. Prior to Hitler, German was the international scientific language, its armed forces had recent experience of victorious campaigns, and it was able to use the resources of Western and Central Europe. Nevertheless, the USSR won. Why was this? Following World War II, the Soviet victory was variously ascribed to the mistakes of Hitler, the genius of Stalin, the merits of socialism, public ownership, and the planned economy, the heroism of the Soviet people, etc., etc. From the 1990s, however, following Overy, 1995, attention has been focused on the production achievements of the USSR. During the war, the USSR heavily outproduced Germany in the main categories of armaments. Furthermore, it increased its output of armaments faster than Germany, so that its production superiority was greatest early in the war. Whereas already in 1940 it outproduced Germany by 30% in both tanks and self-propelled guns, and in combat aircraft. By 1942 it produced 4 times as many tanks and self-propelled guns as Germany and 90% or more combat aircraft, Harrison 2000, 100. This was an extraordinary achievement for a country that had been invaded, and had lost a large part of its population, territory, and industrial resources. Point 13. How did the USSR achieve this? A major role seems to have been played by the application of the mass production methods that had been introduced into Soviet industry in the 1930s. In the first 5-year plan, American engineers and firms, and the practice of copying from the USA, played important roles in the design and development of new plants. In addition, both collectivization and the Stakhanov movement were instrumental in breaking craft traditions. By concentrating on a relatively small number of weapons, produced in very large numbers, the USSR was able to outproduce the more variegated high-quality German output. World War II was an industrial war with huge quantities of industrial products being used by all its major participants. Hence, the two main victors of World War II were the homeland of mass production, the USA, and its most successful imitator, the USSR. Naturally, large-scale production was only useful if the weapons produced in large quantities were effective. Soviet designers of guns, tanks, and planes were as advanced and forward-looking as their German counterparts. Soviet military intelligence gave their weapons designers precise information on the expected evolution of German weapons. The careful examination of German trophies from the battlefield also served as a basis for Soviet weapons. These were often better adapted to the real frontline conditions in Russia and Ukraine than were the German ones, which could be of better quality but more troublesome to repair under field conditions. The actual production of large numbers of weapons such as tanks and military aircraft during the 1930s seems in retrospect to have been largely a waste, since in 1941 they were mainly obsolete and were quickly lost. Indeed, they largely just consumed valuable fuel, ammunition, and trained crews. This view is based on hindsight. At the time they may have seemed necessary to deter Japan from attacking Soviet interests or fighting Japan if attacked. However, the production capacity that had been laid down, the production technology that had been introduced, mass production, the design of suitable weapons, such as the T-34 and the Katyusha, and the system of mobilization planning were all essential to Soviet victory. Economic planning and nuclear weapons. The development of nuclear weapons by the USSR, China, and North Korea was a combination of the import of technology and the concentration of resources on key projects that was facilitated by the traditional model of socialist planning. In all three cases, the import of technology was important, and helped to reduce the time taken to acquire nuclear weapons. The USSR imported nuclear technology from the USA, by espionage, and nuclear materials and scientists from Germany, by capture. Point 14 The first Soviet atom bomb was a copy of the US plutonium bomb. It has been estimated, Zaliga 2002, 7, that the US and German assistance saved the USSR about 6 years in building its atom bomb. China imported nuclear technology from the USSR. In 1958-60 the USSR helped China build a uranium enrichment plant, a plutonium-producing reactor and a plutonium processing plant. However, the first Chinese bomb was a uranium one. It also helped China train scientists and engineers in the relevant skills. North Korea imported nuclear technology from Pakistan. However, in all three cases, the domestic political and economic systems were also very important. These systems enabled poor countries, a large part of whose population lived in poverty, to devote to making atom bombs the resources that this activity required. In all three countries, the atom bomb program carried on in periods when famine conditions prevailed in the country. The nuclear programs proceeded regardless, since the governments gave top priority to them. In 1958 China's Central Military Commission adopted an 8-point document, the Guidelines for Developing Nuclear Weapons, Lewis and Schwen 1988, 70. Point 5 reads, in order to achieve success rapidly in developing nuclear weapons, we must concentrate human, material, and financial resources. Any other projects for our country's reconstruction will have to take second place to the development of nuclear weapons, as Holloway, 1994, 172, noted with respect to the Soviet nuclear project. The building of the atomic bomb was the kind of task for which the Stalinist command economy was ideally suited. It resembled the huge construction projects of the 1930s, the Steel City at Magnitogorsk, or Dneprostroi, the great dam on the Dnieper. It was a heroic undertaking for which the resources of the country could be mobilized, including the best scientists and industrial managers, as well as the slave laborers of the Gulag. The project was a curious combination of the best and worst of Soviet society, of enthusiastic scientists and engineers produced by the expansion of education under Soviet rule, and of prisoners who lived in the inhuman conditions of the labor camps. 15. Of course, this system, although useful, was not necessary, if the import of technology was on a large enough scale. Israel was able to assemble its first atom bomb in 1967 without it, after 7 years of large-scale French assistance, Cohen 1998. The atom bomb project not only played an important role in international relations but also played an important role in Soviet domestic history. Its importance saved Soviet physics in 1949 from the fate of Soviet genetics. In addition, the physicists who enabled the project to be implemented were part of an international community of scientists who were more interested in international cooperation than in international conflict, Holloway 1994, Evangelista 1999. One of their leaders, A. Sakharov, who had played an important role in the development of the Soviet hydrogen bomb, subsequently became a prominent dissident and then a leader of the opposition to the CPSU in the late perestroika period. Hence the Soviet nuclear program played an important role, first, in strengthening the Soviet system, but ultimately in destroying it. International dissemination of the Soviet model of defense planning. An important aspect of the adoption of the Soviet economic model in Eastern Europe after World War II, and in China after 1949, was the adoption of the Soviet model of defense planning. Hence defense sections of the Planning Office, mobilization planning, and military representatives in defense industry plants were widely copied. The idea that defense planning meant copying the USSR and embedding defense planning in the national economic planning system was widely accepted. As the Defense Department of the Hungarian National Planning Office put it in a paper of March 1950, Germuska 2008, 816. Also in this matter we rely mostly on the experience of the Soviet Union. As the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 16 demonstrated, the mobilization of industry could only be realized properly in the framework of socialist economic planning. The war economy also has to be planned. In the planning process we will make use of the KR organizations, the mobilization departments that were established on the initiative of the Ministry of Defense, and in particular we will make use of the previous work of the Department of Industrial Records, the military planning section of the Ministry of Heavy Industry. From the Soviet point of view, the internationalization of the Soviet model had some negative consequences. The export of both policies and hardware turned out to generate considerable problems. The strikes in East Germany in 1953, and in Poland in 1956, and the abortive revolution in Hungary in 1956 were partly a result of the decline in living standards resulting from the massive build-up of military expenditures in 1948 to 53. China, whose military development the USSR assisted in the 1950s, became an enemy of the USSR in the 1960s. The extensive export of arms to friendly countries in the 1970s and 1980s won the USSR/Russia few lasting friends, and nor did it ultimately earn as much in hard currency as it promised. It earned something in hard currency from oil exporters when oil prices were high, and in barter goods, but a large proportion of the arms were sold on very soft terms or planned payments were ultimately written down or written off. Structural militarization. The term structural militarization to describe the Soviet economic system was coined by the former Soviet military intelligence officer Vitaly Shlikov, 1997, 2001, 2004. It referred to the combination of large armed forces, a high share of the national income devoted to military and defense industry activities, the high priority of the military and defense industry sectors, the system of mobilization planning with its subordination of current civilian production to military needs and the accumulation of large stocks of goods needed in wartime, the accumulation of stocks of weapons far in excess of real military requirements, the maintenance of these phenomena. For decades, the failure of the economy to respond as expected to market reforms, and the long-run subordination of the whole society to the needs of the military and the defense industry. One way of using this concept is to consider the much-discussed question of the share of the Soviet economy devoted to military purposes. It was long obvious that the figures officially published in the USSR before perestroika grossly underestimated this. As a result, a variety of alternative estimates have been published in the West and in the USSR/Russia. The standpoint of structural militarization enables one to see clearly the problematic nature of the attempt to calculate one single figure for the defense burden, and the danger of applying to the USSR the international national income accounting framework developed to analyze a quite different economic system. Take the example of the aluminium industry. According to the national income accounting framework, only the aluminium actually currently used in the defense industry is an input into the defense sector, and its use is included in the cost of the planes produced from it. However, if the price of aluminium is held below its world market price, then the resulting figure for defense costs will be an underestimate. Furthermore, if the entire aluminium industry only exists to provide for the needs of defense on mobilization, then it would be reasonable to consider the cost of the entire aluminium industry a military expenditure. Furthermore, aluminium is an energy-intensive industry. If capital-intensive hydroelectric power stations were built mainly or exclusively to power the aluminium industry, then the capital costs of the hydroelectric stations are really just as much military expenditures as new military airfields. Or consider science. In 1913, Russia had a little more than 10,000 scientists. By 1941, the USSR had 98,000 scientists, almost 10 times as many. In 1985, their number was 1,500,000, about a quarter of the number in the whole world, and the total employed in the science sector, this included secretaries, cleaners, canteen staff, etc., was about 4,500,000. A large proportion of the scientists worked for the military or the defense industry. According to normal national accounting conventions, only their wages in Ministry of Defense establishments or the payments for their services to outside organizations are defense expenditures. However, in the USSR they would probably have been working in an institute of a defense industry ministry or the Academy of Sciences, and their pay would have been part of industrial research or an outgoing of the academy. In a private ownership economy, R&D expenditure by private firms does not count as military expenditure but as civilian R&D. It only becomes a military expenditure if the Ministry of Defense buys it, either directly or as an input into a military project. In a state-owned economy this distinction makes little sense. Since a high proportion of the work of the Academy of Sciences was for military purposes, should the budget of the Academy be added to the military budget? And what about the higher educational institutes which trained engineers and scientists, the majority of whom would later work in the defense sector, either immediately or on mobilization? Were these military expenditures? Obviously, in an economy where the state owns the means of production, regards defense as a high priority sector, as the holy of holies of the economy, and operates a system of mobilization planning which subordinates the entire economy to the needs of national defense, it is difficult to draw the line between military and non-military expenditure. The standard international national income accounting conventions assume that a sharp line can be drawn between military and non-military expenditures. However, in a country with comprehensive mobilization planning of the Soviet type, such a distinction makes little sense, because all economic decisions, what to produce, where to produce, what stocks to hold, are assessed by the authorities from the point of view of their usefulness in war. Shlikov regarded the Soviet economy as 100% militarist, not because of the application of standard international national income accounting, but because of the role of military factors in determining its allocation of resources. As a description of the Soviet economy, Shlikov's term is somewhat one-sided. It downplays the role of the civilian party leadership in creating, modifying, and ending this system. Stalin killed the leadership of the Red Army in 1937, Khrushchev reduced the armed forces and military budgets in 1953-60, and Gorbachev withdrew Soviet forces from Eastern Europe, introduced a unilateral moratorium on nuclear tests and arranged the INF, Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces, CFE, conventional forces in Europe, and START I, Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, agreements, all despite the wishes of the military and defense industry sectors. Ultimately, it was the civilian party leaders, and not the military or defense industry chiefs, who determined the policies adopted in the USSR. Furthermore, the term structural militarization oversimplifies the role of non-military sectors of the economy, such as education and agriculture. Education was not just aimed at producing specialists for the defense industry, although this was undoubtedly an important part of its function. Similarly, the large investments in agriculture in the Brezhnev era were not primarily for military purposes, even though the army required feeding and fertilizer factories could produce ammunition on mobilization. Nevertheless, the term structural militarization does draw attention to a very important aspect of reality. The long-term maintenance of such a large military effort, and the institutional arrangements that made it possible, were obviously crucial characteristics of the Soviet planned economy. Shlikov, 2004, 158-9, argued that the greatest victim of this policy was the civilian sector of the Soviet economy. For more than half a century, the government channeled the country's best technologies as well as human and material resources into the defense sector. Meanwhile, civilian industries and infrastructure suffered decades of gross neglect and rising inefficiency. The military, business complex. Since the PLA, People's Liberation Army, originated as a guerrilla force, it has always undertaken some economic activities, such as agriculture and the manufacture of uniforms and simple weapons and their ammunition. In the period 1979 to 98, the PLA's economic activities grew very substantially and embraced a very wide range of activity in agriculture, manufacturing, and services, including also international trade. This was intended to generate income, compensating the armed forces for the sharp fall in budget appropriations at the beginning of the Dengist period. In 1979 to 81, the defense budget was cut by 24.6%. These economic activities also provided employment for dependents, wives, of military personnel. The PLA was able to turn to economic gain its special advantages, priority use of the railways, privileged access to raw materials, exclusive control over a large part of the radio frequency, exemption from tolls and customs duties, and de facto exemption from civilian criminal law. It built up a flourishing range of activities, in areas ranging from the production of steel and cement, coal mining, the manufacture of clothes, ice cream retailing, as joint venture partner with Baskin-Robbins, hospitals, securities trading and insurance, construction and telecommunications, via property development, to pharmaceuticals. Particularly important were its conglomerates, which were partially modeled on the Korean chaebol and the Japanese keiretsu. However, the military, business complex generated substantial corruption. It also diverted the PLA away from its main activity, preparing for war. It was not easy to combine commercial activities with the military ethos. Furthermore, military enterprises were sometimes less efficient than civilian ones, and only survived because of the special privileges of the military. Hence in 1998 it was decided to divest the PLA of most of its economic activities. It retained its farms, important for feeding the troops. It also retained some hospitals which served the general public, some enterprises providing employment for dependents, and some telecommunications activities. The military, business complex was a good example of a non-standard mechanism, non-budgetary financing of the military, which instead generated its own income by economic activities, being used to facilitate the reform process. It can be considered an example of transition with Chinese characteristics. The extent of corruption in the military, business complex, and the role it played in the decision to divest the PLA of most of its economic activities, also illustrates the importance of corruption in China in the Dengist and post-Dengist periods. Secrecy. All countries strive to protect their military and diplomatic secrets. However, the USSR took secrecy to extremes. Article 58.6 of the RSFSR, Russian Republic, Criminal Code provided that giving state secrets not just to foreign governments and counter-revolutionary organizations but even to individuals was punishable by at least 3 years in the Gulag and possibly death by shooting. Merely giving information to another person which the head of a department, institution, or enterprise had declared was not to be revealed was punishable by up to 3 years in the Gulag. From the mid-1930s to 1956, scarcely any economic statistics were published and a huge range of information was classified as secret. Even when the publication of a statistical annual resumed, much information remained classified. This was intended to prevent enemies knowing about the military potential of the USSR and its weak spots. Soviet secrecy may have had some positive results. For example, in the Cold War era it may have made US bomb and rocket targeting of key Soviet objectives more difficult. In addition, Soviet secrecy forced the USA to devote significant resources to trying to estimate real Soviet military expenditures. However, it also had counterproductive effects. One of the reasons the Nazis attacked the USSR in June 1941 was that they had inadequate knowledge of Soviet war preparations, and thought the invasion would be a pushover. Had they been aware of the magnitude of Soviet military production and the possibilities for its rapid expansion, they might have thought twice about that fateful decision. Similarly, in the summer of 1940, in view of its potential military applications, and the risk that the Nazis would build a nuclear bomb, the leading U.S. scientific journals voluntarily decided to cease publishing fission-related papers. This was accepted by the leading scientists in the field, many of them refugees from the Nazis. In early 1942, the Soviet physicist Flerov looked carefully at the U.S. journals, noticed that they had stopped publishing anything about fission, and that the leading specialists in this area were not publishing on anything else either. He concluded that the subject was now regarded as a military secret, and that the USA had launched a program to develop nuclear weapons. Actually, the decision to make a determined effort to build an atom bomb was only taken in June 1942. Accordingly, he wrote to the Soviet authorities urging them to take action to utilize the possibilities of nuclear fission. Holloway 1994, 78-9. This illustrates how making a topic secret can provide other countries with valuable information as to what is happening. Soviet secrecy had important internal economic consequences. It made it easier for defense enterprises to hide their resources, costs, and mistakes from their customers and superiors. The ministries of defense and finance had difficulties in obtaining access to these state secrets. It also made it possible for the budget of the Ministry of Defense, a top secret, naturally, to be hidden not just from the general public but also from most Politburo members. It was known to a couple of them but they kept it to themselves. These uses of secrecy naturally had cost-increasing consequences. In the absence of accurate budget data, it was difficult to argue for reductions. The secrecy surrounding the defense sector also hampered spin-off from the military to the civilian sectors, and thus reduced innovation and economic growth. Another important result of Soviet secrecy is that it created a gulf between published and publicly discussed 5-year plans and annual budgets, with their silence, or distorted figures, about defense, and the real situation. This undermined public understanding of the real economic situation and discussion of possible economic reforms. Soviet secrecy also had adverse public health consequences. In 1957 there was an explosion at a nuclear waste dump near Kysychtym in the Urals. This was, of course, kept secret, although it spread more than 2 million curies over 20,000 square kilometers and led to the evacuation of about 11,000 people, Josephson 2005, 279. Similarly, nuclear waste was released into the air in 1967 when Lake Karachay, also in the Urals, evaporated, and winds blew radioactive substances into the surrounding area, affecting about 40,000 people. The secrecy surrounding these events reduced the pressure to raise safety standards in the nuclear industry. It allowed the nuclear industry to get away with a culture of inattention to public health issues that culminated in the 1986 Chernobyl disaster. In the late 1990s, the Russian organization the World Organization of Health for Radiation Medical Problems, founded in 1991, had a register of 550,000 persons exposed to excessive radiation by Soviet nuclear programs, which included 220,000 who took part in attempting to overcome the effects of the Chernobyl disaster. Did the military and the defense, industrial complex cause the collapse of the USSR? After the destruction of the USSR, the size and significance of its defense sector gradually became apparent. This led to the assertion by some writers that the size and growth of the military and defense industry complex caused the collapse of the USSR. For example, Derlugian, 2000, 205-12, argued that the USSR disintegrated because it overspecialized in preparing for industrial-age warfare, in building the bureaucratized mobilization state. In the language of business consultants, the Soviet military was an extraordinary case of bad investment rooted in the assessment of previous success and sustained by an inertial and comfortably insulated corporate culture. 17. The alleged mechanisms on which this conclusion is based are threefold, and concern costs, structure, and people. First, there was the cost of military programs, which had a major opportunity cost in terms of civilian investment and civilian consumption foregone. Secondly, there were the interests of the military and the defense industry complex, that made economic reform much more difficult. In Hungary, when the 1968 reform was introduced, it was confined to the civilian sector and the defense sector basically remained run on administrative command lines, Jermuska 2008, 824. In the USSR, with its much larger armed forces, extensive defense, industry complex, including 13 closed nuclear cities, employing large numbers of workers, engineers, and scientists, the defense sector was much larger and such a division of the economy more difficult to realize. Hence, the military and the defense industry sector hampered attempts to modernize the economic system that Stalin had established. When attempts were made to liberalize the Soviet economy, they frequently had unintended and unwanted effects, partly the result of the size and importance of the defense sector. Thirdly, many of the people who ran the USSR in the Brezhnev era had experienced World War II and their perceptions of economic policy were much influenced by that. They wished, above all, to prevent a repetition of the disaster of October 1941, the opening months of the Soviet-German War, in which the USSR lost huge numbers of troops, weapons, and a large swathe of its territory, and to retain the territories and sphere of influence the USSR had acquired as a result of that war. They were much less interested in overcoming the problems of the administrative command system, adapting it to the post-Fordist world, or taking effective measures to accelerate innovation, technical progress, and economic growth. Their preoccupation with World War II, and the inertia of a huge country, with powerful institutions supporting the status quo, ruled by the elderly, led them to retain a system that had helped prepare for, wage and win World War II, but was less relevant to the actual and potential conflicts that the USSR faced in the 1970s and 1980s. However, such a monocausal explanation is inadequate. It neglects the policies of Gorbachev and the internal and international environment. The traditional system had been created by the then leader of the party, Stalin, in response to the domestic and international situation in the late 1920s and early 1930s. The party leader in the mid-1980s, facing a quite different situation, adopted quite different policies. This was possible because in the USSR the top leader had considerable freedom in initiating policies. 18 Whereas Stalin had been confronted by perceived hostile classes internally and the Great Depression externally, Gorbachev inherited a situation in which the perceived hostile classes, Nepman, kulaks, and bourgeois intellectuals 19, had all long ago been marginalized, died out, or killed off, and much of the external world was clearly more successful economically than the USSR. In addition, as pointed out in Chapter 3, in the perestroika period the USSR was hit very badly by a sharp fall in world oil prices, which meant a dramatic worsening of its terms of trade, and led to an acute balance of payments crisis and a substantial increase in the budget deficit. Although the military and the defense industry complex on their own did not cause the collapse of the USSR, they undoubtedly contributed to it. They did this in three ways. First, they consumed massive resources which hampered the development of the civilian sector. Secondly, their size and importance made the attempt to introduce market elements into the economy and integrate the USSR into the world economy more difficult. Thirdly, their leaders supported the attempt to reverse Gorbachev's policies in August 1991, which was a miserable failure and accelerated the collapse of the USSR. 20. The end of the Soviet military and defense industry complex. Soviet military expenditures seem to have reached a peak in 1988. Subsequently, they were reduced, amidst much talk of conversion of the defense industry to civilian purposes. This was a result of Gorbachev's perestroika program. However, a drastic reduction in military expenditures, weapons output, the status of the armed forces and military manpower only took place in the 1990s, after the USSR had been replaced by its successor states. As Schleichoff, 1997, 10, observed in 1997, in only a few years the military force that held most of the world in terror has been plunged into penury and humiliation. The cuts in Soviet military expenditures in 1988-91 were part of a wider program which included better relations with the West, the democratization of Soviet society and dramatic ideological changes. The defense, industry complex and armed forces were using resources which the new leadership of the USSR hoped to use for civilian economic and social purposes, and hindering the development of good relations with the West. While growing military and defense industry expenditures had seemed desirable under conditions of economic growth and traditional Marxism, Leninism, as the economy first stagnated and then declined, and the General Secretary radically altered the official ideology, military and defense industry expenditures came to be seen as an unnecessary burden which harmed relations with the rest of the world. Conclusion. Defense planning was always an important part of socialist planning. The Soviet model of defense planning, developed in the 1920s and 1930s, was transplanted to Eastern Europe after World War II, and to China after 1949. However, the share of resources devoted to military purposes fluctuated sharply in accordance with the international situation and the policies of the national leaderships. The economic system that Stalin created treated military production and military preparations as high-priority sectors. One aspect of this system was the use of competition, external and internal, to achieve high-quality weapons. This system, combined with the use of mass production methods in industry, enabled the USSR to defeat a more economically advanced state in World War II. In addition, in 1945-91 the military resources created by the system successfully deterred aggression against the USSR. This system, combined with the import of technology, enabled atom bombs to be quickly developed. Relatively poor countries, such as the USSR, China, and North Korea, were able to produce these technologically very advanced weapons. It also enabled large armed forces to be maintained. This system also enabled the USSR in the 1970s to reach strategic parity with the more economically advanced USA, and to become one of the two great powers. However, the concentration of resources on military programs had substantial costs for the civilian economy. These were not only the obvious costs of maintaining the armed forces and producing weapons, and their opportunity costs for investment and consumption. There were also less obvious costs such as the production of inefficient civilian products in plants whose mobilization plan required rapid transition to military production, and high transport and building costs resulting from locating industrial plants for strategic rather than economic reasons. Much of the waste usually ascribed to the inefficiency of central planning was actually a byproduct of the system of mobilization planning. It is difficult to produce meaningful internationally comparable figures for Soviet defense expenditures because of the specific features of the Soviet economic system. The priority of military goals had serious environmental and public health consequences. The concentration of resources on military programs also depended on economic growth, and on an ideology which regarded the world as divided into antagonistic camps between whom relations were bound to be poor and war quite likely. When economic growth turned into stagnation and the Soviet leader abandoned the ideology, the ground was prepared for the drastic reduction in weapons production, the size of the armed forces and defense expenditure that took place in the 1990s in the successor states of the USSR. The militarization of the Soviet economy was an important obstacle to the post-Soviet transition process in the former USSR, in particular in Russia and Ukraine, and part of the explanation for the difficulties these countries experienced in the 1990s. In the People's Republic of China, military modernization has always been an important goal. However, in the initial economic reform era, military expenditures from the state budget were sharply reduced and partially compensated for by the development of the military-business complex. 5. Investment planning. At the present time, the USSR is energetically implementing the 5-year plan for the construction of socialism. Heavy industry occupies a central place in this plan, in particular those branches of industry which are connected with increasing the defense capacity of the country. The basic goal of the 5-year plan is to increase military strength. Lieutenant Colonel Kazak Hara, military attaché, Japanese Embassy in Moscow, July 1931, 1. The share of investment in the national income. The traditional model was generally effective in mobilizing resources for investment. That was a major reason why it was developed and maintained. Ofer, 1987, 1784, argued that, the most outstanding characteristic of Soviet growth strategy is its consistent policy of very high rates of investment. These high rates are almost without precedent for such long periods. This argument was based on official Soviet statistics which, certainly in the late Soviet period, overstated net investment, Kontorovich 1989, 2001. Furthermore, even higher rates of investment were attained in China after it discarded the traditional model. Nevertheless, it is certainly true that high investment rates were attained for long periods, especially in the early years of the traditional model. These high investment rates were possible as a result of institutions quite different from those of capitalism, Mao and Drobyshevskaya 2013, 38. The scale of economic accumulation was unfettered by the unpredictability of private savings and investment. Economic activity was not constrained by high levels of taxation or by the autonomous decisions of private enterprises. Any possibility of the flight of capital was effectively cut off by comprehensive financial controls. Totalitarian political control removed conventional limits to the quantity of financial resources that could be mobilized for the goal of accumulation. This exceptionally high level of national savings, stable in the long term, made possible a leap forward in industrialization and a sharp increase in rates of economic growth. What was the purpose of these high investment rates? It seems that the main aim was rapid convergence with the advanced countries, both in the military and civilian sectors. Investment planning was to a considerable extent concerned with implementing the goals of defense planning, as outlined in the previous chapter. This had a major impact on the sectoral allocation of investment and the location of industry. It was also concerned with creating the possibility of raising consumption, the planning of which is considered later in Chapter 8. The increase in the level of investment in the national income from that which characterized the semi-market economy of the NEP period, 1921-8, to the higher rates characteristic of the traditional model took place in the first five-year plan, 1928-32. In 1928-32 there was a huge increase in investment in the USSR. This was possible because of a disregard for financial constraints and monetary equilibrium, and the readiness to replace them by force and enthusiasm. The question of the sources of this enormous increase in investment was examined in Ellman, 1975. From a Keynesian point of view, the sources of the increase in investment in 1928-32 were, a. the utilization of previously wasted resources, e.g. unemployed labor, b. the increase in the urban labor force, c. the increase in the volume of basic wage goods marketed by agriculture, d. the fall in urban real wages, e. imports, both of machines and skilled labor, and f. the increase in the output of industry and construction during the first five-year plan. The two key mechanisms for obtaining the additional investment resources were collectivization, which made possible the increase in the volume of basic wage goods marketed by agriculture and the increase in the urban labor force, and the rapid inflation, which facilitated the fall in urban real wages. From a Marxist point of view, the origin of the huge increase in accumulation during the first five-year plan was, a. an increase in absolute surplus value resulting from the increase in the urban labor force, 30%, and, b. an increase in relative surplus value resulting from the fall in real wages, 101%, less, c. a decrease in unequal exchange with agriculture, 31%. The four key mechanisms for obtaining the additional accumulation were, the transition of the unions from trade unionism to production-mindedness, the rapid growth of forced labor, the replacement of a market relationship between agriculture and the industrial sphere by a coercive relationship, and the increased differentiation between the elite and the masses. The conclusion about the crucial role in increasing investment played by the increase in the labor force and the fall in its real wages was based on a detailed study of the Soviet national accounts for the first five-year plan period made during the Soviet period. This conclusion was subsequently confirmed after the collapse of the USSR by study of the Soviet economic archives. These suggested to Gregory and Harrison, 2005, 732, that the implicit model that the Soviet leadership used to determine the relationship between investment and consumption in the first two five-year plans can be set out as in Figure 5.1. Figure 5.1 Maximizing investment subject to variable worker effort. Figure 5.1 shows a situation in which the state is trying to obtain as much output as possible for investment, but has to provide some output for consumption, since otherwise the workers will not work well or at all, and output, and hence investment possibilities, will fall. The level of output is assumed to depend on the effort of the workers. This is shown by the curve Q, E, who have a choice between working hard and fooling around, turning up late, or getting drunk at work. Worker effort depends on real wages and coercion. This is shown by the E, WC, line. Workers are assumed to have a reservation wage, W, below which they will not work and maybe strike, riot, or support opposition political movements. They are also assumed to have a fair wage, W, at which effort is maximized. The choice problem for the political leadership is to select the level of wages, and coercion, that maximizes the surplus. At or above the level of wages, W, that maximizes effort, E, output is maximized, Q, but a large part of the output constitutes wages and is consumed, and investment is not maximized. At the reservation wage W effort is very low, and there is very little output. In order to maximize investment, the political leadership has to choose the wage level W** that generates the effort level E, which means that the rectangle AUZE* is consumed, and QXZW can be invested. As far as the sources of the increase in accumulation in China are concerned, Lippitt, 1975, drew attention to the role of land reform in enabling what had previously been property income to be converted into investment resources. The relationship between the agriculture and non-agricultural sectors in China during the planning era is considered further in Chapter 6. Also important in raising the share of investment was the existence of a political institution, the Communist Party, which enabled the wishes of the leadership to be conveyed to the localities and implemented there, and the enthusiasm of many people to build socialism. The relative importance of all the factors which influenced the share of investment in the national income varied over time and between countries. Another way of looking at the share of investment in an economy that is aiming to converge as quickly as possible was developed by the Yugoslav economist Horvat, 1958. It is based on three assumptions: first, that the objective of economic policy is to maximize the rate of growth; secondly, that the marginal productivity of investment is a diminishing function of the share of investment in the national income; thirdly, that the marginal productivity of investment reaches zero well before the share of investment in the national income reaches 50% or because the economy has a maximum absorptive capacity. The easiest way to use this concept is to conceive the economy as a giant productive capacity capable of being expanded at a certain maximum rate, also at a lower rate, but not at a higher rate. Any additional inputs, investment, would not produce additions to but reductions of output. Horvat, 1958, 748. The idea is that, at a certain point, the technical and social problems caused by the reorganization of production to accommodate the investment are such that the marginal product of the investment is zero and beyond that point is negative. Given these three assumptions, the problem of planning the optimal share of investment can be illustrated by Figure 5.2. The figure depicts a situation in which, when the share of investment is low, the return on marginal investment is high. As the share rises, the return falls. When the maximum absorptive capacity is reached, the maximum rational share, A, is attained. Figure 5.2: Absorptive capacity and the optimal rate of investment. Delta Y/delta I is the increment output, investment ratio. I/Y is the share of investment in the national income. Accordingly, for an economy seeking to converge as quickly as possible with the high-income countries, the problem of finding the optimal share of investment resolves itself into the empirical question of finding out what the maximum absorptive capacity of the economy is. According to Horvat, 1965, 575, his criterion produces a share of investment in national income of about 35%, if recent experience and national income statistics may be trusted. Given the second and third assumptions made above, and assuming that A is known, the Horvat approach fits in well with the overtaking and surpassing approach to economic policy discussed in Chapter 1. It gives that share of investment which enables the gap to be eliminated in the shortest time. However, it can only be considered optimal if the optimum is defined as that share which enables the gap to be closed in the shortest time, rather than in a more conventional way. Point 2: A valuable feature of the Horvat approach is that it directs attention to the possibility of wasteful overinvestment, investment which is in excess of A. It seems that this situation often occurred in the state socialist countries. Another economist who stressed the dangers of overinvestment was Kalecki, 1972a, 1986. He went beyond Horvat's macroeconomic argument, and considered the structural bottlenecks that constrain the optimal rate of investment. He stressed the limits to rational investment set by natural resource constraints, the availability of labor, the need for balance of payments equilibrium, the construction period of new plants, and the need not to sacrifice present consumption unnecessarily. It would be a mistake to identify the actual level of investment with the intentions of the top leadership. In human societies there is often a discrepancy between intentions and outcomes. Marxists expected that under socialism this divergence would disappear, since mankind would consciously determine its own future. Nevertheless, it persisted, even under state socialism. For example, In the USSR, the leadership was repeatedly confronted by the unexpected outcomes of its own policies, from the economic crisis of 1931-3 to the stagnation of the late Brezhnev era and the economic breakdown of 1989-91. As a result of this discrepancy, it is necessary to study not only plan choices but also the processes governing plan outcomes. For example, given that the actual share of investment in the national income often differed from that which was planned, it is necessary to study both normative theories about what the share should be and the behavioral processes and properties of the economic environment that influence what it actually is. A major factor which determined it was the behavior of the investors, e.g. ministries, enterprises, republics. This was characterized by Kornai, 1980, as investment hunger. This term describes a situation in which there is an almost unlimited desire by potential investors for additional investment resources, regardless of the likely economic return to them. Not facing the threat of bankruptcy, but facing a situation in which the interests of their organization and officials would only benefit from additional investment, they tried by hook or by crook to obtain additional investment resources. For example, expected costs were underestimated or the benefits to be expected were overstated. The share of investment was also influenced by the economic environment. For example, the sharp fall in the share of investment in the national income throughout Eastern Europe in the early 1980s partly resulted from the sharp worsening of the credit rating of Eastern Europe, the deterioration in the international political climate, the second oil shock, and the difficulty of finding remunerative export markets. This resulted both from the economic environment and system-related factors. Summary: the traditional model was generally effective, certainly in its early years, in mobilizing resources for investment. The main instruments for attaining this were a mixture of repression, the use of violence to collectivize agriculture and enforce wage reductions, institutional change, the transformation of the trade unions into agencies for implementing state policies, and part of the increase in employment, the Communist Party, which conveyed the wishes of the leadership to the localities, and enthusiasm to build socialism. The relative importance of these factors varied over time and between countries. One analytical approach to the choice of an optimal share of investment in the national income was considered, that of growth maximization. It is a useful way of thinking about the problem for an economy aiming at rapid economic growth. It draws attention both to the inverse relationship between the share of investment in the national income and the return on investment, and to the possibility of wasteful overinvestment. Both theory and practice suggest that actually attaining a desired level of investment may involve changes in the relations of production, i.e. in the socio-economic system. The actual share of investment resulted from the interaction of the central leaders trying to impose their priorities on the economic process, the other economic actors, ministries, republics, or provinces, enterprises, striving to begin and then complete their pet projects, and the economic environment. The sectoral allocation of investment. An important feature of the early stage of socialist industrialization was the allocation of investment resources primarily to producer goods industries rather than to consumer goods industries. In the USSR, where socialist planning existed the longest, the share of consumer goods in total industrial output fell almost continually from 1928 to 1966, and then roughly stabilized, increasing at the end of the perestroika period. For many years it was customary for Soviet economists to assert, Political Economy 1957, 721, that, the law of priority growth of the production of the means of production, is a necessary condition for ensuring the uninterrupted advance of socialist production. This formulation is actually a paraphrase of the view expressed by Stalin in Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, 1952, that, the national economy cannot be continuously expanded without giving primacy to the production of means of production. As policy changed, this position was abandoned, and replaced by the view, Dobkin 1965, that the sharp increase in the share of producer goods output in total industrial output had been necessary during the early stages of socialist industrialization, but that it was not a necessary condition of steady economic growth that the share of producer goods output in total industrial output rises indefinitely. The traditional Soviet doctrine was criticized in China before it was abandoned in the USSR. Already in On the 10 Major Relationships, 1956, Mao criticized the excessive emphasis on heavy industry at the expense of light industry and agriculture in the USSR and Eastern Europe. He suggested that China should learn from this experience and develop light industry and agriculture proportionately. Nevertheless, heavy industry was developed disproportionately in China in 1957-60 and 1969-79, and this outcome came under much criticism in China after 1978. There was clearly a non-economic justification for the increased share of producer goods in total industrial output, the needs of defense. This was noted already by the Japanese military attaché in Moscow in 1931, an extract from whose report heads this chapter. The large increase in the share of producer goods in total industrial output in the USSR in 1928-40 was partly, but not entirely, a result of the increased share of the defense industry in total output. It also reflected the increased share of investment in the national income. Defense needed steel, non-ferrous metals, chemicals, machine tools, electricity, coal, oil, improved railways, shipbuilding, and aeroplane building. After World War II, defense, investment and inertia maintained a high share of producer goods in total Soviet industrial output. Is there any economic justification for the proposition that the share of Group A in total industrial production ought to rise during the early stages of socialist industrialization, and if so, what is it? One line of argument is that the increase in the share of producer goods in total industrial output is a normal feature of economic growth regardless of the economic system. Assuming that it is a fact that there is a general tendency for the share of producer goods in total industrial output to rise over time. 3. It is easy to explain it in terms of the nature of technical progress. Economic development largely consists of the replacement of the production of commodities primarily with labor, with the assistance of a small quantity of intermediate goods and a very limited capital stock, by the production of commodities primarily using capital goods with the assistance of long chains of intermediate goods and limited labor. Comparing 18th century cotton textile production with 20th century synthetic fiber production, the latter required, in addition to the requirements of the former, construction of the factory, electricity to power, light and heat it, a heavy engineering industry to produce the capital equipment needed, and a chemical industry to produce the synthetic fiber. If, as a result of technical progress, an increasing proportion of the gross output of consumer goods industries is accounted for by inputs of intermediate products, and a decreasing proportion of the gross output of consumer goods industries is accounted for by value added in the consumer goods industries themselves, as in the above example, then over time the share of consumer goods output in total industrial output will fall. A similar result will occur if an increasing proportion of consumer demand is for products a low proportion of whose gross output consists of value added by consumer goods industries. The first economist to focus attention on the relationship between the consumer goods and producer goods industries in a plan for rapid economic growth was the Soviet economist Feldman. 4. He derived two important results, one about the ratios of the capital stock in the two sectors, the other about the allocation of investment to the two sectors. The first result was that a high rate of growth requires that a high proportion of the capital stock be in the producer goods sector. This is illustrated in Figure 5.3. Figure 5.3 Feldman's first theorem. Kc is the capital stock in the consumer goods industry, Kp is the capital stock in the producer goods industry. Feldman's second theorem was that, along a steady growth path, investment should be allocated between the sectors in the same proportion as the capital stock. For example, suppose that a 20% rate of growth of income requires a Kc/Kp of 3.7. Then to maintain growth at 20%, PA requires that 3.7/4.7 of annual investment goes to the consumer goods industries, and 1.0/4.7 of annual investment goes to the producer goods industries. The interrelationship of the two theorems is shown in Table 5.4, in which Feldman explained how any desired growth rate, given the capital-output ratio, determined both the necessary sectoral composition of the capital stock and the sectoral allocation of investment. Given the capital-output ratio, the higher the KP/KC ratio, i.e. the greater the proportion of the capital stock in the producer goods sector, and correspondingly the higher the KP/KC plus KP ratio, i.e. the greater the proportion of new investment in the producer goods sector, the higher the rate of growth. With a capital-output ratio of 2.1, to raise the growth rate from 16.2% to 24.3% requires increasing the proportion of the capital stock in the producer goods sector from 1/3 to 1/2, and the share of investment in the producer goods sector from 1/3 to 1/2. The conclusion Feldman drew from his model was that the main task of the planning organizations was to regulate the capital-output ratios in the two sectors and the ratio of the capital stock in the producer goods sector to that in the consumer goods sector. For the former task, Feldman recommended rationalization and multi-shift working, for the latter, investment in the producer goods sector. Both at the time and for some decades thereafter, Feldman's conclusion that, to begin a process of rapid economic growth, it is necessary to rapidly expand the capacity of the producer goods industries seemed paradoxical. It was contrary to the traditional view that the proper path of development was textiles first. What was Feldman's proof, and is it valid? Feldman's own argument was rather laborious, but the essence of the matter is very simple, and can be explained by means of an arithmetical example. Consider a two-sector, consumer goods and producer goods, economy, with a capital-output ratio of 2 in each sector, that has available 100 units of investment resources which can be invested either in the consumer goods sector or in the producer goods sector. The choice is represented in Table 5.5. If the initial investment is made in the consumer goods sector, then there will be a once-and-for-all consumption increment of 50. Consumption will rise from a level of 500 in year 1 to a level of 550 in year 2, and thereafter remain on a plateau. If, on the other hand, the initial investment is made in the producer goods sector, then there will be an annual increment of 50 to the capital stock in the consumer goods sector, which will ensure an annual consumption increment of 25. Consumption will rise by only 25 in year 2, but it will also rise by 25 in each subsequent year. When the initial investment is made in the producer goods sector, there is an initial loss of possible consumption, but by year 3 consumption is equal on the two paths, and from year 4 onwards annual consumption is greater with strategy F than with strategy S, and the absolute difference increases annually. Given a long enough time horizon, strategy F is clearly superior. The reason why investing in producer goods is advantageous in models of an economy divided into horizontal sectors is very simple. An investment in the producer goods sector enables the capital equipment of the consumer goods sector to expand. This is not a flash in the pan. After each period of production in the producer goods sector, the capital stock in the consumer goods sector rises. This enables the output of consumer goods to rise. There is a steady rise in the output of consumer goods, the annual increment being the capital stock in the producer goods sector divided by the product of the two capital-output ratios. In the example, the capital stock in the producer goods sector is, from period 2 onwards, the initial investment of 100 units. An investment in the consumer goods sector, on the other hand, merely results in a once-and-for-all expansion of the productive capacity of that sector, and consequently a zero growth rate in the output of consumption goods, after the initial increase. From this point of view, the crucial difference between an investment in the producer goods sector and one in the consumer goods sector is as follows. The former produces a steady stream of capital goods for use in the consumer goods sector, each of which in turn produces a steady stream of consumption goods. The latter, however, merely produces a steady stream of consumption goods, and the absolute level of the stream thereafter remains unchanged. The argument depends crucially on the assumptions that construction periods are the same in both sectors, machines are immortal, and the sectoral capital output ratios are the same. If these assumptions are dropped, it is possible to assign values to the construction periods, the lives of the capital goods and the sectoral capital output ratios that reverse the results. The argument also assumes that the supply of investment resources is independent of the allocation of investment, a long enough time horizon and a closed economy. Feldman's argument was developed in terms of a two-sector model, but applies equally to a model of a closed economy divided into m greater than 2, horizontal sectors, provided that the other Feldman assumptions are made. The main lesson to be learned from the Feldman model is that the capacity of the capital goods industry is one of the constraints that limit the rate of growth of an economy. There may well be other constraints, such as foreign exchange, urban real wages, marketed output of agriculture, or poor governance. Indeed, it is possible that one or more of these are the binding constraint S and that the limited capacity of the producer goods sector is a non-binding constraint. Economic planning is largely concerned with the removal of constraints to rapid economic growth. Accordingly, in its early stages a prominent role can be played by the rapid development of the producer goods sector. This was also recognized by the Indian economist Mahalanobis, 1953, at the start of Indian planning. Feldman's division of an economy into two sectors is crude and scarcely operational. A major advance in economic analysis after the publication of his paper was the development of numerical multi-sectoral models, Leontief 1966. One important use of these models is to study the relationship between the rate of growth of the national economic aggregates and the relative output of the various industries. In the usual input-output notation, X equals IA, IY. Assuming that A is given, X can be calculated for varying values of Y. Assuming that the variance of Y considered refer to some future year, this enables the changes in the relative output of the different industries in this final year, resulting from various hypothetical national income aggregates, to be studied. In the 1960s such studies became an integral part of the planning process in the state socialist countries. An example taken from Soviet experience with the elaboration of the 1966 to 75-year plan is set out in Table 5.6. The table shows how the technological relationships between industries are such that, the higher the rate of growth of the national economy, the wider the divergence between the rate of growth of an industry such as engineering and an industry such as the food industry. However, it also shows that a massive increase in investment, a more than trebling of its rate of growth, and a substantial increase in the rate of growth of engineering and metalworking, would only produce a very modest increase in the rate of growth of consumption. It also suggested that, for all five variants, agriculture, which provided the main material input into the food and light industries, was likely to be a major bottleneck, since the growth of agricultural output was unlikely to meet their projected growth. Naturally, the analytical argument about the need to concentrate on industries such as engineering depends heavily on the closed economy assumption. China's experience has shown that a dynamic export sector, which initially specializes in labor-intensive goods, can make a major contribution to economic growth, see Chapter 9. In addition, the argument also has nothing to say about services. It is basically concerned with a traditional industrial economy. In an open economy with a large, potential, services sector and without a structurally militarist economy, the priorities for the allocation of investment might well be different. Summary. In the USSR, a major reason for the concentration of investment resources in heavy industry was the needs of defense. In general, the technological structure of a closed industrial economy is such that, the higher the rate of national economic growth required, the higher the rate of growth of the output of industries such as engineering and the greater the share of investment that has to be allocated to them. In a closed economy where the capacity of these industries is an operative constraint, a major task of planning for raising the growth rate must be to direct investment resources towards expanding the capacity of these sectors. This proposition was first formulated in a 1928 paper by the Soviet economist Feldman, and is now generally accepted. In an open economy, with a large services sector, and without a structurally militarist economy, the priorities for the allocation of investment might well be different. The location of industry. The location of industry in the state socialist countries was determined by a variety of factors: the inheritance from the previous regime, the availability of labor and raw materials, transport costs, bureaucratic bargaining, and strategic considerations. The importance of the latter was noted in the previous chapter. General Ligovsky, 1961, 155-61, of the Soviet General Staff Academy, in his analysis of the relationship between military strategy and economics, stressed the need to take account of strategic factors in location decisions. When building new enterprises, the need to take account of the factors influencing their defense from the enemy, their anti-air attack defense, has immense importance. Determining the geographical location for new construction, it is necessary to take account of a mixture of economic and strategic interests. However, sometimes the strategic interests have to take precedence over the economic ones. This was also Mao Zedong's view and was particularly important in China in 1965-71, as pointed out in the previous chapter. Ligovsky drew two important policy conclusions from this. First, that it was desirable to locate factories producing weapons or inputs into weapons in remote places where they would be much less likely to be successfully attacked. Secondly, that important military products should never be produced by just one factory, but that there should always be a duplicate facility producing, or able to begin producing immediately, the product concerned. Naturally, both these policies were cost increasing. The USSR built or expanded production facilities and cities in very cold and inhospitable regions. This was intended to exploit local raw materials, populate these regions and develop areas a long way from the frontiers for strategic reasons. Locating tank production in Chelyabinsk, thousands of kilometers from potential enemies, seemed very prudent in the 1930s and 1940s. However, this type of location incurred substantial costs. Compared with Canada, where in the period 1930 to 80 the population gradually moved to warmer areas, in the USSR in the same period an increasing share of the population lived in colder areas. Hill and Gaddy 2003, 38, 52-3. The development of Siberia was regarded as a major achievement in Soviet times, and conformed to military economic doctrines as expounded by specialists such as General Ligovsky. 5 However, it resulted in substantial additional costs for infrastructure, production, and living compared with the development of warmer areas. Furthermore, the distance of the Siberian cities from the traditional centers of Russian life and economic activity generated large transport costs. Exploiting Siberia's rich natural resources seemed attractive, both in the Soviet and post-Soviet periods. The development of the West Siberian oilfields played a key role in Soviet economic development in the 1970s. However, it simultaneously generated massive export earnings, and enabled the rulers to put off adapting their policies and system, with fatal consequences for the system. Similarly, the natural resource rent from developing both the existing Siberian oil and gas fields, and new ones such as the oil and natural gas of Sakhalin, formed an important source of revenue for the Russian state in the opening decades of the 21st century. In addition, the diamonds of Sakha, Yakutia, and the platinum, palladium, and nickel of Norilsk were useful sources of export revenue in the Putin period. However, these resource riches made Russia, and Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, and Turkmenistan, vulnerable to the resource curse. Sachs and Warner 2001, Gelman and Margania 2010. Industry planning. In the state socialist countries, investment plans were worked out for the country as a whole, and also for industries, ministries, departments, associations, enterprises, republics, economic regions, and cities. An important level of investment planning was the industry. Industry investment planning was concerned with such problems as the choice of product, of plants to be expanded, of the location of new plants, of the technology to be used, and of sources of the raw materials. To resolve these issues, it was necessary to collect and process the necessary data. Data collection. For a producer goods industry, part of the demand will be for given products, but there will in general be considerable substitutability between products. It will, therefore, be necessary to gather data on the relative costs and usefulness of different products. If this is not done properly, and the results acted on, then waste will result. For example, as Abuchar, 1971, pointed out, a major source of waste in the Soviet cement industry prior to World War II was the large number of grades produced, and the failure to capture the gains from standardization. The possibility of expanding plants largely depends on the availability of space, labor, and raw materials, and the cost of transport of output to customers. Similarly, possible locations of new plants depend largely on the availability of raw materials and labor and on transport costs. An important difficulty at this stage is that, in general, the prices of producer goods and labor power in the state socialist countries were not equal to their national economic opportunity cost. Hence, it was sometimes necessary to mount a special investigation of costs, or use the shadow prices resulting from the investment plan of the appropriate industry. In an economy in which producer goods are rationed, it was not in general true that the prices at which transactions take place, Guidelines 1972-62, may provide a good first step in the estimation of social costs. In a well-known aphorism, Lenin defined communism as Soviet power plus the electrification of the whole country, and the introduction into production of advanced technology always played a major role in socialist planning. The first state socialist country, which under capitalism was notorious for its wooden plows, was from the 1950s well known for its space program. In the traditional Soviet type of organization, each industry had a ministry which was responsible for adopting the latest ideas, incorporating them in its investment plan, and imposing a unified technical policy on its industry. However, complaints were frequent, see for example Beck 1971, that innovation was hindered by the monopoly position of the major R&D organizations. Examples of technical conservatism at the R&D stage in the USSR included, almost ignoring alternatives to the homegrown SKB process for the manufacture of synthetic rubber, and devoting inadequate attention to processes for the manufacture of alloy and quality steel other than electric slag remelting, ellman et al. 1977. The possibilities for obtaining raw materials depend on known reserves, geological prospecting and foreign trade possibilities. The state socialist countries devoted extensive efforts to geological prospecting, in which field they had a good record. Data processing. The main method used from the 1960s onwards in the CMEA countries for processing the data relating to possible investment plans into actual investment plans was mathematical programming. In the USSR, after extensive experience in this field, a standard methodology, Standard 1978, for doing such calculations was adopted by the Presidium of the Academy of Sciences. The Soviet standard methodology presented models for three standard problems. They were, a static multi-product production problem with discrete variables, a dynamic multi-product production problem with discrete variables, and a static multi-product problem of the production, transport type with discrete variables. The former can be set out as follows. Let I equals 1, N be the finished goods or resources, J equals 1, M be the production units, R equals 1, Rj be the production technique in a unit, Ij be the output of good 1, N or input of resource I equals N plus 1, N, using technique R of production in unit J, CJR are the costs of production using technique R in unit J, D is the given level of output of good I equals 1, N, pi is the total use of resource I equals N plus 1, N allocated to the industry, and ZJR is the unknown intensity of use of technique R at unit J. The problem is to find values of the variables ZJR that minimize the objective function, i.e. minimize costs of production subject to, i.e. each output must be produced in at least the required quantities. i.e. the total use of resources cannot exceed the level allocated to the branch, and i.e. either a single technique of production for Unit J is included in the plan, or Unit J is not included in the plan. In order to illustrate the method, an example will be given which is taken from the Hungarian experience of the late 1950s in working out an investment plan for the cotton weaving industry for the 1961-55 5-year plan, Kornai 1967, Chapter 5. The method of working out the plan can be presented schematically by looking at the decision problems, the constraints, the objective function and the results. The decision problems to be resolved were: A. How should the output of fabrics be increased, by modernizing the existing weaving mills, or by building new ones? B. For part of the existing machinery, there were three possibilities. It could be operated in its existing form, modernized by way of alterations or supplementary investments, or else scrapped. Which of these options should be chosen? C. For the other part of the existing machinery, either it could be retained or scrapped. What should be done? D. If new machines were purchased, a choice had to be made between many types. Which type should be chosen, and how many of a particular type should be purchased? The constraints consisted of the output plan for cloth, the investment fund, the hard currency quota, the building quota and the material balances for various kinds of yarn. The objective function was to meet the given plan at minimum cost. The results provided answers to all the decision problems. An important feature of the results was the conclusion that it was much cheaper to increase production by modernizing and expanding existing mills than by building new ones. It would clearly be unsatisfactory to optimize the investment plan of each industry taken in isolation. If the calculations show that it is possible to reduce the inputs into a particular industry below those originally envisaged, then it is desirable to reduce planned outputs in other industries, or increase the planned output of the industry in question, or adopt some combination of these strategies. Accordingly, the experiments in working out optimal industry investment plans, begun in Hungary in the late 1950s, led to the construction of multilevel plans linking the optimal plans of the separate industries to each other and to the macroeconomic plan variables. Multilevel planning of this type was first developed in Hungary, but later spread to the other CMEA countries. Problems of industry planning. The three chief problems of industry planning seem to have been the lack of the necessary data, technical conservatism, and departmentalism. Consider each in turn. Soviet experience showed, Ellman 1973, 77 and 86-7, that the biggest obstacle to the compilation of useful optimal industry plans was the lack of the necessary data. In the section on the use of mathematical models in a book on improving planning written by some officials in the Soviet Gosplan, it was stated that, Drojichinsky and Starodubrovsky 1971, 184. The information required for models, optimizing the utilization of resources, is not readily available, and it is necessary to gather it separately. It is this work which occupies at the present time not less than 80% of all the work involved in solving such problems, and for complicated problems, 90%. At first sight this situation may arouse surprise, because for the working out of plans, it would seem, all the necessary information is available. For the efficient utilization of models, however, for example for planning production, the nomenclature must be substantially wider than that confirmed in the plan. This results from the necessity to exclude the influence of possible assortment changes on the decision taken. The following examples may clarify this. In the National Economic Plan there are two figures for the production of leather shoes and children's shoes. The calculations underlying the plan are based on 7 aggregated groups of shoes and 4 small groups. For the problem which enables the maximum production of shoes subject to the structure of demand and the given resources to be calculated, shoes are divided into 257 types, and the full nomenclature of shoes and related items runs to about 36,000 items. The types are chosen in such a way that an alteration in the assortment inside each of them would have a much smaller influence on the plan than changes in the assortment between types. The data required were not purely physical, but had to be made comparable by means of prices and a rate of interest. The prices and recoupment period used in many of the calculations were unsatisfactory in a number of respects. It was even necessary to devote extensive research to calculate the proper figures to use for transport costs, the actual freight tariffs being of little significance from an efficiency point of view. All these difficulties were a result of the partial ignorance of the planners. The technical conservatism of the major R&D organizations was often a serious problem. Some examples were given above. Its seriousness for the economy arose from the policy of concentration of initiatives. Departmentalism refers to the fact that planning organizations often gave greater weight to the interests of their own organization than to the national economy as a whole. For example, Valtuck, 1977, and Butova and Golland, 1977, estimated that in the USSR investment in the production of better quality steel would generally have produced bigger returns to the national economy than the investment of the same resources in producing a greater quantity of steel. The ministry, however, ignored this possibility, since it was evaluated by quantity of output and the gains from greater quality accrued to the users. This is an example of the problems for the national economy created by the fact that the decision makers formed a coalition and not a team. The central planners, who were supposed to check the proposals of the branch ministries, often did not have enough knowledge of the problems of the users, interest in responding to them, or authority over the branch ministries, to do other than rubber stamp the suggestions of the producers. Summary. A major type of investment planning was industry planning, carried out by the branch ministries. The main method used for this from the 1960s in the CMEA countries was mathematical programming. Considerable difficulties existed in the drawing up of rational industry plans, largely resulting from the partial ignorance of the planners and the fact that the decision makers formed a coalition and not a team. The choice of technique. A feature of traditional Soviet planning was the emphasis on large modern plants, embodying the latest international technology, and often imported or scaled-up versions of foreign plants. Well-known early examples were the Stalingrad tractor plant, designed by a U.S. firm, and with much of its equipment imported from the U.S., and the Magnitogorsk iron and steel plant, intended as a copy of the steel mill in Gary, Indiana, of U.S. Steel. Such plants could take full advantage of economies of scale. In addition, it was thought that their construction would be a quick way of reducing the technology gap and catching up with the most advanced countries. They also had the political advantage of creating proletarian islands in a peasant sea. As constructed in the USSR, these plants were often labor-intensive variants of capital-intensive techniques. This means that for the auxiliary operations, such as materials handling, unlike the basic operations, labor-intensive methods were often used in order to save scarce investment resources. The adoption of this type of technology was not the result of precise calculations by economists as to the relative merit of this or that type of technology. Indeed, during the Stalin era, 1929–53, the orthodox view in the USSR was that the function of economists was not to contribute to improving the efficiency of planning, but was to provide ex post rationalizations of government economic policy. In Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, 1952–1972, 61, 74–5, Stalin decisively rejected the view that the function of political economy is to elaborate and develop a scientific theory of the productive forces in social production, a theory of the planning of economic development. The rational organization of the productive forces, economic planning, etc., are not problems of political economy but problems of the economic policy of the directing bodies. These are two different provinces, which must not be confused. Political economy investigates the laws of development of men's relations of production. Economic policy draws practical conclusions from this, gives them concrete shape, and builds its day-to-day work on them. To foist upon political economy problems of economic policy is to kill it as a science. As Yaroshenko, one of the participants in the discussion of the draft textbook of political economy to which Stalin was reacting, put it, in a passage quoted by Stalin, healthy discussion of the rational organization of the productive forces in social production, scientific demonstration of the validity of such organization was replaced by scholastic disputes as to the role of particular categories of socialist political economy, value, commodity, money, credit, etc. Many years after the traditional Soviet policy was first implemented, it was rationalized by Dobb, 1960, Chapter 3, and Sen, 1968. They argued that, in an economy where the share of investment is suboptimal and all profits are reinvested and wages consumed, investment ought to take the form of capital-intensive projects, i.e. projects with a high capital, labor ratio, and not labor-intensive ones. The logic of this argument can be seen by looking at Figure 5.4, which is taken from Sen. Figure 5.4 The choice of technique. Consider an economy with a given quantity of investment resources which can be combined with varying quantities of labor to produce output. Labor is assumed to have a zero social opportunity cost, because it is assumed that the country is characterized by large open or disguised unemployment. The production function is given by the curve Q1. The wage rate is given by tan W, and the wage bill by L. Consider the choice between two techniques of production, P and E. P is the more capital-intensive technique, and E the more labor-intensive technique. At P the marginal product of labor equals the wage rate, and the surplus is maximized. At E the marginal product of labor equals 0, and output is maximized. The criterion of maximum output and employment per unit of investment would indicate that E is the preferred technique. Consider, however, technique P. It has a lower output and employment than E, but the surplus of output over consumption, i.e. SPOWP, is greater than the surplus generated by E, i.e. SPOEO. If the share of investment in the national income is suboptimal, then the additional surplus, SE, resulting from the adoption of technique P may be more valuable to the economy, because it permits an increase in the share of investment and the rate of growth, than the loss of consumption, WP, and employment, LP, that adopting technique P would cause. Hence, technique P, and not E, is the desirable one. In general, developing countries should use conveyor belts rather than wheelbarrows. Considered as a rationalization of traditional Soviet policy, the Dobb-Sen argument is entirely irrelevant, since there is no reason to suppose that under traditional Soviet planning the share of investment was suboptimal, or that the surplus generated by the construction of modern plants was a significant source of investment finance. Indeed, it seems likely that the share of investment was often in excess of the absorptive capacity of the economy, and the new plants, with their long construction and running-in periods, production of producer goods and foreign exchange requirements, a significant source of inflationary pressure. The argument, ironically, has most relevance under capitalism as a defense of the social utility of the traditional family-controlled business that has no access to outside finance, squeezes real wages and reinvests all profits. An important disadvantage of the traditional Soviet strategy is that it can lead to a substantial waste of resources, and hence to lower living standards than are necessitated by the level of accumulation chosen. The waste arises because there may be material and human resources which have a zero opportunity cost from the standpoint of the national industrialization program, but which could be used to provide useful goods and services. For example, a collective farm may be able to establish a workshop to produce toys made out of local timber during the farming off-season. Such local initiatives, which were illegal in the USSR during the Stalin period, cost society nothing, and benefit the members of the collective farm. Accordingly, a feature of the reaction against the Stalinist model, both in Eastern Europe and China, was a stress on the usefulness of capital-saving techniques and small enterprises. Indeed, in some countries where there were no significant economies of scale, and private persons were able to obtain resources, e.g. their own labor or that of their families, or their own home, otherwise unavailable for social production, small-scale private enterprise was permitted, e.g. in running shops, restaurants, motor car repairs and housing repairs. Although this was often criticized from the standpoint of utopian socialism, with its emphasis on moral factors rather than material ones, from a Marxist perspective it made excellent sense. It contributed to the efficient utilization of resources, and hence to the attainment of a high level of labor productivity. A well-known theoretical challenge to the traditional Soviet policy was delivered by the Polish economist Kalecki, 1972a, Chapter 10. He emphasized that in the short run the adoption of the Dob-Sen strategy would lead to a loss of employment and output. He objected to a policy that would delay the transition to full employment and waste potential output. He also suggested that in the long run technical progress considerably reduces the practical significance of the Dob-Sen argument. The reason for this is that with technical progress the marginal product of labor corresponding to each level of the capital output ratio will, in general, grow. This means that the optimum technique, on the surplus maximization criterion, has a capital labor ratio which falls over time. Hence, although there is a static case for the Dob-Sen position, once dynamic factors are introduced, even on their choice criterion the policy implications are at variance with the traditional Soviet policy. This second argument is illustrated in Figure 5.5. Figure 5.5 Technical progress and the Dob-Sen criterion. The production function in period 1 is Q1, and in period 2, as a result of technical progress, Q2. Consider the choice between techniques E and PP maximizes the surplus, but provides less employment and output than technique E. In period 2 the same is true for R and S, but the difference in capital intensity is smaller, and R is less capital intensive than P. Hence the Dob-Sen argument loses much of its practical significance when dynamic factors are introduced. Kalecki's first argument is true and important. It was also argued by Joan Robinson, 1977, 164. Kalecki's second argument is also valid, but it does not eliminate, although it does reduce, the advantages of the more capital-intensive technique at any moment in time. In addition, the trend in the capital-labor ratio suggested depends on an assumption about the nature of technical progress, which is not the only possible one. Another challenge to the traditional Soviet policy came from Maoist China. There a policy was adopted, generally known as walking on two legs, which stressed the need to adopt both investment-intensive and investment-saving techniques. This is discussed by Robinson, 1977, Bugchi, 1978, Shwemukiao, 1983, 29-30, and Su Dixon, 1982, 28. The Maoist policy of using, where possible, capital-saving techniques led to the widespread development of both urban and rural small-scale industry. The latter is discussed in Chapter 6. Despite the widespread existence of very important economies of scale, small-scale industry can have several important advantages. First, and most important, it can produce goods that otherwise would not have been produced. This may have an important positive effect on output, labor morale, and labor productivity. Secondly, it can produce output quickly, unlike large modern plants which may have long construction and running-in periods. Thirdly, the diseconomies of small enterprises may be compensated by the use of otherwise unutilized resources. Fourthly, it can provide employment. Fifthly, the training received by those working in small-scale industries may be a significant contribution to training the labor force required by a national industrialization program. A big disadvantage of a policy to encourage capital-saving techniques is that it may lead to the use of inferior techniques. An inferior technique is one which, in terms of Figure 5.5, is to the right of E. It has a lower output per unit of investment than other feasible techniques, and hence its adoption slows down development. This has happened both in China and in India. A large-scale program for the development of small-scale industries requires a very different style of economic management from that implicit in the traditional model. In the latter model, the job of medium and low-level economic management is to carry out instructions from above. The use of local initiatives to improve the allocation of resources can be a criminal offense. However, if the former program is adopted, it is necessary to give local officials wide autonomy. This was recognized by Mao in his 1956 speech on the 10 major relationships, 1977b, 13-14. At present, scores of hands are reaching out to the localities, making things difficult for them. Once a ministry is set up, it wants to have a revolution, and so it issues orders. Since the various ministries don't think it proper to issue them to the party committees and people's councils at the provincial level, they establish direct contact with the relevant departments and bureaus in the provinces and municipalities and give them orders every day. These orders are all supposed to come from the central authorities, even though neither the central committee of the party, nor the state council, knows anything about them, and they put a great strain on the local authorities. There is such a flood of statistical forms that they become a scourge. This state of affairs must be changed. This does seem to have happened. Ishikawa, 1972, 73-4, noted that in Maoist China, the party leadership plays a crucial role in the establishment of the industrial enterprises under the direct control of the county governments. This leadership is exercised at present mainly to initiate local industries within the means of the local governments and by mobilizing the cooperation of other local enterprises. This type of leadership seems to be different from the behavior observed in a highly centralist system of government where an official's behavior is influenced by individualistic considerations of performance criteria or by the profit-loss calculation. This kind of party leadership is a special investment inducement mechanism, which could not exist in the context of a Soviet-type bureaucratic system, and it is also an indispensable ingredient of the present system of organization of county industry. It is also an example of the use of indirect centralization via the political process to local authorities. Experience has shown that stress on small-scale production may lead to a number of problems. The output may be of low quality, produced at a high cost, and the pay of the workers very low. After 1978, there was much stress in China on the need to merge small-scale enterprises into specialized concerns that could benefit from economies of scale and technical progress. In some cases, modern plants had been partially idle for lack of raw materials which were being used at small-scale plants with much higher costs. Nevertheless, small-scale production continued to flourish in China after 1978, as a result of the increased freedom given to state, collective and private enterprises, but with a greater attention to market needs, costs of production and technical progress. The policies of the post-Mao period also required an appropriate management model, one based on extensive autonomy for qualified enterprise management. In the USSR, Stalin's theoretical legacy was criticized at the 20th Congress of the Soviet Communist Party, 1956, and the way was opened for Soviet economists to contribute to raising efficiency. The first area in which they achieved significant results was in the field of project evaluation. An official method of project evaluation was published in 1960, and revised versions in 1964, 1966, 1969, and 1981. The following is a very abbreviated outline of the 1981 version. In evaluating investment projects, a wide variety of factors have to be taken into account, e.g. the effect of the investment on labor productivity, capital productivity, consumption of current material inputs, e.g. metals and fuel, costs of production, environmental effects, technical progress, the location of economic activity, etc. Two indices which give useful synthetic information about economic efficiency, but which are not necessarily decisive in choosing between investment projects, are the coefficient of absolute economic effectiveness and the coefficient of relative economic effectiveness. At the national level, the coefficient of absolute effectiveness is defined as the incremental output, Capital ratio, where EP is the coefficient of absolute effectiveness of a particular project, Y is the increase in national income generated by the project and I is the investment cost. The value of EP calculated in this way for a particular investment, had to be compared with EA, the normative coefficient of absolute effectiveness, which was fixed for each 5-year plan and varied between sectors. In the 11th 5-year plan, 1981-5, it was 0.16 in industry, 0.07 in agriculture, 0.05 in transport and communications, 0.22 in construction, and 0.25 in trade. If EPEA, then the project was considered to be efficient. For calculating the criterion of absolute effectiveness at the level of individual industries, net output was used in the numerator instead of national income. At the level of individual enterprises and associations, in particular when a firm's own money or bank loans were the source of finance, profit was used instead of national income. The coefficient of relative effectiveness was used in the comparison of alternative ways of producing the same product. In the two products case, where E is the coefficient of relative effectiveness, CI is the current cost of the ith variant and K is the capital cost of the ith variant. If En, where N is the officially established normative coefficient of relative economic efficiency, then the more capital-intensive variant was considered economically justified. In the 11th 5-year plan, N was in general 0.12, but exceptions were officially permitted in the range 0.08/0.10, 0.20/0.25. In the more than two variance case, they should be compared according to the formula CI plus N key rightward arrow minimum, i.e. choose that variant which minimizes the sum of current and capital costs. After the 1960 method was promulgated in the USSR, very similar criteria were adopted throughout Eastern Europe. In Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary a transition was fairly quickly made from a recoupment period type criterion to a present value type criterion. After the promulgation of the first edition of the Soviet method, official methods for project evaluation were issued throughout the world, for example in the UK, Investment 1965, and by international organizations for developing countries, Manual 1968-9, Guidelines 1972. Perhaps the main lesson to be learned from the experience of the European state socialist countries is that the formulation of a rational criterion for deciding between investment projects is only part of the process of reducing waste in investment. One of the problems common to all these investment criteria is that they are concerned with the choice between given investment variants, and do not consider the generation of the variance between which choice has to be made. Important factors which influence the latter are foreign trade policies and the criteria used for evaluating the work of economic organizations. Poor decisions in these areas may lead to substantial waste despite the use of rational criteria to decide between given projects. For example, as pointed out in the previous section, organizations judged by the quantity of their output are unlikely to be very interested in proposals to increase quality at the expense of quantity, regardless of their national economic efficiency. Often no genuine use of rational criteria to choose between projects took place at all. What actually happened was that the criteria were used to make an arbitrary choice look scientific. For example, a favored project was advocated, and made to look attractive by a comparison, using the criterion, with a purely spurious alternative. If by some mischance the project advocated by some organization failed to meet the official criterion, the costs were often underestimated or partly transferred to some other organization, e.g. in the case of multipurpose projects such as hydropower stations. In general, the choice of projects owed more to inter-organization bargaining in an environment characterized by investment hunger than it did to a detached choice of a cost-minimizing variant. The main function of project evaluation criteria in state socialist countries appears to have been to provide an acceptable common language in which various bureaucratic agencies conducted their struggles. Agencies adopted projects on normal bureaucratic grounds, and then tried to get them adopted by higher agencies, or defended them against attack, by presenting efficiency calculations using the official methodology but relying on carefully selected data. Another way of reducing waste is to cut the construction and running-in periods for new plants. Ways of doing this include, reducing the share of investment in the national income, improving the criteria for evaluating the work of construction organizations, and improving the supply of materials to construction sites. Some examples of the waste resulting from excessive construction periods are given in Table 5.7. Table 5.7 Construction periods and economic institutions, years. Capitalist countries. Poland during the 3-year plan, A. 1946-9, Poland during the 6-year plan, B. 1950-5. Coal mine of 5,000 tons capacity per day 8, 10 C, 13 to 15. Electric thermal power station of 200 to 300 MWC. 2 D, 4 to 5. Quality steel mill of medium size 2, 3 E. Over 7. Canned meat factories, slaughterhouses, 0.75 to 1.03 to 4. The 3-year plan was a rehabilitation plan similar to those throughout Europe after World War II. B. The 6-year plan was Poland's first Soviet-style plan. C. UK and FRG, West Germany. D. Western Europe. E. Western Europe. A similar mill was built in pre-World War II Poland in 2 years. Source, Zielinski, 1973, 5. Summary. The traditional Soviet view was that capital-intensive plants, embodying the latest international technology, and often imported, or scaled-up versions, of foreign plants, should be built. This view was rationalized by Daub and Sen. They argued that, in an economy where the share of investment in the national income is suboptimal, and profits are reinvested and wages consumed, techniques should be chosen so as to maximize the surplus. This argument was not relevant to the USSR, and was also probably not relevant to the other state socialist countries. The traditional Soviet view was criticized in theory by Kalecki and in practice both in Eastern Europe and in China. Kalecki emphasized the loss of employment and output caused by following the traditional Soviet policy, and the diminished practical importance of the Daub-Sen argument caused by technical progress. The Chinese developed the policy of walking on 2 legs, using both capital-intensive and capital-saving technologies. Emphasis on capital-saving techniques may lead to the adoption of wasteful inferior techniques. Widespread development of small-scale industry required a different style of economic management from the traditional model. In the USSR, efforts to reduce waste in technological choice were of a technocratic kind, with the development of formal criteria for project evaluation. Their introduction, however, was only a part of the long and difficult struggle to reduce waste in investment planning. Investment tension. Excessive construction periods are one of the results of investment tension, Kornai 1980, Chapter 9. This term describes the chronic shortage of investment goods that characterized state socialist economies. The permanent shortage of investment services and goods, e.g. capacity of design and construction organizations, availability of engineers and workers, materials, machines, and equipment, had important consequences. For one thing, it led to long construction and running-in periods, see Tables 2.1 and 5.7. Since the goods and services required to finish projects were being used elsewhere, each project took longer to complete than it should have done. Hence, the waste of resources in uncompleted investment projects. For another example of this phenomenon, see Table 5.8. In addition, investment tension led to diminished rates of technical progress, since by the time a project was completed the technology it embodied was sometimes already out of date. Both these factors reduced the efficiency of investment. Table 5.8 Construction periods in Hungary and Japan. Hungary, average construction time. 1976. 32.5 months. 1977. 32.5 months. The sample covers several industries. Japan, average construction time. 1966. Wood industry 12 months. Synthetics 16 months. Pharmaceuticals 6 months. Textiles 12 months. Power stations 30 months. Source, Kornai, 1982, 136. Periodic campaigns to reduce investment tension, by concentrating resources on key projects and postponing the others, were normal under state socialism. They usually had no permanent effect, however, because of investment hunger. This was a deep-rooted phenomenon, resulting partly from the ambitious plans of the party leadership, and partly from the lack of financial discipline, which it was difficult to eradicate. In Hungary, for example, even the transition to the NEM was insufficient to end it. However, a particularly dramatic attack on wasteful investment took place in China in 1979–81 during the economic restructuring of that period, Naughton 1995, 87–8. The number of large investment projects under construction was almost halved, and more than twice as many projects were cancelled as were completed. This great write-off was part of a strategy of reorienting the economy from heavy and military industry to agriculture and consumer demand. This was a success, and was the beginning of China's search for a new development strategy, and ultimately a new economic system. Gigantomania. An important feature of investment planning was gigantomania. This is a Soviet word, dating from the 1930s, which refers to the building of giant projects which were very expensive, had a low return, and were often ecologically harmful, but were supported by the party as part of its program of building socialism and impressing the world with Soviet achievements. Examples are the White Sea, Baltic Canal, which was too shallow to be made much use of, was built by forced labor and cost a large number of lives, the 1948 Stalin Plan for the Great Transformation of Nature, Wiener 1999, 88–93, Khrushchev's campaign to sow the virgin lands, which were marginal land and in places liable to erosion, and Brezhnev's Baikal, Amur Railway. For both the White Sea, Baltic Canal and the Baikal, Amur Railway, BAM, military strategic considerations were important motivations for undertaking them. Such projects were adopted without careful cost-benefit analysis, and could only be adopted in a country in which the supreme political leader could initiate investment projects without much attention to costs and returns. Investment cycles. A characteristic feature of capitalism is its cyclical development. Marxists have traditionally considered this to be one of the inefficiencies of capitalism, one of the examples of the anarchy of production, which would not exist in a socialist economy. In this connection, it is interesting to consider whether or not history has corroborated the Marxist view. Experience showed that economic development under state socialism does not necessarily proceed smoothly. It was entirely possible, as was demonstrated by events in China, Poland, Cuba, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia, for output in one year to fall below that of the previous year. For example, according to official Chinese statistics, the Chinese national income fell by 18% in 1961 and a further 7% in 1962. Still more common have been substantial fluctuations in the rate of growth of investment. What explains these fluctuations? The attempt to answer this question gave rise to an extensive discussion. Some authors suggested that, although there were fluctuations, these had political causes and should not be confused with economic cycles. For example, Wiles, 1982, examined the data for Eastern Europe for 1950–80 and argued that the sharp fluctuations visible all had political causes. Furthermore, he argued, there are no cycles, since no regular periodicity can be observed. On the other hand, Bauer, 1978, developed a theory which assumes that the investment fluctuations observed are cycles, and explained them as resulting from the behavioral regularities generated by investment hunger and investment tension. The Bauer model is as follows. It distinguishes four phases: run-up, rush, halt and slowdown. In the run-up, as a result of investment hunger, more investment projects are begun than was foreseen in the 5-year plan, so that the investment front is widened. In the rush phase, the increased number of projects started leads to an increased volume of investment outlays. Actual investment outlays exceed planned investment outlays, and shortages of investment resources, e.g. capacity of the design and construction organizations, materials, machines, and equipment, re-emerge or grow. The share of investment in the national income rises, at the expense of either consumption or the balance of payments. Completion dates recede into the future. The increased chaos on the investment front and consumption or balance of payments problems lead the planners to cut sharply, i.e. halt, their approval of new investment projects. The planners attempt to deal with the situation by completing the projects already begun. This proves very difficult, however, because of the shortages of investment goods and services and the understatement of costs which now come to light. The final phase is slowdown. In this phase, the approval coefficient for new projects continues to fall, and, in addition, the planned and actual outlays on investment are reduced. As a result, the share of investment in the national income falls, to the benefit of consumption or the balance of payments. Resources are concentrated on the completion of key projects, and the volume of unfinished investment projects falls. Hence, shortages are reduced. Conditions exist for a new run-up. The Bauer model is interesting because of its economic explanation of the observed fluctuations, and because of the key role it assigns to the behavioral regularities generated by the system in explaining these fluctuations. Analogous models have been found to explain developments in Czechoslovakia, Garretzi 1982, and the GDR, Boot 1984. Nevertheless, it is clear that in certain periods and in certain countries political factors have been of great importance. For example, the East European investment upswing of 1951-2 and the downswing of 1953-5 were results of the reaction of the Soviet leadership to the Korean War and the death of Stalin. Similarly, the Chinese investment booms of 1959 and 1978 were primarily a result of political decisions. Furthermore, the USSR appears not to fit into the Bauer theory, as he himself recognized. In the USSR, official statistics show a fairly steady growth rate of investment outlays. Even in the USSR, however, the approval coefficient fluctuated. Furthermore, the picture for that country may be distorted by misleading official statistics. Both purely political and purely economic explanations are only partial, since they ignore the interaction of political, economic, and environmental factors. More complex political, economic, or systems theoretical models might be able to explain more of the phenomena. Summary: State socialism was not a sufficient condition for eliminating investment fluctuations. The state socialist countries experienced sharp investment fluctuations. Some of them were caused by political factors. Behavioral models to explain cycles have been developed, based on forms of behavior specific to the state socialist economic system. These models, or developments of them, have substantial explanatory power for a number of countries for normal periods. Was investment planned? The existence of a substantial gulf between investment activities and the plans which were supposed to regulate them has been demonstrated both historically and theoretically. On the historical level, a number of case studies have demonstrated the difference between plan and outcome. An example is set out in Table 5.9. The table depicts a situation in which the plans and actual outcomes for a top priority project for many years were widely divergent. The planners simply did not see how long it would take to build and bring into operation the Kuznets combine. The 1931 plan for pig iron production was not reached until 1937. The 1938 plan was not fulfilled before the war. Another historical example of the nature of Soviet investment planning, also drawn from the experience of the first 5-year plan with high-priority projects, concerns the Magnitogorsk metallurgical combine, Kirstein 1984. In January 1929, the USSR Council of Ministers approved the project, with a planned capacity of 650,000 tons, and it was included in the first 5-year plan. In the spring of 1929, construction began. Obtaining workers was not easy in view of the difficult living conditions, only tents or earth huts to live in, poor food, no electricity, etc. Labor turnover was high. Construction materials were scarce, so that the construction site had to organize its own production of bricks and materials from local resources, thus losing economies of scale. In July 1929, planned capacity was raised to 850,000 tons. In November, it was raised to 1,100,000 tons. Subsequently, this was raised to 1,600,000 tons. Then, in February 1930, the Politburo adopted a resolution calling for 2 million tons capacity for Magnitogorsk, with an option to expand production to 4 million tons. The first 2 blast furnaces were to be put into operation earlier than previously planned, on October 1, 1931. This resolution necessitated a complete revision of planning for the entire project. On the theoretical level, the behaviorists stressed the importance of phenomena, such as investment cycles and investment tension, which had a marked impact on the investment process but were not planned by the center. Nobody consciously planned for investment tension and investment cycles. In fact, they planned to overcome them. Nevertheless, they persisted, since they resulted from definite forms of behavior generated by the given social relations and institutional conditions. In view of these factors, the question arises, in what sense was investment, and indeed, economic development in general, planned? An answer to this question was provided by the systems school. They pointed out that a planned economy was a complex system in which the plan was just one of the factors, along with the behavior of the entities in the system and the economic environment, which determined the outcome. Hence, it was only to be expected that the outcome would differ from the plan. The fact that the plan was not a completely insignificant input into the processes determining the outcome was shown by the fact that priority projects such as the Kuznetsk and Magnitogorsk combines generally did get built, even if the plans were repeatedly altered, or the actual output initially lagged behind the ambitious plan goals. Summary: investment was not planned in the sense that the outcome accorded closely with the plan. Normally it did not. Investment was planned in the sense that the plans were an important input into the complex process which shaped the investment effort. Conclusion: the traditional model was usually successful in mobilizing resources for investment, and normally devoted high shares of the national income to investment. This resulted from the socio-economic and political changes that accompanied its introduction. An analytical approach to the question of the optimal share of investment in the national income for a country aiming at rapid economic growth is Horvit's growth maximizing approach. This fits in well with the overtaking and surpassing approach to economic policy. A valuable feature of this approach is that it draws attention to both the inverse relationship between the share of investment and the return on investment and to the possibility of wasteful overinvestment. As far as the actual share is concerned, the Marxist and systems approaches are both useful. The former draws attention to the influence of social factors, for example, land reform. The latter stresses that outcomes are influenced not only by plans but also by behavioral regularities and the economic environment. For many years in the CMEA countries it was orthodox that the law of the priority growth of the production of the means of production is a necessary condition for ensuring the uninterrupted advance of socialist production. The allocation of investment resources primarily to the producer goods sector largely reflected the importance of defense considerations. A theoretical basis for the emphasis on producer goods was provided by the Soviet economist Feldman in 1928. The key assumptions of his two-sector model are, a long-time horizon, a closed economy, the independence of the allocation of investment and the supply of investment resources, equal construction periods in the two sectors, immortal machines, and identical capital, output ratios in the two sectors. The main lesson to be learned from the Feldman model is that the capacity of the capital goods industry is one of the constraints limiting the rate of growth of an economy. In a closed economy where the capacity of the sector is a binding constraint, a major task of planning for raising the growth rate must be to direct investment resources towards expanding the capacity of the sector. The use of input-output enabled the high-growth industries to be pinpointed more precisely, while preserving the essence of Feldman's insight. The location of industry was determined by a variety of factors, one of which was strategic considerations. A striking feature of Soviet location decisions was the movement of population to colder regions. A major type of investment planning was industry planning, carried out by the branch ministries. The main method used for this from the 1960s in the CMEA countries was mathematical programming. Considerable difficulties existed in the drawing up of rational industry plans, largely resulting from the partial ignorance of the planners, and the fact that the decision-makers formed a coalition and not a team. The choice of techniques is an interesting and much discussed problem. The traditional Soviet view was that, labor-intensive variants of, capital-intensive plants, embodying the latest international technology, and often imported or scaled-up versions of foreign plants, should be built. This view was criticized in theory by Kalecki, and in practice both in Eastern Europe and China. The Chinese developed a policy of walking on two legs, using both capital-intensive and capital-saving technologies. Emphasis on capital-saving techniques may lead to the adoption of wasteful inferior techniques. Widespread development of small-scale industry requires a different style of economic management from that in the traditional model. In the USSR, as in other parts of the world, efforts to reduce waste in technological choice were of a technocratic type, with the development of formal criteria for project evaluation. Their introduction, however, was only a part of the long and difficult struggle to reduce waste in investment planning. Investment tension was an endemic problem under state socialism. It resulted from the behavior generated by the system, and was a serious source of waste. State socialism was not a sufficient condition for the elimination of economic fluctuations. In particular, investment fluctuations were common under state socialism. Investment activities under state socialism were not planned in the sense that the outcome corresponded closely with the plan. Normally it did not. Investment was planned, however, in the sense that the plans were an important input into the complex process which shaped the investment effort. The state socialist countries normally had a high share of investment in the national income and low returns on investment. The former was an important cause of the latter, because of diminishing marginal productivity of investment and investment tension. Investment planning was not a socially rational process for achieving the efficient allocation of scarce investment resources. It was part of the relationship between individuals and groups, in the course of which decisions were taken, all of which were imperfect and many of which produced results quite at variance with the intentions of the leadership. 6. Planning agriculture. Another thing we have learned from experience is the importance of developing agriculture. As long as the people are well fed, everything is easy, no matter what may happen in the world. Deng Xiaoping, 1984, 384. The case for collectivism. The case for collective, rather than private, ownership and management of land is simply one specific aspect of the general socialist argument for socialism rather than capitalism. Comparing socialist with capitalist agriculture, Marxists have traditionally considered that the socialist system has four important advantages. First, it prevents rural exploitation, that is, the emergence of a rural proletariat side by side with an agrarian capitalist class. Secondly, it allows the rational use of the available resources. Thirdly, it ensures a rapid growth of the marketed output of agriculture. Fourthly, it provides a large source of resources for accumulation. 1. Consider each argument in turn. Writers such as John Stuart Mill, 1891, Doreen Warrener, 1969, and Michael Lipton, 1974, advocated organizing agriculture on the basis of peasants or small holders operating efficient, family-sized, farms. On the basis of theoretical and empirical analysis, Marxist researchers have traditionally argued that this solution to the agrarian problem is illusory. As Engels explained in his famous essay The Peasant Question in France and Germany, 1894, we foresee the inevitable ruin of the small peasant. The reasons for this were both social, concerning exploitation and class conflict, and technical, concerning economies of scale and technical progress. The former were clearly explained by Lenin in The Development of Capitalism in Russia, 1899-1956, 172, his classic study of Russian rural society in the 1890s. He found that in the Russian countryside, all those contradictions are present which are inherent in every commodity economy and every order of capitalism: competition, the struggle for economic independence, the snatching up of land, purchasable and rentable, the concentration of production in the hands of a minority, the forcing of the majority into the ranks of the proletariat, their exploitation by a minority through the medium of merchant capital and the hiring of farm workers. There is not a single economic phenomenon among the peasantry that does not bear this contradictory form, one specifically peculiar to the capitalist system, i.e., that does not express a struggle and an antagonism, that does not imply advantage for some and disadvantage for others. It is the case with the renting of land, the purchase of land, and with industries in their diametrically opposite types. It is also the case with technical progress in farming. In addition, the Marxist, Leninist tradition lays considerable emphasis on the economies of scale which exist in agriculture as in industry. It also stresses the importance of technical progress, and the need for large units to take full advantage of it. The efficient use of tractors and other machinery may require land holdings larger and more consolidated than many peasant holdings. All these factors ensure that the peasant, like the artisan, forms part of a mode of production which in the Marxist view is destined to be wiped out by the higher labor productivity of large-scale production. Despite their theoretical opposition to it, the Bolsheviks did in fact implement a distributivist land reform in 1917-18, in order to gain political support at a crucial moment. Bolsheviks saw in the outcome the results that Marxist theory would lead one to expect: the emergence of a stratified society in which rich peasants employing wage labor coexisted with an increasing number of poverty-stricken laborers. 2 Abdel-Fadil, 1976, saw in the aftermath of the distributivist Egyptian land reform of the 1950s a similar outcome. The capitalist organization of agriculture often coexists with substantial rural unemployment and underemployment. Why is this? There are three standard explanations: neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxist. The neoclassical explanation concerns the marginal product of labor. This is illustrated in Figure 6.1. Figure 6.1: the cause of unemployment, the neoclassical view. DD is the demand curve for labor. It is determined by the marginal product of labor. The supply curve of labor is given by SS. In an economy where labor is scarce relative to land and other means of production, the supply curve is SLS and the equilibrium wage as well. In an economy where labor is abundant relative to the means of production, the supply curve is SLA's law, the equilibrium wage is WLA. Suppose the actual wage is, e.g. because of custom, subsistence needs or the law. Then employment will be and unemployment will be U. The cause of the unemployment is the excessively high level of wages. Wage labor is an inefficient mode of labor organization when the marginal product of part of the labor force that wishes to work at the prevailing wage rate is less than that wage. It is for this reason that Narodniks argue that peasant farming is more efficient than wage labor in labor surplus economies. Whereas under wage labor, labor will only be employed till the marginal product of labor equals the wage rate and the remainder of the laborers will be unemployed. Under peasant farming, labor will be performed until the marginal product of labor is zero. As a result, in conditions of labor abundance, under peasant agriculture output will be higher, because more work is performed, and unemployment much lower, both because greater work is performed and because it is spread among family members, than under capitalist agriculture. If underemployment exists in peasant agriculture, The neoclassical view is that it must be caused by the zero marginal product of labor resulting from the abundance of labor relative to means of production. The Keynesian view emphasizes the role of effective demand in determining unemployment. If effective demand is too low relative to the availability of labor, then unemployment will result. The way to deal with it is to raise the effective demand for food products, e.g. by an income redistribution which diverts demand from imported luxuries to food, or by grants to poor consumers, or by state purchases of food products for sale to the poor at subsidized prices. The Marxist view is that unemployment in capitalist agriculture, as in capitalist industry, is an inevitable result of the capitalist mode of production. Marx explained in Volume I of Capital, 1961, 642, that, in agriculture, the general law of capitalist accumulation is that as soon as capitalist production takes possession of agriculture, and in proportion to the extent to which it does so, the demand for an agricultural laboring population falls absolutely, while the accumulation of the capital employed in agriculture advances, without this repulsion being, as in non-agricultural industries, compensated by a greater attraction. Part of the agricultural population is therefore constantly on the point of passing over into an urban or manufacturing proletariat, and on the lookout for circumstances favorable to this transformation. But the constant flow towards the towns presupposes, in the country itself, a constant latent surplus population, the extent of which becomes evident only when its channels of outlet open to exceptional width. The agricultural laborer is therefore reduced to the minimum of wages, and always stands with one foot already in the swamp of pauperism. The function of the unemployed under capitalism is to depress wages 3 and ensure labor discipline. 4 The Marxist view is that under socialism, on the other hand, there is no social requirement for not using labor, and an obvious social need to employ all the available people. Besides irrational use of labor, capitalist and pre-capitalist agriculture is often marked by the irrational use of land and other inputs. The causes of this can be analyzed analogously. During the process of economic development, the growing urban population requires an expanding supply of agricultural products. If the marketed output of agriculture does not grow, then the supply of labor to industry is likely to be adversely affected. Communists have traditionally considered that the capitalist organization of agriculture is likely to be less efficient in mobilizing agricultural output for industry than the socialist organization of agriculture. Marxists have traditionally expected collectivist agriculture to supply a major share of the resources required for rapid accumulation. In a speech at the July 1928 plenum of the Communist Party's Central Committee, Stalin, 1954, 165-7, 5 analyzed the question of the origin of the resources required for Soviet industrialization. He began by considering capitalist industrialization. In the capitalist countries, industrialization was usually effected, in the main, by robbing other countries, by robbing colonies or defeated countries, or with the help of substantial and more or less enslaving loans from abroad. You know that for hundreds of years Britain collected capital from all her colonies and from all parts of the world, and was able in this way to make additional investments in her industry. This, incidentally, explains why Britain at one time became the workshop of the world. You also know that Germany developed her industry with the help, among other things, of the 5,000 million francs she levied as an indemnity on France after the Franco-Prussian War. One respect in which our country differs from the capitalist countries is that it cannot and must not engage in colonial robbery, or the plundering of other countries in general. That way, therefore, is closed to us. What then remains? Only one thing, and that is to develop industry, to industrialize the country with the help of internal accumulations. But what are the chief sources of these accumulations? As I have said, there are only two such sources: firstly, the working class, which creates values and advances our industry, and secondly the peasantry. The way matters stand with respect to the peasantry in this respect is as follows: it not only pays the state the usual taxes, direct and indirect, it also overpays in the relatively high prices for manufactured goods, that is in the first place, and it is more or less underpaid in the prices for agricultural produce, that is in the second place. This is an additional tax levied on the peasantry for the sake of promoting industry, which caters for the whole country, the peasantry included. It is something in the nature of a tribute, of a supertax, which we are compelled to levy for the time being in order to preserve and accelerate our present rate of industrial development, in order to ensure an industry for the whole country. It is an unpalatable business, there is no denying. But we should not be Bolsheviks if we slurred over it and closed our eyes to the fact that, unfortunately, our industry and our country cannot at present dispense with this additional tax on the peasantry. Stalin's idea of the terms on which the marketed output of agriculture can be obtained, as a constraint on the rate of industrialization, and of a tribute levied on agriculture as a source of resources for industrialization, is illustrated in Figure 6.2. Figure 6.2 The tribute model. Figure 6.2 illustrates an economy with two sectors, industry and agriculture. Industry produces two goods, machines and textiles. It does this using machinery and workers. Workers are paid in grain which can only be obtained from the peasants who work in the agricultural sector. They exchange grain for textiles. The amount of grain supplied depends on the peasant's offer curve of grain for textiles. The amount of grain so obtained and the wage rate in industry simultaneously determine the labor force in industry in the subsequent period. Time is discrete. The northeast quadrant shows the production possibility curve in industry. It is technically determined. At time 1, with initial stocks of machines and grain, the planners must choose a point on it, an output mix of machines and textiles. To produce at T would ensure that the peasants were well dressed, but entail zero production of machines, i.e. zero investment in industry. To produce at T would provide the maximum possible addition to the capital stock in industry, but would lead to the dissolution of the industrial labor force, and zero production in industry at time 2. The planners have to balance these considerations when choosing. Whatever point is chosen, say T, determines investment in industry and the stock of textiles available for sale to the peasantry. These textiles are sold to the peasants and realize a quantity of grain, say Og, determined by the peasant's offer curve. The slope of the vector from the origin to P gives the price ratio of the two goods. The quantity of grain realized determines the point reached on the OW line. The slope of the OW line in the southwest quadrant is the grain wage of labor in industry, which is socially determined. The quantity of grain obtained from the peasants determines the point reached on the OW line, say W, and hence the size of the labor force, OL, in time 2. The southeast quadrant shows the relationship between the labor force and the increment to the capital stock available for production in the industrial sector at time 2, for different choices of output mix at time 1. Given T, and thus P, G, W, L, and J, the production possibility curve TT for subsequent periods can be determined. The model shows the initial capital stock, technology, the terms on which the peasants will sell grain and the real wage rate, simultaneously constraining growth. Assume that the rate of growth so determined is below that desired by the party. Then one way of raising the rate of growth is by the use of coercion to levy a tribute on the peasantry, i.e. to force them off their offer curve to point PC. This is shown by that part of the figure in dashes. The transition from peasant agriculture to collectivist agriculture is assumed to raise grain procurement to OGC. This enables more workers to be employed in industry than with peasant farming, while simultaneously production of textiles is lower and investment higher. This enables the desired higher growth rate to be attained. In the figure, the additional combinations of labor and investment available in period 2, as a result of collectivization are shown by the shaded area in the southeast quadrant. Summary. Marxists have traditionally considered that peasant farming is not a viable way of organizing agriculture. Comparing capitalist agriculture with socialist agriculture, Marxists consider that the latter has four important advantages. First, it prevents rural exploitation. Secondly, it allows the rational use of the available labor and other resources. Thirdly, it ensures a rapid growth of the marketed output of agriculture. Fourthly, it provides a large source of resources for accumulation. Problems of collectivism. In this section, 5 problems of collectivist agriculture will be considered: economies of scale, labor incentives, the use of collective farms for taxation, inequality, and the use of administrative methods. Economies of scale play an important role in Marxist, Leninist arguments about why peasant farming is not a viable way of organizing agriculture. Experience, however, has shown that agriculture is fundamentally different from industry in that organizing workers in large productive units does not in general raise productivity. As Joan Robinson, 1964, 1, explained, for the deployment of labor, a rather small scale is required. Workers are spread out over space so that discipline is hard to enforce, an incentive wage system is not easy to arrange or administer, there has to be a great diffusion of managerial responsibility, every field is different, every day is different, and quick decisions have to be taken. For getting work out of the workers, a peasant family is hard to beat. Discipline and responsibility are imposed by the pressing incentive to secure the family livelihood. This is the main explanation of the abundant evidence, Dorner 1972, 120, that output per unit of land is inversely related to farm size. As Lipton, 1974, 289, noted. Part of this relationship is spurious, because holding size is usually smaller on good soil, but much of it survives even in micro-studies where the soil quality can be held constant. Small family farms can saturate the land with plenty of labor per acre, as there is little else for the labor to do, except perhaps at seasonal peaks. Large commercial farms must supervise labor and pay it the full market price, which is likely to rise if they buy too much of it. Another and more surprising fact is that, as Colin Clark has often emphasized, all the careful micro work shows that capital per acre also increases as farm size declines. Where labor is abundant relative to land, the efficient utilization of scarce resources requires small, not large, units, a finding paradoxical from a Marxist, Leninist standpoint. Where there is a high labor-land ratio, the main production problem of agricultural development is to raise land productivity and not labor productivity. Hence, in labor-abundant farming there is a smaller gain from organizing labor in large units than there is in industry, where factories raise labor productivity by the division of labor, and also by strict supervision, which is not possible in a spatially dispersed activity such as farming. The gains from the division of labor in agriculture are also limited by the sequential nature of much agricultural work. Raising land productivity is largely a matter of the application of modern inputs such as improved seeds and artificial fertilizers. In addition, there are also managerial diseconomies of scale in agriculture. The efficient large-scale organization of labor requires efficient planning, administration, and bookkeeping work, which is unnecessary under peasant farming, where each peasant organizes his own work himself. The extent of this managerial diseconomy of scale depends on two factors. First, the size of the organization. The bigger it is, the more serious the problem. Secondly, the educational level of the farmers. An important cause of the adverse effects of organizing Chinese agriculture into communes in 1958 was the large size of the workforce per commune, in a society in which many farmers were illiterate. They were incapable of handling even the simplest bookkeeping. Although, in the area of the efficient deployment of agricultural labor, the Marxist, Leninist thesis of the advantages of large-scale organization is invalid where labor is abundant relative to land, there are important areas in which the Marxist, Leninist thesis of the importance of economies of scale is correct. For example, transport and marketing. Furthermore, when land is scarce, the efficient use of land of different qualities requires specialization, which is incompatible with peasant farming in the strict sense of the term. But specialization is compatible with smallholder farming, small-scale farming whose output is destined for the market, and with large-scale capitalist farming. Also, the division of land into fragmented plots and the use of land for boundary lines are common sources of waste in agriculture when there is private ownership of land. Obviously, investment in irrigation, water control, and land reclamation may require very large-scale organizations, as in the irrigated areas of Central Asia or the river valleys of China or the United States. To establish effective labor incentives for collective agriculture is a difficult but very important task. In the USSR, where collectivist agriculture was first established, it was organized on what was virtually a feudal pattern. 6 Work on the communal fields was enforced by coercion and in many years paid very little. The livelihood of the collective farmers was gained from their private plots, the right to which depended on their performance of labor for the collective farm. The farmers were tied to the land by the passport system. 7 This system did produce an increased supply of basic wage goods for the towns, but only at the cost of a low level of labor productivity and very high costs of production in agriculture. In addition, throughout the era of collective farming the Soviet government was unable to provide the whole population with a continuous supply of high-quality foods, fresh fruit and vegetables, and meat, milk, and eggs. In some periods, 1931-4, 1941-5, 1947, the absence even of sufficient bread led to famine. The absence of adequate labor incentives was a serious problem in Chilean agriculture under the land reform carried out by the Christian Democrats in the late 1960s. It was assumed that the consciousness of the villagers had been so transformed that material incentives could be neglected. As ellman, 1974-95, has observed, for this to have worked, there would have to be a high level of morally based cooperation among the asentados, in the absence of an effective material incentive. In practice, however, it was common to hear the argument that there is no point in a man working hard if another spends his time drinking. My interviews with workers and asentados in 1969 show a very clear concern for a fair return to physical effort expended in work. Thus, where there is a lack of trust among cooperators, they prefer to turn their energies to the family economy where such a return is more secure. In China, the need to increase material incentives was a major reason for decollectivization in 1979-84. The collectivist labor incentive system in Maoist China suffered from two major problems: private income and the allocation of collective income. In the late 1960s and 1970s, at least 25% of the peasants' personal income came from the private sector. Here the link between work and income was direct. Work in this sector was therefore more attractive to the peasants than work in the collective sector. As for work incentives in the collective sector, there were two problems. First, part of the output was not distributed to those who had produced it, but used for taxes, investment, to support cotters, and for other purposes. Secondly, of that part which was available for peasant consumption, a substantial amount was distributed in the form of a ration which was allocated according to family size and age structure. In poor areas, this basic grain ration swallowed up the bulk of the output available for distribution. Hence, in poor areas, labor incentives for work in the collective economy were weakest. It is therefore not surprising that decollectivization began in those areas and spread from there to the rest of the country. A serious threat to the success of collectivist agriculture, from the standpoint of the welfare of the villagers and the levels of productivity and output, was its treatment by the government primarily as a source of taxation. A major purpose of Soviet collectivization was precisely to raise rural taxation, or as Stalin put it in the passage already quoted, to levy a tribute on the peasantry. See also Stalin 1955a, 52-9. This policy did provide the state with an increased supply of basic wage goods, bread, potatoes, and cabbage. It also, however, contributed to a high-cost agriculture and chronic urban shortages of quality foods. Similarly, in China the failure of average rural incomes to rise significantly under collectivization was a major cause of decollectivization in 1979-84. From a socialist perspective, A major problem of collectivist agriculture was that its introduction and maintenance may be based on crude coercion, and be incompatible with the transition to a society which is egalitarian and under social control. Collectivization in the USSR was largely a matter of the application of state power to crush peasant farming, and was necessarily accompanied by widespread deportations. It created a hierarchical society, employing an unparalleled apparatus of repression and with a concentration of power akin to that of the Roman Empire. In China, the Great Leap Forward led to an enormous increase in work done, most of which was wasted, and a dramatic fall in output. The inequality between those who had to do the extra work and those who inspired the leap, and the lack of social control over the decisions taken were extreme. The decollectivization of agriculture was not a sign of a widespread desire for the hard work, long hours, and insecurity of peasant farming. It was a sign of the failure of a collectivist agriculture primarily concerned with establishing and maintaining control by the state and its officials over the peasants, to satisfy the needs and wishes of the rural population. In 1961, Chen Yun made an investigation of the real situation in Xiaozheng Commune of Qingpu County, near Shanghai. The peasants had both criticism and praise for the party's agricultural policies, Chen Yun 1982, 156. Their criticisms and complaints Chen Yun wrote in a letter to Deng Xiaoping may be summarized as the following four. First, they do not have enough to eat. Second, the cadres at the grassroots level set high quotas arbitrarily in disregard of realities, and they have failed to participate regularly in work and have led privileged lives. Third, the cadres have given wrong orders in production and refused to make self-criticisms. And fourth, because collective production has not been organized. Well, the peasants lack enthusiasm, while by contrast, they show great enthusiasm for private plots and sideline production. It is scarcely surprising that, when in 1979–82 the political pressure from the center for the institutional arrangements which had contributed to the situation weakened, spontaneous decollectivization should take place. A major negative aspect of collectivist agriculture in many countries is the use of administrative methods, such as instructions from above, rather than economic methods, such as price and tax policy, where the latter would be more efficient. The consequent growth of bureaucracy and decline of local initiative has been simply a dead loss to society. These problems were important reasons for the decollectivization of agriculture. This took place in Yugoslavia in 1950, in Poland in 1956, partially. The other part of Polish agriculture was never collectivist, in China in 1979–84, and in the FSU, former Soviet Union, and Eastern Europe as part of the post-communist transition. Summary. There are 5 main problems of collectivist agriculture. First, the absence of some of the economies of scale postulated by Marxism, Leninism and the presence of managerial diseconomies of scale. Secondly, the need to design an effective system of labor incentives. Thirdly, the use of collective farms by the state primarily as instruments of taxation and control of the rural population. Fourthly, the extreme inequalities and lack of social control over decision-making, to which it can lead. Fifthly, the use of administrative methods where economic methods are more efficient. These problems were important reasons for the decollectivization of agriculture. The coercive model. The model. In The Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith analyzed previous accumulation, i.e. the accumulation the existence of which is a precondition for self-sustaining capitalist growth. Taking this notion as his starting point, Marx in Part 8 of Capital, Volume I, analyzed the so-called Original 8 accumulation. He stressed 2 factors, the creation of new relations of production, the employment of propertyless laborers by capitalists, and the use of force. In Actual History, wrote Marx in Capital, Volume I, Chapter 26, it is notorious that conquest, enslavement, robbery, murder, briefly force, play the great part. The history of original accumulation, is written in the annals of mankind in letters of blood and fire. During the Russian Civil War, some Bolsheviks adapted Marx's concept to Soviet conditions and analyzed original socialist accumulation. As interpreted, for example, in Bukharin's famous work The Economics of the Transition Period, 1920, 101-2, original socialist accumulation has in common with original capitalist accumulation primarily the use of coercion to create a labor force. As such, the concept provided a convenient rationalization of party economic policy during the Civil War, for example the militarization of labor and the use of force to obtain agricultural products. During NEP the concept was used by Preobrazhensky in the course of his well-known analysis of Soviet economic growth. In the mid-1920s the idea of original socialist accumulation, i.e. of socialist construction by means of coercion against the peasantry, was decisively rejected by the party. In a well-known paper of 1925, Bolshevik No. 8, Bukharin argued that it was unnecessary and even harmful to the economy to carry on class warfare by administrative methods. If a St. Bartholomew's massacre were organized for the village bourgeoisie, the socialist state would lose large resources for economic growth, which could otherwise be exploited for its purposes through channels of taxation and the banking system. In the late 1920s, however, under the influence of the increasing difficulties with grain procurements and the criticism of party policy by the left, views within the party changed. In his speech in July 1928, quoted above, Stalin announced his acceptance of the need to levy a tribute on the peasantry to provide resources for investment. At the end of 1929, he launched the policies of dekulakization, collectivization, and taking grain. 9 These policies required the use of coercion on a large scale, over many years. The logic of Stalin's policy was analyzed above. The outcome in the USSR. The collectivization of agriculture in the USSR did lead to a sharp increase in the extraction from agriculture of basic wage goods, bread, potatoes, and cabbage. In the case of grain, needed for making bread, the basic wage good in the USSR, and for exports, this is shown in Table 6.1. Table 6.1 shows that by 1932 state grain collections had risen by about 70% compared to 1928 and the proportion of the harvest extracted by the state had approximately doubled. This increase in grain obtained by the state was not a result of increased production, but of the state taking products which would otherwise have been eaten by livestock or the rural population. This, together with the drought of 1931 and the poor harvest of 1932, led to a catastrophic drop in livestock numbers in 1929-32 and a famine in 1931-4, the peak of the famine was in 1933. It seems that the number of excess deaths from the famine was about 5.7 million, Davies and Wheatcroft 2004, 415, i.e. about the same number as that of Holocaust deaths. The worst affected peoples were the Kazakhs and the Ukrainians. Collectivization was implemented largely by state terror, although there was some support for it from the rural poor, enthusiastic communists and urban workers. Dekulakization led to the deportation of 1.8 million peasants in 1930-1, mainly to remote and inhospitable regions, and the relocation of a significant but currently unknown number of peasants within their regions. The State Security Service, OGPU, arrested 379,000 people, and recorded 20,000 death sentences in 1930, arrested 479,000, and recorded 11,000 death sentences in 1931, 10 arrested 499,000, but recorded only 3,000 death sentences in 1932, and arrested 505,000, and recorded a mere 2,000 death sentences in 1933.11. Nearly all those arrested and shot were peasants. 12 Despite extensive peasant resistance to it, Viola 1996, the terror was successful and collectivization was implemented. By July 1933, 83% of the arable area and 64% of peasant households had been collectivized. The proportions increased in subsequent years as the authorities tightened their squeeze on the remaining non-collectivized peasants. The collectivization of agriculture in the USSR also provided a substantial increase in the urban labor force. The mass deportations from the villages, and the mass arrests, together with the sharp drop in animal products and grain supplies per capita, severely depressed rural living standards and drove millions of villagers to the towns. Although the state did obtain an increased supply of basic wage goods as a result of collectivization, the supply of livestock products fell sharply. Furthermore, the state had to provide substantial resources for agriculture. A significant share of Soviet investment after 1929 was devoted to agriculture. Much of this investment was wasted. Collectivization itself meant that much of the investment in tractors was simply required in order to offset the disinvestment in animal traction power caused by the state taking the grain which was needed as fodder to keep the draft animals, horses, alive. In addition, the very sharp increase in food prices on the free market meant that much of the squeeze on living standards was transferred to the working class. According to the Soviet researcher Barsov, 1974-96, the amount of unequal exchange was higher in 1913 than in any year of Soviet power, and higher in 1928, i.e. prior to collectivization, than in the late 1930s, i.e. after collectivization. Barsov's findings suggest that collectivization did not lead to an increased net transfer of commodities from agriculture. Hence, Stalin's 1928 implicit argument for collectivization, based on the idea that it would lead to an increased net transfer of commodities to industry, seems to have been wrong, at any rate in the Soviet case. The actual process of accumulation which took place in the USSR during the first 3 5-year plans differed in 3 important respects from that analyzed in Preobrazhensky's book The New Economics. First, there was no increase in unequal exchange between agriculture and industry. Secondly, the fall in urban real wages, what Trotsky had earlier termed the self-exploitation of the working class, played an important role in financing the increase in accumulation. At the end of the first 5-year plan, real wages per worker were only about half of what they had been at the beginning of it. The decline in working-class living standards was, however, much less than the decline in real wages, because of the big increase in the urban participation rate, e.g. the abolition of urban unemployment during the first 5-year plan and the increased employment of women. By the end of the second 5-year plan, 1937, urban per capita consumption was above that at the beginning of the first 5-year plan. Thirdly, the whole process was based on coercion rather than use of the price mechanism. After Stalin's death, the Stalinist model was gradually abandoned in the USSR and Eastern Europe. The reason for this was the adverse effect of the model on output and on the availability of quality foods in the towns. A variety of new policies were applied: higher procurement prices, greater toleration in some years for the household sector, an increase in